Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Larry Krueger, joined by FP Santangelo, sitting in for the Gregs. Had a little technical snafu there, but we ironed it out. Coming down the home stretch.
Giving me a heart attack, Krug.
Seriously, man.
It's a Friday. I'm supposed to go into the weekend all relaxed. You got me all freaking out back here.
I'm sorry. I do apologize.
I think the show got better when your line went down personally.
Seriously. The ratings just went through the roof in that 20-minute period. They spiked, yes. Baseball, unbelievably, here next week. We get Giants, Yankees. Is that Tuesday, Wednesday?
Come on, Larry. It's Wednesday night. It's the only game on the schedule. It's on Netflix. It's the New York Yankees. It's Tony Vitello's first game on the corner of 3rd and King. If you don't have tickets, I don't think you can get them now. It's probably the hardest ticket in town. But the Giants have 2 opening games. One opening night on the 25th and opening day on the 27th. The 27th is going to be, I think, just as I've heard they're doing all the pomp and circumstance for both games. The flyovers, the everything for both games. And then you don't have to work on Saturday.
Do you have a favorite opening day memory in your either as a fan or as a because you grew up in Sacramento, right? So you probably went to maybe an opening day.
I never went to an opening day as a fan.
Really?
My first opening day was as a big leaguer. And it's a buzzkill story. Should I tell it?
Sure.
Such a buzzkill story. It's Cincinnati opening day. And back then, Cincinnati was granted the only game. You know, they were the traditional because they're the oldest franchise in the big leagues. So we were the only game. It was Expos Reds. And I jogged out to the third baseline. I wasn't in the starting lineup, but I made the team out of spring training. I was super fired up, almost in tears for the national anthem. And if you know anything about Cincinnati's opening day, historically, it's a holiday. You don't have to go to school. Full house.
There's a parade
at Riverfront Stadium. There's a parade downtown. There's elephants on the field. They drive around in convertible red cars with all the old Reds. Fireworks, national anthem. We're playing the game. Top of the first inning. I think the second hitter of the game, Rondell White. John McSherry, the home plate umpire.
Oh, my God.
Had a heart attack.
You were there? You were there
that was my first ever big league opening. He just took off his mask. He took 3 steps toward the plexiglass double doors in the backstop, and he hit the ground face first and bounced. And they said his heart blew up, and he died before he hit the ground.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
So that was my first opening day. So
what year was that? 90?
97.
97.
Jesus, Larry. 90. It was 1842, Larry. We left our gloves at our position for the other team to use our gloves. We didn't wear helmets.
I'll say this, though.
We drank whiskey and ate chipped beef before the game.
These eras bleed together after a while.
No, but
seriously,
so here's how the story goes. We go back into the clubhouse, and Barry Larkin is their player rep. David Segui is our player rep. And Marge Schott wanted to play the game.
What?
She wanted to continue a man died on the field, and she wanted to continue the game. And
she was a piece of work.
Segui and Larkin are like, "There's no way we're playing this game. Screw her." They were screaming at the GMs and the owners. And the way the story goes is the other umpires got in the ambulance and went with John McSherry to the hospital. And so they ended up canceling the game against Marge Schott's wishes. Because she's like, well, we'll just continue the game, whatever. I'm going to smoke another throat rocket. You guys get out there and play. Who cares if it's just an umpire? I don't think she said that, but that's the attitude we got. And then they canceled the game. So my first opening day, I'm at a Chinese restaurant eating Chinese food with my teammates about, I don't know, an hour after game time. We showered, we went back to the hotel, and then we played the next day.
That is crazy. Yeah, I do remember that. That was such a tragic thing. Yeah, I mean, John McSherry just fell just face first down right there. Oh, that was a scary moment. He was a big man too, and had been a major league umpire for a number of years at that point. I'll tell you, I got 2 opening day memories that stand out to me. I was at opening day, Kruko, the year they traded for Kruko, and the Giants lost. It was Kruko against Tim Lawler, who could really hit, by the way. Tim Lawler could flat out hit. Giants Padres. It was 16-13 Padres. I think they might have batted around against Kruk. I think he was hurt. I think Kruko was actually hurt and started that game anyway, just because, he was going to go to the post. It was opening day. He was a new Giant, but he was hurt and didn't, that one stood out to me. The other one I remember is my dad took me to my first opening day in 1976. And my dad worked in the San Francisco City Attorney's Office. He had worked with the Giants that year on putting in grass. I think whatever year it was that they put in grass, I think it was 76. It could have been 77, but I think it was 76. It might have been 78, actually. It was right in there, mid to late 70s. And they had the field boxes. And I remember my dad was like, hey, we're sitting on the field box. And the guy who was sitting next to me was George Christopher. And my dad was like, son, this is George Christopher. And I'm like, oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Christopher. And he's like, he's the former mayor of San Francisco. And I was like, wow, I'm sitting next to the mayor of San Francisco. So it was really, really special. And I can just remember being able to, my brother's 5 years older. My dad took him out of school the year before, didn't take me. And, it meant those kinds of things stick with you. And I remember saying to my dad, oh, when do I get to skip school for opening day? He's like, next year. And I'm like, oh, awesome. So it was like 1976 and there we were. And it was just, there is nothing better than skipping school, sitting with your dad in a great seat game for the opener, watching your favorite team, and you're like 7. Seriously, if I could have frozen my life in time right then and there, I would have been eternally happy. I'll never forget how happy I was sitting there watching that.
I'm sure Mike's really glad you brought up that opening day. I'm sure if he's listening to KNBR right now, he's like, thanks, Larry. I appreciate that. But no, I've always said this, and I said it last night on the show, that I think it should be a national holiday. I do. To me, it's better than Christmas. It's better than the 4th of July. It's better than any holiday you can think of. Because there's no other sport that we celebrate opening day or opening night like baseball. Like the first game of the NFL season's awesome. We're all fired up. I love football as much as I love baseball, but basketball is not that way. Hockey's not that way. It's opening day. It's America. It's our pastime, and we should just make it a holiday where kids don't have to go to school, and kids, whatever city you're in, that day is, you don't have to go to work. You don't have to go to school. It's baseball season starting, and make it a holiday.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Seriously, I used to sit there and watch all the games, watch the game in the morning. I'm watching the game at night. Baseball opening day. Also for around, it's beautiful weather here, but around the country, it also is kind of a signal that, this endless, terrible, freezing winter eventually is going to come to an end and we're going to be able to go outside. So I think there's a little bit of that kind of vibe to it as well. Have you ever been an opening day where it snowed? Because you played for the Yankees one year, didn't you?
Well, no, I didn't make the team. I went back to AAA, but I was early in the season at Wrigley Field in April and standing in center field and couldn't see the hitter because it was snowing so hard.
That's crazy. And no players ever, baseball players will complain about cold weather in San Francisco in July, but you never hear anybody ever complain that it's like snowed out in the first couple series in April. It must be terrible because you can't hit a baseball if your hands are freezing cold.
The worst game I ever played was in AAA in Ottawa, Canada, and it was 20 degrees with wind at game time. And I remember we were playing the Toledo Mudheads, a AAA affiliate for the Tigers at the time. And one of their players came over to our clubhouse and just said, it's too cold to play. And we agreed. And I think both managers agreed. But back in the day, Ottawa was getting $12,000 a night. It was a new franchise, and they were selling out. It's the capital of Canada, so it was like we were little big leaguers there. and playing in a market that probably could have a big league team. And so the GM of the team said, no, we're playing. And I said, okay, if we're playing, I'm not wearing sleeves tonight. So I played center field in 20-degree weather without sleeves as kind of a protest. not the sharpest tool in the shed, but we didn't play. You could go about it in the cold two ways, Larry. You can layer up and just take your 0 for 4 because you have so many layers on you can't swing. Or you could be mind over matter and just go no sleeves. I can't remember what I did that night, but I do remember, like, all these years later, I think that was in 1993, that was the coldest game I ever played in.
You, in 99, when you played for the Giants, in a lot of those night games, used to wear that, was it the mock turtleneck, or was it an actual turtleneck?
I remember in April, it turned into JT Snow in the dugout saying, how do you guys do this? I'm regretting signing with the Giants.
What did he say?
He said, you'll get used to it. And I did. You learn how to layer up. You learn how to not layer up too much, just enough. You learn how to drink coffee with maybe some things in it that you're not supposed to take. And that it was 75 and sunny where I was playing every day. And you just we embraced it. Like, there's two ways you can go with that. You can bitch and moan about it all you want, or you can say, like, this is our home field. This is our yard. And I remember Chipper, I was filling in for Jeff Kent for a week. I think he got hurt, so I was playing second. And Chipper got to second base one day, and he's I don't know how you guys do it. He goes, I don't even want to hit right now. And that was kind of what a lot of teams said when they came into Candlestick. They didn't want to play. They gave at-bats away because you're standing in the batter's box and your eyes are watering because it's so windy. And, but it was our place, and it was a huge home field advantage. It really was.
Now, you played for the Hurricanes, correct?
I did.
So that means you've probably played a lot of different baseball games where you had major sweat in your eye. That's the sweatiest place there has ever been. Miami in the summer.
Dude, I love it, though. I love humidity. Like, I played in the Florida State League. I played in the Florida State League for a couple of years. And in Florida, it's hot, it's humid, you get loose, all your aches and pains go away. I'll take that weather any day.
That is true. That is true. There is no getting loose. You just show up, you're just immediately loose. Right?
Yes.
I mean, it's just, yeah. So you're that. So maybe that doesn't. Maybe that's something that the cold is more of a problem for baseball players than the heat. But I always feel like if you're playing in Miami and there's a pop up in the infield or a fly ball in the outfield, you played the outfield sometimes.
Not in college. I was a shortstop all the way till AA.
What if you get? Sweat in your eye. I mean, you can't see a pitch if you have sweat in your eye.
That never happened.
Never.
The one thing that did happen, though, is when you're playing in rain, the droplets come off the bill of your helmet in the middle of a pitch. But no, that never happened.
Never. You're never sitting there and pop fly in the infield. You look up and it's just sweat rolling down in your eyeball.
Not that I can recall, Your Honor.
What about a pitch? There's got to be. As a hitter, all those pitches that you saw, there's got to be at bats you're sitting there going, I'm not seeing the ball, or a pitch that you just never saw.
Well, that was because I went out too late the night before, but we'd scream from the dugout in the big leagues, hit the one in the middle, if we knew a guy was hungover. But no, never. I mean, the one thing in humidity that sucks is your batting gloves get soaking wet, and it's hard to grip the bat. That's the only thing I can remember about humidity. And then on defense, there's like when you see there's no dry spot on your jersey to wipe off your throwing hand. So if you're playing the infield, like it can get a little bit hairy with the baseball being wet or your hands being wet when you're throwing the baseball. But other than that, no.
Yeah. Remember when the Giants clinched with against the Cardinals and the downpour came and they just didn't want – they were trying to make the game end. They didn't want to have a delay at that point, and Scootero's just sitting there just – I remember that night. It was just – the skies just opened, absolutely opened, and it was nothing but water everywhere. Beautiful memory, though, because the Giants, of course, were going to the World Series.
Someone on the text line said, did you mean opening day 1996? What did I say? Yeah, it was 1996. I forget what year I said. I probably screwed it up.
You said 97, maybe.
Yeah.
You said 97.
Yeah, it was 96 in Cincinnati.
96.
Yes.
Well, that was the tradition. That was their tradition every year. Cincinnati would open first, and they would open. They were the only team that would open in the daytime usually, they would always open first. Whatever, maybe they would move it up an hour. I used to love watching Giants baseball. I'll tell you the other opening day I'll never forget. Giants had an amazing year, 1978. Right, they were great. They didn't make the playoffs, but they were great. They tested the Reds. They tested the Dodgers. Dodgers won the division. Giants come back in 79. They open in Cincinnati. And they had a great 77 or 78 years. So a lot of Giants fans were really excited. They beat the Big Red Machine that day, like 13-5 or 13-6. Darrell Evans had a grand slam. He drove in like 6. Chili Davis, all these guys got hot, had a big day. And like for a day, you're like, what? The Giants? They're knocking off the Big Red Machine. They're coming. And unfortunately, 79 was not a great year.
Well, I love the overreact after opening day by everybody. Like there's 161 games left. But you just said something, and I don't know if we have enough time to talk about it. That the Giants had a great season, but they didn't make the playoffs. Has 10, 12, and 14 spoiled us all? Is there such a thing as the Giants having a great season and not making the playoffs? You just said it.
Well, they've added playoff teams since. So now it's harder to. Back then it was hard to make the playoffs. Now it's harder to not make the playoffs.
But you're talking about expectations. As a Giants fan in the 70s and the 80s, I would just gravitate toward players. Dwayne Kuiper was my favorite player when he and Johnny LeMaster were turning double plays. Will Clark was my favorite player. Robbie Thompson was one of my favorite players. Mike Aldretti was one of my favorite players. And as a kid, I didn't really get all caught up in, well, Giants have to make the playoffs or they suck. It was more about like relationships with players and trying to emulate guys and trying to get to where they're going to get. I never put a lot of stock in as a kid or even as a fan of if my team made the playoffs, it's a good season or not. And I think 10, 12, and 14 spoiled a lot of us to where the expectations are so high right now that it's playoffs or bust or it's World Series or bust. And are there any fans that would say today in 2026 that the Giants had a great season, but they didn't make the playoffs?
It's a good point.
I don't think there's one out there.
No, our standards have changed. Now you probably got to make the playoffs to have it be a successful year. But yeah, there were a lot of lean years there. I mean, you got to remember this: Giants made the playoffs in 1971. I was 1. They did not make the playoffs again until I was a junior in high school. I was 17. So, I mean, there was a long dry spell there.
My son's 31. He's never seen the Niners win a Super Bowl, and he feels like he's cheated. I'm like, dude, they're not that easy.
That's why they throw those. Exactly. That's why they throw these massive parades, because it ain't that easy. That is amazing, though, when you think about that, because I know your son, and you know he's not a little kid, and yet the Niners haven't won the Super Bowl since January of '95. All right, that's going to do it for this segment. We're going to come back and wrap it up. Larry Kruger, FP Santangelo, sitting in for Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, Giants fans, opening day is rapidly approaching. Rosters are getting set, but Bryce Eldridge won't be there as he will begin the season in AAA. Do you like the move, Giants fans, or should Bryce Eldridge be up with the big league squad? Go ahead and give us a call at 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627 to chime in.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And down the stretch we come. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Ned Coletti. Thanks to George Contos. Thanks to FP. Thanks to the great Walter for producing. And I would imagine the boys are back on Monday. FP, man, you made it easy for me. Sorry I disappeared for a segment, but other than that, no technical snaffs. But it's always easy talking baseball with you, man, and it's always fun too.
We made it. We did it. Larry,
We
good
did
job.
it.
It's always fun working with a pro. I appreciate it.
Awesome, man. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy a beautiful Friday. Up next, Dirty Work. They got you for the next 4 hours. Thanks to Walter. Thanks to FP. Thanks to all of you. Have a great day, and we'll see you next week on The Sports Leader.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, no Tim Webb, as he's still out in Reno.
He's in a gutter somewhere.
Getting his March Madness on. We are live from Jack's Restaurant at New Park Mall in Newark. You got Newark ties?
I do not, but it's a good area. It's close to the East. I mean, it is in East Bay, but not that far of a BART ride over. And yeah, I'm liking it.
Yeah, I got Newark history, being that I went to Moreau and Hayward, South Hayward.
I got more East Coast Newark.
Like
ties.
Newark, New Jersey.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what I think I.
What do you prefer?
I don't know that I've been to Newark, New Jersey. I may have flown into Newark once.
I got family in New Jersey.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Buffalo, New Jersey. You got all those ties.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, we're in Newark.
A lot of mafia ties.
We're in Newark, California, at New Park Mall. At Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Come on by, hang out. We got March Madness on. We'll be drinking beers. Happy hour's getting going. I got a plate full of wings over there. I'm gonna get back into.
You stole some of my fries too.
I had immediate wing regret.
Why is that?
Well, because I ordered. I think I just glanced at the menu quickly because I wanted to order something before the show started. And I've had the Asian wings before. I love a sticky Asian wing is nice.
You like to get sticky.
And they're good here. So I ordered those. Hey, what's up, Jill? Good to see you.
Hey, Jill.
So I ordered those, and then like right after, the server came over and she put down the happy hour menu, and there were regular buffalo wings on there, and I was like, I didn't notice the regular buffalo on the.
You'd rather go regular wings than sticky Asian wings?
I was kind of craving wings, and so I sort of just had that in my head. You know what I mean? Then you want to scratch that itch, but anyway. They got wings aplenty of all kinds of variety.
They got
here.
drinks aplenty. They got food aplenty. And we got dirty work aplenty.
And we got dirty work aplenty. Full show for you today. With you till 6 o'clock from Jack's Restaurant in Newark at New Park Mall. Come on by, hang out, grab a beer. It's Friday afternoon. Sunny out, air conditioned in here. Beautiful. We got the games on for March Madness.
First time we're inside too.
Yeah, we actually. Is it? Well, actually, for the draft show in San Jose.
Oh yeah, you're right.
We were indoors.
That's true.
Last year, and we're going back to San Jose, I think, as well.
Yes, we are. We can announce that today. Actually, April 23rd, the day of the draft. You, me, and Marcus Boucher will be back in San Jose for a little 49ers draft show.
Yeah, good deal. We'll be back in San Jose at Jack's Restaurant, 1502 Saratoga Ave, but we're in Newark today. We'll get into some stuff with the Giants. We do have a full guest list for you today. Matt Vasgersian, who will be on the call for Giants-Yankees on Netflix next Wednesday. He's going to join us. Also, you know him, of course, in the MLB Network, just one of the best broadcasters in baseball. He joins us at 2:30. At 2:50, off of a tough one last night.
Yeah, tough one.
Sharks fell to Buffalo.
Yeah.
They didn't just fall. They kind of got, trampled over. It was sort of like if Buffalo were the wildebeest from The Lion King.
Or just buffaloes.
Then the Sharks were Mufasa.
Yeah.
They just got.
Or they could just be buffalo stampeding over sharks.
Run away and never return.
Yeah, that's
I'm going back to Disney, back to the well, day 2.
Yeah. People liked our segment yesterday when it came to ranking Cinderella stories as far as Disney princesses.
Who'd you talk to? Who said they liked it?
There's the people that called in yesterday.
The 4 people we heard from. Yeah,
I gauge things by like our turnaround in real time.
Yeah, right. The actual turnaround, Devin. Anyway, Will Smith of the San Jose Sharks. How about that? Will Smith joins us.
No, it's great to have Will Smith on.
At 2:50, by the way, right here on Dirty Work.
Yeah, second period last night, not fantastic for the Sharks. Nedeljkovic only can do so much as the goalie, but not looking good. Not looking great these days. And again, as I've always said, they're ascending. Postseason would be nice, but they're going in the right direction. But last night was rough.
They don't have a terribly tough schedule. As I told you before,
That's
one
true.
of the easier schedules remaining. And they aren't, like, out of it. But they don't play the teams in front. They don't play the Kings or the Kraken down the stretch. So it's going to be a fun last month or so of the regular season for sure.
Yes,
I'm excited and for what this means for the growth of the Baby Sharks. Like, we'll talk to Will Smith about what it feels like playing this time of year relative to last year. I mean, the difference in knowing what you're getting into Season 2 versus your rookie campaign for sure is a major difference. But really, what it feels like this time around, the level at which they're playing, that they're competing with some of these teams, and then you run into a team like Buffalo who's got like 90-plus points, and you're like, man, that's a cream of the crop.
They're a
team.
juggernaut right now.
Yeah.
Dude. No.
So Sharks kind of got a what would you say? They got a sort of put in their place last night. They got a sort of a litmus test for them to see where they stand among the powers that be.
It's hard to gauge for myself because I'm not a huge hockey fan. But like when it comes to like they haven't been intimidated by anybody. Like I've said before, they went into Florida and beat the 2-time defending champions. They went to Pittsburgh and came back down 5-1 to win that game. So they're not intimidated by anybody, but they're getting outplayed by better teams at the moment. And with the exception of 3 games when they were at home, coming out of the Olympic break, they haven't been spectacular.
No, they've not been very good. Well, not at the rate they were playing before. And they did. Don't forget, they stumbled into the Olympic break as well.
They did.
They were on the
4-game losing
streak.
It's
tough because they had that long Canadian road trip.
Yep.
Went to Chicago and all that too before the break. So we'll talk to Will Smith of the San Jose Sharks. Vasgersian at 2:30. Will Smith at 2:50. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country, joins us at 3:50. We did talk about this yesterday. We're going to do for the first time ever the Dirty Work Newlywed Game.
I can't wait.
This came up yesterday because we played a clip of Jaylen Brown of the Celtics talking about how he gets to know his teammates and their personalities and their communication styles. And he said it's all through it's through a variety of different ways, but one of the ways that he listed was not just astrology, but like Chinese astrology.
Right.
And like the
he
year
gets into it.
Year that you were born in, you're the year of the goat, I'm the snake.
I don't know if I love that because I hate that term.
It's not my favorite. No.
Kids love to say like, "Oh, he's the goat." Now I'm like, that used to be a bad thing back in the day.
Yeah, like you're the goat if you like Chris Webber was the goat.
Yes.
When he called the timeout.
Absolutely.
Right?
Bill Buckner was the goat back in the day. Yes.
Poor Bill Buckner. Dude.
Yeah. He's okay.
Poor Bill. Yeah. Well.
You ever seen that episode of Curb Your
He's passed, but
oh well, yeah.
He's no longer with us.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
He redeemed himself in Curb Your Enthusiasm.
He's okay, said Derek.
I forgot.
I don't think it was like a smooth exit for him either.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
okay, never mind that.
Yeah, I remember
He's
the curb.
not okay then.
I remember the curb was great, yes. But
he saved a baby.
Anyway, yeah, they didn't drop that one.
No, he did not.
His legs there. But we'll do the Jaylen Brown was talking about how he gets to know his teammates, and I said, how well do we know each other? I said we should do the Newlywed Game. So Danny back in our KNBR studios has put together a Newlywed Game for us. We'll do that a little bit later at 4:50. And by the way, I did a deep dive, and we'll talk about it later. I went deep into the Afro Man trial. So we'll talk more about it. But, dude, first of all, the entire case was televised because it was in Ohio. I think it was like locally at some local news station.
Okay.
All of it was up on their YouTube page like in its entirety. So I was skimming through, listening to the testimony.
Yeah.
When you think about what they're suing him over and how they're having to play clips and talk about the lemon pound cake rap video. And this guy, he started a rumor that he was sleeping with the wife of one of the officers.
That's putting it lightly, more than an Afro Man does. But
dude, it's pretty good, dude. They call him an SOB.
Yeah.
Like he calls him that in one of the
songs.
songs.
Are you that?
And they have to prove he's not, right, for defamation. So pretty good. So we'll get back into the Afro Man thing in the sound soiree a little bit later. I saw this this morning. I saw he had been hospitalized the other day. We lost Chuck Norris.
Yes, we have. Unfortunately.
See, I saw Chuck Norris the other day. I saw Chuck Norris hospitalized, and immediately everybody went to the Chuck Norris jokes. I think what they mean is hospitalized by Chuck Norris.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's my go-to. When I think of Chuck Norris in middle school, high school, we always told Chuck Norris jokes like Chuck Norris doesn't sleep, he just waits.
Yeah, Chuck Norris doesn't sleep, he waits. Yeah, that's a sound. Were you a Walker, Texas Ranger guy?
I was not, but again, I'm a huge Conan guy, and on his show he had a bit where he pulled the Walker, Texas Ranger lever, where he showed clips out of context and got in trouble for that. But, Chuck Norris, I mean, of course, in dodgeball, he's the winning vote to keep average
Effing
Joes alive.
Chuck Norris.
Yeah. Thank you, Chuck Norris. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, one of the great martial artists of this generation.
Yeah,
right?
so, I mean, I think our generation has immense respect for Chuck Norris as more of like a joking thing, but really, the man was a living legend. So, yeah, we lost him way too young, I think at age 86 today. So.
Well, is that too young? 86?
For Chuck Norris,
dude,
yes,
86 is a hell of a run, man.
Yes, it is.
86, that's a strong run. It'd be nice to get to 80.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But Chuck Norris, he goes longer, my friend.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. So for anybody who doesn't know, the Chuck Norris jokes, they got really big in like 05, 06,
Yes.
I want to say. I was in high school. And basically, do you guys remember, it effectively was the same bit as, do you remember Hunter Pence signs?
I don't.
Like when Hunter Pence, it was like, I can't even remember what some of them were, but they were effectively the exact same style of joke as the Chuck Norris stuff. Like Hunter Pence could do no wrong. It was,
Right.
It was all sorts of things. Yeah, most children check under their bed for the boogeyman every night. The boogeyman checks under his bed for Chuck Norris.
My
Things like
personal
that.
favorite is Chuck Norris's tears could cure a lot of diseases. Unfortunately, Chuck Norris never
Never
cries.
cries, dude. My favorite is when Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. He had 2 missed calls from Chuck Norris. It was all stuff like that. So.
Or it's not a chin under Chuck Norris's face; it's another fist.
Yeah. Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the world down. He himself doesn't push up.
Rest in peace, man.
The flu gets Chuck Norris shots every year.
That's pretty good.
Those are good ones. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Anyway, there was a Hunter Pence signs that were kind of a trend or a fad for a while.
Okay.
So we dedicate this show at Jackson Newark at New Park Mall to Chuck Norris today.
Thank you,
on
Peter.
On this Friday afternoon. Thank you, Chuck Norris. Thank you, Peter. Dan Dunn is back in our KNBR studios in Daly City. We are live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark at New Park Mall. Come on by, hang out. Happy hour is just getting going. We got March Madness on all afternoon. We'll get into an update of that. And do you know where you are in the spread pool?
I am doing terribly, I believe. Oh, spread pool? No, I need to double check here. But as far as my bracket, it is, as they say, busted.
Is that what they say?
Yes.
They do say that. Yeah, you got that one right.
Yeah, I
Nailed
got that
one. All right, we'll take a quick break here from Jack's Restaurant and Bar here in Newark. I got to get back into these wings. Even though I'm having order regret, I think I'm going to do all right.
I think you made the right choice, honestly.
I think I'll be okay.
You could always do normal wings. That looks pretty good.
You went open face Sando, huh?
Dude, it's a gyro. Of course you go open face.
But they asked you, do you want it as a sandwich or an open face? You chose open. They just gave you the option, and you chose open.
Yeah, but you needed a pita.
I just asked a question. I'm not yucking your yum.
I know, but have you had a gyro before? Of course it's open face.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm not as well versed.
Yeah.
in the Euro.
I'll take you to the Oakland Greek Fest sometime, Copes, to teach you.
Please take me to the Oakland Greek Fest. A lot of good Greek food here at Jack's in Newark at New Park Mall. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, before Matt Vasgersian joins us at 2:30 and Will Smith at 2:50, the news that we got at the end of the show yesterday is that Bryce Eldridge has been optioned to AAA Sacramento, and they did so after he posted an 830 OPS this spring. Interesting. I guess the question I would ask is Bryce Eldridge a top 13 offensive player or player for the Giants right now? Because that's a spot he'd be occupying. And are they going a different direction because of a roster crunch, or is it about development? We'll talk more about Bryce Eldridge not making the opening day roster. That's coming up next as Dirty Work rolls on a Friday live from Jack's in Newark, only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark, this is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark. We're going to connect with our guy Matt Vasgersian of the MLB Network. He's going to be on the call for Netflix. It's opening day game, our opening day game. The Giants and the Yankees Wednesday night from Oracle Park. And by the way, our Giants roundtable gets going at 2 o'clock that day. Me, you, Murph Marcus, and then JD and Greg Silver talking Giants ball ahead of the start of the 2026 season from 2 until 4 at 58 Social next Wednesday. So we'll talk to Matt Vasgersian in just a few minutes. But one of the key storylines of camp for the Giants, and something we've been sort of clamoring for I don't know how many years, for a top prospect to break camp and be a difference maker immediately for the Giants. Even Buster Posey didn't do that, breaking camp in 2010. Bryce Eldridge does not make the opening day roster as he was optioned yesterday, along with Grant McCray and Tyler Fitzgerald to AAA Sacramento. And we'll have to run through some of what the like breakdown of the roster could look like for the Giants, because as it stands, like they're not going to have a lot of options as far as left-handed bats off the bench either way. So we'll talk more about that, but it was official yesterday that Bryce Eldridge is going to start the year in Sacramento, still only 21 years old. What's interesting is if you want to make the case that he should have made the opening day roster, he had an 830 OPS, though just one home run. He had 9 hits, he had 8 runs scored in 40 spring at-bats, did drive in 6, he hit 225 with a 380 OBP, pretty good for the OBP as well. It was not terrible, though he had 19 strikeouts in the 40 at bats. I think was the ending number. So nearly half of his at bats he struck out in. So, like, is that something that has to cut down? Absolutely. Is it something that we'll know is cut down enough by a month into the season? I don't know. I don't know if that's an approach thing or if he's a guy because of his size and he doesn't have like tremendously long arms. So it's not a guy who I think is going to get caught reaching or have a really tough time with the inside pitch, which tall guys generally do. But there is a place in baseball, and there always has been, for a guy like a Richie Sexson or a guy like an Adam Dunn. Now, those guys struck out a lot. They also hit 40-plus homers a lot of seasons. I mean, if you ended up with an Adam Dunn in this lineup for the next decade, you'd be thrilled, I think, based on the way baseball's gone today. And he'd be a god of a hitter, I feel like, in today's game based on the power that he possessed. So this, to me, is I thought it was kind of where we were trending anyway, just based on the makeup of the roster, because Luis Matos is out of options. Gerard Encarnacion doesn't have any options. So it's either put him on the team, you use him, or you lose him.
Exactly.
Right? So the question I was asking you before the break is, and I think if you asked every manager, do you care about the options or do you care about having the best 26 guys? I think they'd all tell you, I want the best 26 guys.
Right.
I think they'd also all agree it doesn't always work out that way because of how you have to play chess with your roster in order to maintain guys and not just give guys away to other teams.
But would you say that Bryce Eldridge is one of the best 26 guys right now? I'm not so sure about that.
That's the question, and best is different than fit, right? Like,
yeah.
He's a fit right now.
Of course.
The fit's not an issue. Like, they could use the left-handed bat. They could use him as a DH. I don't think, looked terrible at all at first base. By all accounts, he looked pretty good.
It sounds like he improved greatly at first base this spring training.
I think the biggest point is, like, it wasn't even really a story or something that was talked about, which means it wasn't anything that was noticeable to anybody it was problematic.
Well, he got an opportunity with Rafael Devers having that injury for a little bit of time. And a couple weeks ago when you were out, Danny Dunn asked me, you think Bryce Eldridge is the best option at DH this season? I said, I can't say that right now. I mean, like, it was more the more the question was, do you think he makes the opening day roster? And I said, if he's the best option at DH. And honestly, probably not at the moment, where he strikes out 19 times. And yes, he offers a lot of power that other guys don't on the Giants right now.
So you don't think he's the best option at DH right now?
I don't.
I think he probably is the best option at DH right now. I just don't think if you, like, I know it isn't fun for anybody to hear, and they're like, well, why would we give Matos another look? Why would you give Encarnacion another look? Because you just want to make sure you know that you're ready to move on from them. And because you may as well get one more look in the first couple of weeks of the season, right?
Yeah.
And because you're like, it's not going to hurt us to have Eldridge start in AAA. I also think there's something to getting a taste of the majors, going back to the minors, knowing what it was like. And then when they bring him back, he's the level of prospect that Buster doesn't want him to have to go back to the minors. Like, we talked about this the other day. When Casey Schmidt came up like 4 years ago or whatever that was, 3 years ago, it was out of necessity for, like, they didn't have anybody really to play third base. There was a lack of talent within the organization. And do you remember in the first, 2 weeks of his play, he had, every StatCast record for the Giants on, exit velocity, speed of throw, on velocity across the diamond on a throw. He was, doing things that Giants hadn't done in the StatCast era, but he was only here out of necessity. And then he struggled to send him back, and he's a guy who bounced back and forth. That's never a great thing for a prospect's development, mentally or ability-wise, right? Buster went down after a cup of coffee in 2009, came back in May of 2010, and never went back down. That would be the hope, is that when Bryce Eldridge does come back up, it's that he's coming back up to stay, and you'll let him struggle and go through the struggles at the major league level as long as he's producing. So it doesn't hurt you, I don't think, at all in the long term, and it gives you a little bit of wiggle room in the short term to figure out Matos and Encarnacion. And for all you know, somebody gets hurt in the first couple of weeks of the season, and you're able to flip a trade for one of those guys or something like that. Or Eldridge tears the cover off and just works his way back in, and you say, this is the best option we have.
It doesn't hurt you right now. Honestly, I wouldn't rush it. And, yes, you don't want to just make a final determination on Gerard Encarnacion and Luis Matos' time as Giants. And, honestly, I hear you that maybe he is the best option at DH, but Gerard Encarnacion, we didn't see a lot of him last year because of the injuries, and he hit a bomb 3 feet.
He's one of those guys to me, he has talent, but, if he hasn't done it yet, consistent injuries are a part of that, and he went to the Mexican League, and they found him down there. You could find guys there, and he could put together a good couple of years, but at some point you're like, the Giants aren't a team that's in they don't have the ability right now to sit and wait on a guy like that.
No, I get it.
You know what I mean? So I'm like,
it's not a long-term solution by any means.
To me, it's just sort of a plug for waiting for Eldridge for a second, maybe a month or two.
Yeah, is
the hope. And then maybe he does enough for you, or you just kind of patch that together. But this was always my problem with one of my problems with making the DH universal One, it just makes all of the game the same.
Yeah.
I do think there's less management in it. But beside the point, there were never 15 good DHs anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like in every American League season, there was like 3 or 4 guys who were really, really good.
Right.
And so, like, I get it's more jobs for more hitters and whatnot, but we've also expanded the roster, so that was the extra job right there anyway, right? So I'm like, if you don't have Shohei Ohtani or you don't have one of the big DHs, what do? You just kind of whoever your best bench guy is for that day matchup-wise. Like, it could be a speedy guy.
Exactly.
It's just sort of whatever. So I'm like, I think Eldridge is the best option because he provides the most upside. Nobody else has proven enough either, and we're just kind of stale, and this happens in baseball and in other sports too. We're getting stale on Jonathan Kuminga. We're tired of this talk of development, right, when you don't see it. Matos is like, this has all been great. He was supposed to be a top prospect. Is he actually going to put it together enough to have a spot on the roster?
I don't have high hopes for either of those guys.
Me neither. That's what I'm like. I get
but
the feeling
I'm just saying, like, what's the rush here? I get it. Let's just see what those guys have, and then ultimately, yes, you're going to move on from them, and Eldridge will be called up. But I don't want to do the Farhan thing where you call him up and then bring it back down and call him up and bring it back down. So might as well just start the season like that. It's a long season. Eldridge will be called up eventually.
He did play okay, by the way, last year in Sacramento. 66 games, 286 plate appearances, 253 at-bats. He had an .836 OPS with 18 homers, 13 doubles, by the way, and 63 ribs. He struck out 88 times, walked 28 times. So we'll talk more about this with Matt Vasgersian of MLB Network. He's also going to be on the call play-by-play for the Giants and the Yankees on Netflix. Opening day, Giants, Yankees, Netflix, like the good Lord intended. Matt Vasgersian joins us next, and then Will Smith of the San Jose Sharks. Dirty Work is live on this Friday afternoon from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark at New Park Mall. Would love to see you come on by, hang out with some of the filth, and get your weekend started right here with Dirty Work. Vasgersian next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work now continues from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark on The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work with you live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark on this Friday afternoon. Come on by, hang out, get a beer, and watch some March Madness with us. But we also are entering the final weekend of the year without baseball. Of the spring, I should say, without baseball. And joining us to talk about opening day, Matt Vasgersian, MLB Network, and he'll be on the call on Netflix for the Giants and the Yankees on Monday. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Matt, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Good to talk to you. I mean, we need some good weather for baseball, so let's hope for sunshine. The Northeast has been dreary for the last 7 or 8 decades. So let's get out west and start the season.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Exciting that it's starting on the West Coast. It is funny we're starting in March on Netflix and Giants and Yankees, but this is the new age of baseball. So just from your view and Giants fans here desperate for a playoff berth, how do you view this Giants team entering the season under Tony Vitello, the first time baseball's ever seen a college manager from head coach to MLB manager?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm missing what some people in the national media are seeing. I like the Giants this year. I think the combination of Luis Ariz and Harrison Bader as really good kind of late ads, below the radar, at market value, were great signings for the team. Like the pitching, I was kind of disappointed and surprised Eldridge didn't stick. That was surprising. You guys are in it every day. Maybe you weren't as surprised by as I was. I know the swing and miss is there, and he's not apparently not a great base runner, which is one of the weirder things I've heard attributed to a guy not breaking camp with the team. But I think the Giants are a good team, man. Look, it's the Dodgers and everybody else in that division. And you put the Giants and Diamondbacks and Padres, count them in the same bucket, and which one of those is going to have the better head-to-head record, which one of those is going to make a push for the wild card, because one of them's coming out of the NL East. And I think that's your story for the division this year. And the Giants should be right there among those teams vying for a wild card spot.
Yeah, man, I mean, Tony Vitello very well. You've talked to him on MLB Network numerous times. So what did you think about the unusual and intriguing hire that Buster Posey made? And do you think this could lead to more managers coming from the college ranks?
I don't, actually. I think that, there are one-of-ones. We all thought that Shohei Ohtani was going to open the door for everybody that wanted to pitch and hit on the same roster spot, and we thought that Jack Caglione was going to be that guy in Kansas City. There are other great college two-way guys, and it hasn't happened yet. Look, I could be wrong, and Tony could win Manager of the Year and have great success, and then everybody's eyes are open at the college level. I just think he stood out as such a perfect fit. I don't know that you can assume that others are going to follow in his footsteps. I, like everybody else, was surprised when they went to college to bring in a new manager. Bruce Bochy ain't walking through those doors anymore. And that's another guy who's just he's so unique and such an individual. You're never going to recreate Boch. Buster was smart enough and is smart enough to know that. And he has cast his lot in a completely different direction. Tony is a very transparent guy. He's a very warm guy. I hope that being in this chair with the pressures that come with it don't change that in him, because I think that's one of his greatest attributes off the field. And I wish him a ton of success. I know there are people out there that are looking at this skeptically, older guys, maybe guys that had manager experience, and they're like, I can't wait for this guy to fail. I hope he has all kinds of success and kind of rewrites the book.
Talking to Matt Vasgersian, MLB Network on the UMA guest line. He'll be on the call on Netflix on opening day on Wednesday night for the Giants and the Yankees. What did you make of the scope of Team USA and the WBC? And then I don't know if you saw Logan Webb's comments to the San Jose Mercury News about how, he said, we may have cared more than anybody did, but the optics on Team USA, what about that?
I have some real definitive thoughts about that. I was disappointed in some of the comparisons that folks made between the U.S. and some of the livelier Latin rosters. I don't think that's a fair comparison. And when you look at Team Venezuela celebrating, you look at Team Dominican Republic celebrating, Puerto Rico, Mexico, you can't compare the U.S. culture to those baseball cultures. It's a different animal. So why haven't we kind of gotten on Team Japan for being stoic and not celebratory? Because that's the way they play, and that's okay. It didn't mean that the U.S. guys didn't enjoy themselves. It didn't mean that they didn't want to win. And I just took exception to that line of criticism. Look, you can criticize them for not winning it. You can criticize their lineup for going completely ice cold against Eduardo Rodriguez and company in that last game. But culturally, I don't think you can criticize the way they went about it, the group they put together. If you speak to those guys, and I think Logan intimated this in the Merc News, they loved the experience they had with each other. They felt like they were in a really special room. They tapped into that coaching staff. Cal Raleigh spent a couple of hours sitting with Brian McCann before that final game, trying to go through things, and because he had been struggling at the plate, and the pressures of coming off this massive home run year he had. And look, nobody better than Brian McCann to get your head right too. He's a 7-time All-Star when last I looked. So look, the criticisms were unfair. Those guys had a great experience, and that's what we should all take away from it. How did they respond? And it was positive.
Talking to Matt Vasgersian on the UMA guest line. He'll be on the call for Yankees and Giants on Netflix. And Netflix is going all out for this broadcast, Matt. They got you, they got Hunter Pence, Albert Pujols, CeCe Sabathia, Anthony Rizzo, El Duncan, Lauren Shahadi, and, of course, Barry Bonds. But also some interesting ones. Can you tell me any details on what Bert Kreischer and Jameis Winston will be doing on the broadcast?
I was hoping you guys could tell me. I don't know if I'm telling any company secrets here. I think there may be a presence for Bert in McCovey Cove. And that's kind of all I know. I know that the pregame show starts at 4 p.m. Local time, so it's an hour of the desk with Barry and company. And kudos to Netflix for landing Barry the Golden Goose, because, everybody has wanted him ever since he retired to do broadcasting. And with the exception of just coming up into the Giants booth to say hi to the guys, he's never really wanted to do Fox, ESPN, Turner, or any of the other national broadcasters. So, look, when you helicopter in and you get something like opening day, I understand that fans get a little anxious because some might not know where to find it. Some fans take exception to the fact that it's on a different streaming platform. It's not Kruk and Kipe. It's not John Miller. It's not Flem. Like, believe me, nobody loves that group more than I do as a kid from the Bay Area. And I'd probably want Kruk and Kipe too. But you got us, and we're going to service it the best we can. Both sides represented with Hunter and CeCe. And we might surprise you, and maybe CeCe will dive more on the Giants and Hunter the Yankees. Who knows? But it's going to be great coverage, and I'm really quite flattered to be a part of it, to be honest.
Oh, definitely.
Matt Vasgersian, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. All right, when you look around baseball this year, and it doesn't have to be an AL team, it could be AL or NL, who's got the best chance to knock off the Dodgers either before the World Series or if it's an AL team in the World Series?
Oh, man. I feel like the National League's stronger. I felt like that for the last couple of years. If Zach Wheeler returns to form, and there's some ifs there, ifs and nuts and, that phrase, I think the Phillies are strong. I think the Braves are going to be markedly improved last year to this. And, you could say the same thing about ifs with the Yankees rotation, because if Garrett Cole comes back at full force, and he's been pretty impressive according to all reports, a little ahead of schedule in Yankee camp, if Carlos Rodon is healthy again, the Yankees should be good. Toronto got dealt a blow with Savage's injury. That's no fun. But I think my answer to that question will be somewhere in the Philly-Yankees 2009 World Series redo matchup.
Okay.
So, Matt, me and Adam were talking about the other day about how this Giant season could go, and we were talking about maybe Rafael Devers needs to be the most important player on the team this year. So, in your opinion, how much does this Giant success will be predicated on the season of Rafael Devers?
I think that's a true statement. I would buy that. I would subscribe to that. He didn't have a bad year by anybody's standards last year, but they did not get the big-time impact Rafi Devers that had played in Boston previously, that they had envisioned when they traded for him. If that's the guy they have from opening day on, and there's no reason to believe that they won't, because, look, he should be settled by now. There's no more of this, we need you to play different positions. He knows what his role is. He knows what's expected of him. He knows that that ballpark is not Fenway. He knows the NL West is a little bit different than the AL East in the summer in particular. So if he's good Yes, I think that's a true statement. He has to be the best player on the team because he's supposed to be. He's the best pure hitter on the team. And I think there's a lot of valid merit to that statement.
What do you think of when you look at the Padres? Are they a team that you think is maybe in position for a regression?
You could certainly make that case without Dylan Cease, with a little different-looking starting rotation. Michael King back, that's helpful. Bullpen still good, not all the same pieces. I've had problems with really loving the bottom of their lineup the last couple years. Maybe they addressed that with Laureano at the deadline last year. I don't know. I think the Padres are a great example of maybe this group. We've seen the peak for this group. That's why for a lot of people, maybe the Giants are more intriguing because maybe there's more upside that we haven't seen yet. I'm not sure how much better the Padres are going to be. They're good. They're going to be in it until the end, along with the Diamondbacks and Giants vying for a wild card spot. But they could be in for some regression. Manny's not a young guy anymore. I still don't know from a different standpoint how that payroll is going to be sustained. There's so much late money coming in. 11 years for Xander Bogaerts at the age of 30 or 31. They gave Darvish another deal, and not to mention the Tatis and Manny money. How do you make that? How do you make those books work? Does one of those guys have to go? These are real questions for that organization over the next couple of years. They don't want to have this discourse publicly, but I think, a regression maybe, or maybe a personnel change more appropriately for me.
A couple more minutes with Matt Vasgersian on the UMA guest line. And, Matt, you've never been shy about your love of the Oakland A's, and I say Oakland A's. So just curious about your thoughts about the organization today now that they're no longer in your hometown.
I wish them well. Not my team anymore. My story's over there. And it's the same thing with the Raiders when they left. The Raiders in particular. You leave my hometown twice.
Yeah.
I'm out. And that's a pretty rough product on the field. And I don't know where it gets better. I love Mark Kotze. There are a lot of great people involved with the A's. I want success for them for those reasons. But, I have a right to have a bad taste in my mouth about the way it ended because I didn't think it needed to end. I thought the whole thing was orchestrated, and I'm not sure they love us saying this on 6th Avenue where the Major League Baseball headquarters are, but it was a bummer. So my passion for the A's, it's like the book is complete now. It's my first memories of the A's up until that last game against the Rangers, and that's that.
Matt Vasgersian, the voice you hear, he'll be on the call on Wednesday night on Netflix for the Giants and the Yankees opening day. Matt, appreciate the time, man. The weather's been beautiful in the Bay Area. It's going to carry into next week, and we'll get a beautiful night for opening day for the 2026 season. We'll see you next week at the ballpark, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Can't wait. Thanks, guys. Nice talking to you.
There you go, the great Matt Vasgersian, MLB Network, and you'll see him on Netflix. And by the way, I know he said you want your Kruk and Kuip and your Miller and your you can always listen right here.
You can.
We are the Giants flagship. We'll have the game right here on the Sports Leader next Wednesday night for the Giants and the Yankees opening night. All right, we got to take a quick break. The Sharks last night played at home after their long road trip against Buffalo. Well, Buffalo played. The Sharks, they fell pretty hard.
Yeah.
In the second period, got away from them 3-0 after 2, 5-0 the final to Buffalo, who is one of the best teams in all of the NHL. We'll talk to Sharks second-year stud Will Smith.
Yes,
He's going to join Dirty Work for the first time. Our weekly Sharks guest Will Smith joins us next. Dirty Work rolls on from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark at New Park Mall. Come on by, hang out, and listen to some Will Smith. He joins us next on the Sports Leader.
March Madness is off and running. Santa Clara lost a thriller in overtime to Kentucky today. And Virginia and Wright State was close down the stretch, but Virginia prevailed. Get all your tourney fix on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050, the sports leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. We are live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark at New Park Mall. And we'll get back into some March Madness and some Giants baseball, but we got to take a break to talk some Sharks hockey. Sharks a tough loss last night, 5-0 to Buffalo. But joining us on the UMA guest line, one of our favorites, Will Smith, joins us for the first time of the San Jose Sharks. Will, what's going on, man? Adam Copeland, Derek Papa here. How's it going?
It's going good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Well, welcome to the show, and appreciate you making time for us. So, I mean, I know last night a tough loss, but just what's the feeling right now this time of year relative to last season where you're playing much more high-stakes hockey? What's the vibe for you, and how exciting is it this time of year relative to last season?
Yeah, it's awesome. I think as we're closer to the playoffs and right on that line, it's definitely more intense hockey and definitely more fun.
So, Will, how would you assess your second season with the Sharks, from dealing with the injury you sustained against the Penguins to helping this team make the push to hopefully get into the postseason?
Yeah, it's been good. I think I've taken a step this year. Obviously, you mentioned the injury there, and missed quite a few games, but it's good to get back in the lineup and get going again.
So talk about that, the overcoming injury, like a major one, kind of for the first time in your career. What was the mental element to that, and also just the physical element, getting back on the ice and feeling like you were confident enough in your body to regain form?
Yeah, it's always tough when you get hurt, and I've never really missed too much time or time at all for an injury. So when it happens, you just try to process it and just do whatever you need to do to get back in the lineup. But it's obviously tough being away from the guys when you're hurt.
I'm sure you spent the Olympic break watching Macklin and the rest of your teammates compete, but how did you spend that time? Did you try to find a balance of training and also getting away from hockey?
Yeah, I was home for a bit, just seeing family and friends, and just kind of relaxing for a bit, and then get back on the ice and get ready to go for the half after this season.
Will Smith joins us on the UMA guest line. Our Sharks Weekly Bite is sponsored by Gurnick Academy, training tomorrow's healthcare heroes. For more information, visit gurnick.edu. That's gurnick.edu. Will Smith joins us on the UMA guest line. How meaningful do you think these games are down the stretch here for shaping your guys' identity as a young team?
They're huge. We were a bunch of young guys, and but that doesn't matter to us. We still want to make a huge playoff push here, and I think it's anyone's spots to get in for the playoffs, so we definitely know what's at stake.
Well, now that you're in more of these high pressure and high quick decision making moments, do you find yourself thinking more in these moments, or are you trusting instincts more in your second season?
No, I mean, you're always just trusting your instincts. You get to this level for a reason, and just got to play your own game.
Talking to Will Smith on the UMA guest line. So how was it when you guys all returned from 3 weeks off to get back into the swing of things? Did you feel like you guys picked up where you left off, or was there more of an acclimation period?
I think whenever you take time off, there's going to be a little bit of a period there. You're just trying to get the timing back. But, after just a little bit, you're ready to go again, and your timing's back.
How much more comfortable are you now in these late close game situations? You guys have had a lot of third period comebacks to tie it or putaways, and then also in overtime. Are you feeling personally more comfortable in those moments? Does it feel second nature now?
Yeah, you always want to be in those spots, so be able to finish the game off or help tie it up. So our team's been great in overtime and even late game situations. So we definitely just got to keep it going.
So you and Macklin, Celebrini will hopefully be tied at the hip for the rest of your careers, but it's clear you guys have a strong friendship off the ice as well. You guys came up together in college. So how great has it been to have Macklin not only as a teammate but as a friend in this new journey in your young career?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I think we both left college at the same year, and it's definitely a big adjustment when you're, for myself, just moving across the country and you're playing the NHL and it's a business. So being able to have a friend off the ice has definitely been helpful.
And what was it like living together at Patrick Marleau's house? And are you a better house guest than he is?
I mean, we're roommates on the road, so I get to see what he's like when we're on the road. But it's been awesome. I'm still living at the Marleaus this year, and yeah, they're the best. So, I mean, I don't know what I would do without them, and I love spending time with them.
Nice.
How much of that is you get to sit back and pick his brain, but how much of that is hockey-based and how much is just sort of life-based on what it means to be a pro? Because I imagine that's a lot of the lesson is just being able to live or pick Pat Marleau's brain about what it was like to live through these years as a young player and develop into the career that he had.
Yeah, I think it's hockey-based when I ask him stuff, and I ask him for advice, or we'll talk about certain stuff, but besides that, it's more just, kind of get away from the rink and spend time with the boys. I mean, he's got 4 kids, so it's always fun being around them. And Christina, his wife's also the best, just, be able to spend time with and kind of get away from the rink.
Talking to Will Smith on the UMA guest line. So how does it work out with you and Macklin when it comes to your shared TikTok account? I want to say it's on your phone, but how much say does Macklin have?
It is on my phone. Started just being my account, but both the videos are of both of us, so it is kind of a joint account now.
When you guys met that woman in New York, it was videoing you guys, and I mean, she thought you guys were like, yeah, we're playing at Madison Square Garden. She's like, oh man, you guys are like big time. It's like a real performance.
Judy Jupiter.
Yeah, Judy Jupiter. Did she ever come around? Did she ever totally grasp that you guys were professional hockey players?
I honestly don't really think so, because we were kind of sitting outside waiting to go into dinner, and crazy that happened. And then right after the video was taken, our reservation was up, so we kind of had to get going and walked in, and that was it. And then the next day it blew up.
Yeah.
Talking to Will Smith on the UMA guest line. So I know you guys are young, but this team definitely plays up to the moment, whether it's big wins on the road in Pittsburgh or Florida, not to mention the improvement in overtime games this season. Obviously, you guys want to make the playoffs, but is it clear to most of you that the growth of this team has you trending in a very promising direction for the future?
For sure. I think if you look at last year compared to now, it's just the point differential is crazy, just where we are in the standings. So we're definitely growing, but I think we're just getting started.
The voice you hear is Will Smith of the San Jose Sharks. Will, we really appreciate the time, man. It's been a lot of fun to watch you guys grow this year and the development of this season, and we're really looking forward to the final stretch. Stay after it, man, and we will talk to you down the road.
Thanks, Will.
Awesome. Thank you.
There you go, Will Smith of the San Jose Sharks. Tough loss last night.
Yeah.
And, dude, that Judy Jupiter thing was hysterical.
That may be one of my favorite videos of the year where she's just, oh, you two play hockey? Well, that's nice.
Yeah, she found, if you remember, it was earlier in the season they were in New York, the Sharks were. And, I mean, what, Macklin and Will are 19 and 20?
Yeah.
So they're sitting outside of, a coffee shop or a cafe, before a reservation somewhere, and she's just, videoing them. She's not in the video, but she's like, you guys are professional athletes. Stand up. Spin around. Let me get a look at you. She's talking to them, and she's like, where are you guys playing? Or what are you guys, where are you performing? And she's like, they're like Madison Square Garden. She's like, oh my
that's
gosh,
big time.
That's big time. You guys are big time. So she never really totally understood they were professional hockey players.
No, Judy Jupiter's well known on TikTok. The way she was talking to them was like, oh, so you play hockey, huh? For who?
It was
the
funny.
San Jose Sharks. Oh, really?
And where are you from? And he's like, I'm from Canada, but I live in San. You live in San Jose too. She totally didn't grasp that they were.
Do you boys have girlfriends?
They stand up and spin around. Let me get a look at you.
Yeah, exactly.
Was a hell of a line, dude. I didn't know about the shared TikTok account.
Yeah, so I did a little research. I was listening to Brody Brazil.
This is the crack research that
Derek's
Derek's
doing. I do some research
as
here.
we prep for the show.
I really just steal questions from Brody Brazil when it comes to our Sharks interviews. And he was asking Will Smith, yes, they share a TikTok account. And they don't share that often, but I guess they got some posts in the chamber.
But so they share it. It's like the Macklin and Will.
It's the Macklin and Will account, and I guess that's where they posted the Judy Jupiter encounter.
Man, they're close. They share. They room together on the road. They both live with Patrick Marleau.
Yes,
we couldn't do that. Me and you? Me and you couldn't live with Pat Marleau.
No, I'm wondering if
he wouldn't let us.
Could we live with other KNBR alumni?
Ooh, which 808
would Gary Radnich have us at his house?
808 KNBR. If you had to live with one alum, dude, Gary wouldn't have you at his house. Gary wouldn't let you in his driveway.
Yeah. Me? Okay.
Yeah, I'm. If you had to live with one KNBR alum, who would it be?
Me? I have lived with a KNBR alumni for a long time.
You didn't live with me. You lived out back, Shed Boy.
Yes.
Dude, I don't know. I mean, Tom wouldn't be bad.
No, Tom's chill.
He's just up all night watching TV.
He could watch movies and, what was it? What's his go-to?
You're eating tikka masala burritos and making stew.
Eating that with him, but also we'll watch, was it Terrifier together?
Yeah, dude. He's got a lot of animals, though, man.
Yeah, that'll probably keep you up at night.
I'm allergic to cats. I don't think I could stay with
He's
Tom.
got the bunny. What else he has?
Yeah.
Other animals crawling around there. But, yeah, I mean.
You'd be stocked with beer.
It'd be fine living with Tom, absolutely.
If it was current KNBR hosts, I think I'd have to roll Marcus.
Yeah.
That'd be my number one.
I think probably.
Yours would just be Greg, probably.
No, I probably wouldn't choose that.
Move back in with me.
No, that's okay. I've been there, done that.
We can do it again.
I probably room with Greg Silver.
We'll make a couple of hoagies.
Yeah, hoagies? Yeah. I'll make a trip to Jersey Mike's, my favorite place. I'm not lying. That's actually his favorite place.
Do you remember? I remember a few years ago at FanFest, I was doing like one of those Q&A stage things.
Yeah.
The Dignity Health Q&A stage, don't you know, Derek?
Okay.
And so we're like taking questions from Giants fans, and I was sort of emceeing it, and it was me and Lamont Wade Jr., Taylor Rogers, and Tyler Rogers.
Okay.
And Lamont knew Taylor because they played together in Minnesota, so
Right.
they'd previously been buddies, and then he'd played with Tyler on the Giants. This is before Taylor's first season. So somebody was asking a question. I forget how it came up, but it was a question about when they were young, like what kind of stuff they shared, or if they ever switched spots or whatever. And one of them brought up that they were only allowed to have their twin brothers. They could have one car to share, but they also were only allowed one cell phone to share.
Ooh.
So they said they traded off. 1 week somebody would get the car, and the other week somebody would get the cell phone. Lamont and I were baffled by this. Lamont could not believe. He said, "How did you ever communicate with anybody? You looked the same and you shared one phone?"
Yeah.
It's like, how did anybody? Lamont was like, he was like, "What about girls?" And they were like, "Yeah, it gets hairy. I don't know what to tell you."
Maybe they shared girlfriends.
We look the exact same. It gets weird.
You know, Tiki Barber and
Wait,
Rondé
hold on.
Barber.
They share girlfriends. It's like a prestige situation.
Yeah, exactly. Christian Bale and
Some
Hugh
days
Jackson.
you love me, dude. Some days you look like you've never
and
seen me
Scarlett
before.
Johansson was none the wiser.
Yeah, dude. Got to cut your fingers
Oh,
off
no,
too,
Christian
Derek.
Bale had a twin brother. That's right.
He had the twin brother.
Yeah, that's right.
He was playing his sidekick, dude. I forget his name.
No, dude, I remember watching a Football Life on Tiki Barber and Rondé Barber, and they're like, yeah, we shared everything back in the day, whether it was cars or girlfriends. The interview was like, excuse me?
Whoa, what?
What do you mean girlfriends? Like, yeah, like sometimes we play a trick on my girlfriend where...
That's not funny.
No, it's not funny at all. It's not funny at all.
That's like a hijinks in like a twin sitcom TV
Yeah,
show.
no,
you know what I mean?
exactly.
That's not something you do in real life.
So, but how do you share a cell phone? Like, did they have to preface it each text by saying, like, by the way, this is Taylor today?
Yeah, I don't know. And how? I mean, dude, the names are so close together too. You're
Taylor,
you're one letter off. You know.
Yeah, and I would understand that mistake on the broadcast for the WBC, but it was Trevor Rogers, right?
Trevor Rogers is the other one, no relation. I remember also one of them bringing up when they were talking about it. They said it used to get a little dicey, and they would argue about the cell phone because they would. This was back when you had a certain number of texts you were allowed to send.
Yes,
Remember that? You had nights and you get like however many texts per week, and then you get like nights and weekends would be free.
No such thing as unlimited text.
Dude, it was like nights and weekends were free. It was like nights after like 8 p.m. or whatever. You could send as
That's
many.
the cutoff.
Funny thing is, I remember when I got my first cell phone, I think the rule was like, let's say I got 200 text messages for, I don't know, would they go a month?
Okay.
Can you imagine? 200 a month at this point. But it would also charge you, it would count when you received one.
Okay, what do you mean?
So like if I sent you one and you sent one back, that's 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it counted.
That sucks.
Yeah, I know. That didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
So Taylor or Tyler were talking about, and if somebody used up all the text messages on the phone before you got it back for your week, there was problems.
Okay, I know this is going to sound bad and pretty elitist.
Okay.
You
Go on.
You ever had 2 cell phones?
No.
Okay, so one.
No, Walter White, I haven't. Second cell phone.
You always have to have a burner, Copes.
That's a whole thing.
In high school, my mom got me a cell phone, and then I went to see my dad for Christmas.
Oh, well, dude, this is a divorce thing. This isn't elitist.
Well, I know, but it sounds like, you have 2 cell phones?
Yeah, dude, my mom got me a pager when I was like 12. I was like, dude, what are you doing, Mom?
Well, that sounds more Walter White than anything.
What kind of parenting is this? Yeah. I'm a doctor or a drug dealer?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
am I doing,
Like, sorry, I got to be somewhere
so
right
she
now.
Page me and tell me to call her. I'm like, what are we doing? Because I'm
Yeah,
at
a
Dad's
pager?
house? Come on.
Yeah, you're like 2 years older than me. What was this, like in the early 2000s?
Probably it was like 2000 maybe.
Oh,
2001.
man.
Yeah.
People had pagers back then.
I think they were going away. I think I was the last wave of pager.
Yeah, no. Then it was Blackberries, and then it was the iPhones.
My first cell phone was the Nokia, like the
Razor?
Nokia brick.
Oh yeah, bricks. I had
the
a
Razor was a Motorola brick.
Yeah, I had that. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember my sister had a knockoff razor. It was called a katana.
Yeah. Oh, katana?
Just another
weapon?
Just a sword name. Yeah, dude. The same thing that Maurice Claret was caught with.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
When Maurice Claret
With the Russian mafia?
Maurice Claret was pulled over for, I don't know, either driving intoxicated or driving wild or something like that. They pulled him over, and then they told him to exit the vehicle. He wouldn't get out. And the cop tried to tase him, and he was wearing a bulletproof vest. And then they finally got him out of the car. Yeah, dude, he had like automatic weapons and a katana in the car.
Yeah.
That always struck me. My sister's phone and Maurice Claret.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know why. Always stuck with me.
I always remember Michael Vick. He did like a get-to-know-me thing like before Monday Night Football one time. And he was like, hey, kids, the key to having 2 girlfriends at the same time, 2 cell phones. And I was like, I wish I was that cool.
You're like, I have 2 cell phones, but it's for not as cool of a
reason. I have 0 girlfriends.
0 girlfriends, and I got 2 Christmases. Adam Copeland, D-Bob with you live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark at New Park Mall. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We'll be here with you till 6 o'clock tonight. We also, by the way, at 3:50 are going to catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country, joins us. Plus, we got the Dirty Work Newlywed Game coming your way a little bit later. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we mentioned this to Matt Vasgersian briefly, but Justice De Los Santos, who was on with us earlier this week, covers the Giants for the Merc. He spoke to Logan Webb, and Logan Webb pissed about how Team USA was viewed at the WBC. Not really surprised by his comments.
No, not at all.
So we cared more than anybody.
Yep.
Didn't help. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, with you from Jackson, Newark. Logan Webb's comments on the WBC next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
What up, Phil? Derek, Papa, Adam Copeland, Dirty Work for Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We love Jack's. We're at Jack's right now here in Newark.
I'm breathing Jack's air as we speak.
Oh, yeah. Come on by. We love that steak sandwich, those gyros, and their drink specials.
The open-face gyro is what you went with.
Well, that's the only way to go, Copes.
Okay.
And we love all locations. Right now we're in Newark. We were the one in Pleasant Hill about a month ago. And we're going back to San Jose. You guys should know on April 23rd, me, Copes, and Marcus Boucher are going back to Jackson, San Jose for a 49ers draft show, part of our 49ers draft coverage. So we're looking forward to that because Jack's is an all-day, any-day kind of place with 5 Bay Area locations in Newark, Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, and San Jose. Jack's is open 7 days a week for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and, of course, drinks.
Best thing about this place is it's a great place for special occasion meals. You can do birthdays, holidays, work gatherings, just a happy hour like we're doing right now. Yep. But it's a family-run favorite known for their real food, real people, and old-school hospitality. Jack's is the perfect place to make those memories, whether it's a family meal or a night out with friends or, as I said, a special occasion. And for a fresh twist, we checked it out in Pleasant Hill. Cantina Jack's in Pleasant Hill. It's right next to the Pleasant Hill Jack's Bar and Restaurant.
Good spot.
Also, Jack's Taps right over there, too. A bold new dining experience, Cantina Jack's, with big flavor, lively vibes, and a happy hour that is unmatched with beer, wine, and cocktail specials plus $5 tacos. Visit any Jack's location today. That's not a request. That's a demand. Visit any Jack's location today. You can do it right now. We're here. Get here by 6. We're at the Newark location. Visit any Jack's location today. And if you review your meal at ilovejacks.com, they're going to give you a chance to win $500. You eat Jack's, you review Jack's, you might win $500. Jack's Restaurant and Bar, 5 Bay Area locations, and all day, any day kind of place.
Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark, this is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place. You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, working on making the connection with the Dirty Work boys out of Jax. Until we do that, we will be replaying Sam Amick from yesterday.
We've made the connection with Sam Amick, joins us on the UMA guest line, covers the NBA for The Athletic. What's going on, Sam? How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, guys. Doing well. Just juggling a little bit of news stuff here, but sorry for the delay.
No worries.
How are you guys?
I'm sorry on our behalf. Dude, anything good? Anything you want to break?
No, I mean, it's already, to be honest, kind of already out there. It's a little bookkeeping thing with the Miami Heat with Terry Rozier and his looking likely that he will not be on the Heat's playoff roster. Not done just yet, but it appears that will be the case.
Well, the other news today, significant for the Detroit Pistons, Cade Cunningham going to be out for, I guess, the regular season. We'll see about the postseason with the collapsed lung, and people are comparing it to, I guess, C.J. McCollum a couple years ago where he had the same situation. And, you know, it's hard to tell with people's timelines, but what do you think this means, Sam, when it comes to his return and what it means for the number one seed in the East with the Detroit Pistons?
No, it's tough. I mean, Cade, you know, it's funny. There's been a bunch of great individual seasons this year. His has been on the short list, and so much fun to see the Pistons kind of having this renaissance and have it be so similar to the nostalgia of the Bad Boys Pistons and just how tough and gritty this team is. You know, and I mean, shoot, you know, Cade is a bigger, more physical guy than Isaiah Thomas back in the day, but special in his own right. And so you kind of would like to see a guy like that have his moment in the spotlight with momentum, right? Like, he's going to be back, but, you know, this is a serious condition or situation that he's dealing with. Like you said, see, McCollum went through it years ago. It's a big deal. And so when he comes back, it's going to be, how is he feeling? Is he all the way back? They were already scuffling a little bit, at least by their kind of elite standards. You know, the other part of this, guys, as you know, is it certainly kind of reignited the debate and the conversation about the 65-game rule, because Cade's at, I think, 60 games, and it's really unfortunate for a guy like that he's going to miss out on All-NBA because of this new stipulation, which, you know, I think at the time, to be honest, I liked the 65-game rule. I understood why they did it, because I was tired of seeing guys sit and load manage, but it has not, you know, worked out in practice as they had planned, and guys like Cade are paying a price.
Talking to Sam Amick here of The Athletic, joins us on the UMA guest line. It's funny, we just kind of were talking about that. We were discussing March Madness being such a fun tournament and how much consistency there is, and it seems to deliver in the same way every year, and that the NBA playoffs, in my opinion, have kind of become the worst of the postseason tournaments. It's 20 teams are involved in it now. You've got Steve Kerr saying maybe too many games being played. They try to put this stipulation in for awards, but as you point out, it hasn't materialized in more games being played by these guys or changing in how they see these awards. So does the expansion of two more teams have any impact on the direction of the league in terms of games played, travel, how they re-navigate some of this stuff?
No, I mean, it's a good question. I just haven't heard that, you know, as part of the talking points just yet. You know, the schedule thing is it's funny. We have our annual anonymous player poll coming out in a couple of weeks here, and as a little sneak preview to that, one of the questions is, if you could be commissioner for a day and push one thing through, what might it be? And it's, you know, some of the answers will make Steve Kerr smile, because it's a lot of players indicating that they'd like to see fewer games. And I do wonder, to your point, if you add two teams and the map gets a little even more complicated, you know, how does that change the conversation? But so far, not hearing that. And I think that, you know, the dilution of talent question is certainly a fair one. It's hard to get, I think, to me, like, clarity on even my own opinion there, because there's not a through line between tanking and talent level in the NBA, because you are willfully sitting, you know, capable players in order to improve your draft stock. That's different than just having a bunch of bad teams. When Bam Adebayo puts 83 on the Wizards, it's not because they have no good players. It's because the few good players they have were sitting on the bench and shut down for the year. So, you know, but I think that's another fair concern as well. But, you know, money makes the world go round. And right now the business kind of perspective from the NBA makes sense for them, and they're going to forge ahead.
What's so interesting, Sam, is we're watching the NFL now. I mean, their goal, and they've sort of made this clear, is to get to 16 international games a year. And that, the Niners are going to Australia, and they're going to play a game in Paris this year. They've done Brazil. They're going Mexico City. Like, they've gone all over the globe now. And their goal is to have every team play one every year. The NBA, to me, seemed like the league that was growing globally faster at one point by the NBA Africa League and all that's happening. You look at all the international players being the top talent in the NBA as it stands right now. I think you could name 5 or 6 as the best players in the league before you even get to an American and Anthony Edwards or something. What's the NBA's logic in the expansion of the league at home versus overseas? Because it seems to me the overseas game is where you can find more here, but the dilution of talent is one thing, but what's their logic here in the expansion here in the U.S.?
Those two things go together because the NBA Europe venture that the league is growing on at the moment, the money on that, on that front is, my understanding is kind of putting them in a more advantageous position to do expansion. I mean, first of all, the expansion fees that come with this are pretty exorbitant, and so a lot of pockets are going to get filled around the NBA for every single team. But it is interesting to your point that it wasn't too long ago that it seemed like the NBA was going to go for the world domination route themselves and to actually have, NBA teams on the other side of the globe, on the other side of the pond, and even not to get too like Jetsons on everybody, but there was a minute when they started talking about, could the supersonic kind of flight come fly apart and we didn't know where air travel was going. And that's just not feasible. You know what I mean? So now plan B is you have kind of a sister product, if you will, on the other side of the pond that has your brand on it. You make a bunch of money that way by kind of, reshaping the Euro leagues that have had a hard time making money. And then, you just go the expansion route back home. Now, the backstory with the two cities in question or in the spotlight with Vegas and Seattle is obviously that Seattle, you get to finally put a team back there and right the wrong that was the Sonics leaving town. And then Vegas has just been, it's long since become a partner of the leagues, with Summer League being there every single year, All-Star games, NBA Cups, things of that nature. They had this deep, long relationship with Sin City and now want to make that more of a thing as well. So we'll see how it goes.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. The Warriors still hopeful this offseason they could pull off a Giannis trade, and we're always curious about what's going on with Giannis and his relationship with the Bucks. They want to shut him down for the rest of the season with the Bucks pretty much being out of it, and he wants to play, kind of a Max Crosby situation going on. But how do the Bucks view this right now, Sam? Are they trying to make it where they don't want him to play because they're in hopes of trading him this offseason, or are they going to do what he wants because they want to mend fences at the moment?
It's interesting. They, not a good look. It's not been a great look all year, but you didn't really have times when Giannis and the Bucks, the reality of this situation is they are at odds with the way they see his health right now. He wants to play. And I mean, listen, I've covered so much of his career. The reality is that, okay, the team is saying that he's not medically cleared and that he hyperextended his knee and that it's black and white, that he should not be playing. He is adamant that he is ready to go and that he can play and that he should play. What I do, think is fair to highlight as context is that, when they were in the NBA Finals against the Phoenix Suns and he had also hyperextended his knee, they were none too pleased when he was able to drag his battered body out there and play on the behalf of the Bucks because of the stakes. And he did that. And it was, in sports terms, it was pretty heroic stuff, and they won the championship. Now that they need to lose because the season is lost and it would help their position draft-wise, suddenly, they don't want the heroics. And when it comes to a guy like Giannis, who A, wants to compete if he can compete, and B, I think, and I can't read his mind, I think if you look at the summertime and the question of if he's going to finally really push his way out in a more aggressive type of way, the optics of this situation, in my opinion, they make the Bucks look like the bad guy and make it a little bit easier for him to skip town, where he can say, look, they wouldn't even let me compete. So yeah, it's prickly out there right now, but they are absolutely at odds on this situation.
Is there a case for the Dubs just doing this with Steph too?
I mean, it's a good question. No, because I mean the draft's incentive is not the same.
Yeah.
For the Warriors.
Sure.
You know what I mean? It's just not. Yeah. And on top of that, I mean, you have a puncher's chance and you're going to be in the 10th spot. The Bucks they're deep in the 11th spot. Right. They're unofficially out of this thing. So, that's the idea. That would be more akin to the Mavericks years ago, if you guys remember. And
oh, yeah.
Although but it actually paid off. So, I mean, I guess that argument falls flat. Yeah, it worked. But, that was, seen as kind of sacrilege that you had a play-in chance and you kind of kicked that away. To me, the Warriors situation is different.
Yeah, I'll always remember Jason Kidd in that press conference announcing everybody that was going to be out of that game, Sam, and then saying, well, you can't cheat the game. And it's like, well, yeah, that's exactly what you're doing, Jason.
Right. You just can't tell people you're cheating the game.
No, exactly. One more for you. You wrote about Victor Wembanyama, and, if he's not MVP, he truly is this season with what he's accomplishing. And, SGA a year ago getting MVP and Finals MVP, he's the favorite right now. But in the truest sense of MVP, doesn't that belong to Victor? Because I know that maybe SGA is having a better season, but taking a team that was below 500 and now they're the 2 seed in the Western Conference, I would say he's kind of epitomizing what an MVP is. And at the same time, do you think that writers this time around would have, it's only 1 year removed, Sam, but would they have SGA fatigue after 1 year of him getting MVP?
I'll take the last question first. I don't think so. And I'm probably a good case study for that because, honestly, at times SGA's, antics and foul baiting have driven me crazy like they have a lot of the fans. But my goodness, the way that he took on that challenge of Joker and the Nuggets last week and hitting, kind of unofficially 2 game winners in the same game and just the way he's competed and played for quite some time now, I was very comfortable voting for him again and probably would still right now. To your point, though, about Wemby, admittedly, when I wrote this column, I was kind of straddling the fence of like, all right, is this an MVP column, most valuable player, or am I writing a most valuable person column? Because I do believe that a lot of the things he's done this season have really helped the NBA when it comes to its PR and the optics around the league. He's been a real bright spot amid a bunch of controversies. But when you dig in on the basketball stuff, I'm kind of with you, Derek, that I was like, man, I mean, net rating, just to give a few quick stats, the net rating swing for both guys tells you just, point blank how they look when the guy's on the floor versus off. The Spurs are 16 points better with Wemby on versus off. With SGA, it's just shy of 10, pretty significant margin between the two. And it's the defense. Like the bigger conversation is why do we continue to undervalue defense in this game? Because what Wemby does on that side is tremendous, and it far exceeds what SGA provides for the Thunder on the defensive side. And then you talk about narrative, like, yeah, a team that had 38 wins last year, didn't make the playoffs, looking like an actual title contender. And I think the only chance he has is they've got to pass the Thunder in the standings and have the league's best record because that will force voters to really look at it. I don't think the voter fatigue thing is there yet with SGA. I think most people are pretty comfortable voting for him.
Voice you hear, Sam Amick covers the NBA for The Athletic. Make sure you're reading him, following him. Sam, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Sam.
All right, boys. Be good. Thank you.
That was Sam Amick with the Dirty Work Boys yesterday. More coming up right here on KNBR, the sports leader. The great baseball executive Ned Colletti, he joined Larry Krueger and FP Santangelo this morning to break down Team Italy's run in the WBC, and he previewed the 2026 Giants season. Check out that podcast and more on the Esports Leader app and theesportsleader.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What, you worried we weren't going to come back, huh? Dirty Work with you live from Jack's Restaurant in Newark at New Park Mall. Had a few technical difficulties, but
all good.
Didn't bother me. I love Sam Amick.
Yeah.
I love him so much we have him every week. Yeah.
Interview's so nice we had to hear it twice.
Anyway, we some technical difficulties, and I don't know, they're ironed out for now. We'll see. That's what difficulties are, Derek. They're peaks and valleys, man.
Yep.
They come and they go.
It's all good.
How you doing? You looked a little stressed when we weren't on the air.
I was just trying to help out Danny Dunn.
Yeah. Did you?
to my best ability.
Danny helped.
There's only so much I could do from here.
Danny and Danny alone helped us get back on the air here from Jackson in Newark. Josh working hard here for us too behind the scenes. Danny, back at the KNBR studios in Daly City. Danny, was Derek of any help there?
Yeah, so.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Anyway, we're stable for now, so hoping we can stay on, and if not, you can just come by and hang out and look at us.
It is a live show today.
We're here till 6 either way. They're paying me to be here till 6. So
yep.
So I'm here. I'm yours till 6 regardless of whether we're on the air or not. Anyway, great hit with Sam Amick there. If you missed any of that, all available thesportsleader.com and the thesportsleader.
You might have to hear it again.
Dude, Holler's PD for a year and we fall off the air. Didn't happen once when I was PD.
Yeah.
Not one time, dude. Not that I recall.
That probably happened.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, dude. That's why I don't have that gig anymore. You know what I mean? Anyway, what time is it? What are we doing? It's 3:48.
It's 3:48. We before we went to Sam Amick.
Should we take a break?
We're kind of up against it.
We are kind of, yeah. We're getting back on the clock. Do we have any commercials left? Is the question. Are you kidding? We're KNBR. Of course we got commercials left. Danny says we're fine.
Okay.
So how about we do this? How about I tell you about this piece of news on Trent Williams?
Okay. How about that?
There's no news. Nothing happened. $10 million option was due today for Trent Williams to guarantee a spot on the roster for 2026. The deadline came, and then nothing happened.
Right.
And the Niners were like, we're not going to pay him the $10 million. Now, it sounds like this is just an unofficial pushing of the deadline.
Basically.
But that they're still in discussions and negotiations for a new deal, which is what we talked about yesterday. We said of the 3 possible outcomes for this deadline playing out, we said they could give him they could push the deadline back.
Yep.
And say, hey, we're still negotiating. We're going to try to figure this out. So we impose the deadline ourselves between these two parties. We can push it back ourselves, too. They could do that. They could have negotiated a new contract and figured it out because it doesn't sound like he's getting moved based on what the money is he wants and what compensation would be.
Probably not.
But we said the weirdest would be if they had just handed him the $10 million without a new deal, because that would have more alluded to the idea that they would have just had him play on an expiring contract. Because they did not give him the $10 million, how do you see this playing out? What's your scope on what's going on right
okay,
now?
so the wording from Adam Schefter today was, with today's 4 p.m. Eastern deadline looming, the 49ers opted not to exercise the $10 million option bonus in Trent Williams' contract per sources.
Correct me if I'm wrong, 4 p.m. Eastern, that's 1 p.m. Pacific.
That is correct, sir.
So we are past that deadline.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Yeah.
And Williams' salary cap number now will grow to $47 million, but the team is not overly concerned about it and is still planning to rework his contract before next month's NFL draft. So when I first read this, I was like, uh-oh. So they're declining his $10 million option. He's going to be pissed off about this. Not necessarily. This is essentially them kicking the can down the road, and we'll see when they can come to an agreement, as Schefter says here, hopefully before the NFL draft. But this is basically them saying, we're not going to give you $10 million today. However, it's going to be part of your salary coming for this season, and you're just going to be a $47 million cap hit for this upcoming year. Now, does that mean they can still go out and sign guys? Yes. And again, this is a lot of cap minutia that I'm not familiar with. Thanks to David Lombardi, you kind of go through all the bull crap here. But
you guys go read it. I'm not going to read it to you.
Basically, they have $19 million left in salary cap. They can use that on Joey Bosa before the NFL draft, but essentially they're kicking the can down the road, and they're trying to work out a deal with Trent Williams.
So this is what we said might be the best case scenario yesterday. What I said, because I said best case scenario in my mind is they say we're pushing the deadline. They didn't officially say that.
No.
But they basically said they're not giving him the $10 million, which means they're negotiating a new deal.
Yes. He's going to see that $10 million. It will be part of his salary.
It'll be part of a new bonus or something else, right?
For this season. Now, the bad thing is it's $47 million in dead cap penalties.
What does that mean?
So basically, that just means like that counts against the cap. It's the same thing with the Miami Dolphins now, where they have $99 million
the
in
most
cap.
ever for Tua because they paid him a contract and then cut him without paying out the contract.
And a lot of national people are saying like, wow, that's a ridiculous number for a non-quarterback. Yes, but the Niners need Trent Williams. He essentially is another quarterback for them, protecting their quarterback. So I know people are going to interpret this like the way that I did initially was like, whoa, they're declining his option. That's not good. It's fine. It means that Trent Williams is willing to play ball here, and it sounds like no one's willing to give him the deal that he's looking for.
You're saying this is just paperwork here.
Basically. And it's as cap, people know, or capologists, I should say, this is a good way to manipulate it where, yes, you're going to have to, take on a lot of dead cap right now, but for the long haul, it's not that bad. So could they just get him the $10 million a day? Yes, but it's probably
I don't think that would have pigeonholed them into a different situation.
Yeah, probably.
So, okay, here's what I would ask you. and correct me if I'm wrong, and I mean no offense by this, but you're a man who likes to kick the can down the road.
Sure.
Not literally, like figuratively.
In what way?
You're a guy who will put off all of his life tasks until football season is over.
Okay, I guess that's accurate.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You're like, I'm not doing anything that you're not doing chores.
I don't think I'm alone here, but yeah.
You're more of like a spring cleaning man.
Well,
but you're kicking it.
I need to get to it, but yes.
You're kicking it to the end of football, and then once free agency starts, you're back out. You're
yes.
like, no, it's all got to fit in between the Super Bowl and the start of free agency.
Correct, Amundi.
Right. So what I would say is, what I would ask you is, do you think, from your perspective, is this a positive thing that they're doing this later on? Does it just mean that they're going to get this worked out? Because, again, the longer it drags, and I'd imagine that because they've already done this moving or waiving or declining of the $10 million, that they're probably closer to a deal than I would, than maybe we know.
You hope so.
Because I don't think he would agree to get rid of that $10 million or decline it if.
Well, that's not his call. So apparently this is on.
Oh, because they can decline it anyway, because that's a roster guarantee.
Now, I did not know that before today. It sounded like it was all on their doing, where they can decline the option or not. I thought it was just a stipulation in Trent Williams' contract where, boom, today if he's on the roster he gets $10 million. Not the case. The 49ers have to okay that. I would say yes, this is probably leaning in the right direction. However, we know how the 49ers roll when it comes to contract negotiations. They take their time, and they usually do it during training camp.
And they're kind of hardline, I think.
Yeah.
I think the 49ers, like based on the article I was telling you about, I'm pretty sure it was Eric Branch who wrote it. I should get this correct because I want to give proper attribution. But they had the piece about with quotes from guys like George Kittle talking about contract negotiations in the past and how talking to the Niners about his contract really opened up for the first time in his life how much of a business it was and how they view you and how it really humbles you. But it also is insulting at times, like very much so, that you feel like you're giving everything for an organization and they view you as you really are just a piece as long as you're there at the right value for them. It's all about how they see the value. So he talked about how difficult that was and how that creates some tension, but really it's about getting together on the same page when you want to be somewhere and then deciding to get it done together. So I'd imagine this has happened in numerous situations with the 49ers and their hardline. They've handed out so much money over the last 9 years. Tons of money. From the minute Kyle got here, whether you like the foundational having to build up from nothing pieces they got. Remember we talked about that first press conference of free agent signings?
Yes.
For Kyle Shanahan. Wasn't there like 7 dudes up there?
Oh, yeah.
There's like Juszczyk. There's like Weston Richburg. There's like
Marquise Goodwin.
Hoyer was up there.
Yep.
There was a running back, Jet McKinnon, maybe.
Probably.
I think he was.
He was later.
I think he was signed early on, and then he was hurt.
No, but that was after their initial season with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. I remember that being in 2018, and then he never played because he kept getting ACL tears.
I'm going to do something I should never do, but do you want to bet?
Sure.
I think Jet McKinnon was signed for Kyle's first year here.
Okay, I bet you.
So 2017.
Yep.
What are we betting? In and out double.
How about a drink here?
All right.
Well, when am I getting around to getting an in-and-out double-double?
I don't know. I kind of like making you go get it. You know what I mean? There's one in Daly City.
All right.
Okay, we can just do a drink here.
That's fine.
Have you bought a drink here yet?
Not yet.
All right. A gentleman's agreement.
Agreement.
All right. Okay, let me see. 2017 49ers.
You're going to look that up now?
Yeah, I'm going to look it up. We have to pay off the bet right now, right?
Yeah. Okay, bottom line with this, yes, the goal is to get this worked out by the draft, but I don't know. I think the way the 49ers do business sometimes, they like to take their time.
Yeah.
And also, I didn't know how involved Kyle was with this whole negotiation because
it sounds like all this plays pretty – I mean, he's pretty closely tied to all this, it sounds like. And I felt like I found out more about that with the Ayuk situation.
Is.
It revealed that more to
But
me.
in recent years, remember that article that Mike Silver wrote after the fact where it was last offseason where it was like, we want Kyle to focus more on being a good head coach and offensive coordinator than opposed to making decisions as far as the football team. So,
by the way, I think you're correct.
I
think you're correct.
Well, you should know better than challenge me.
That's
football.
why I said I did say this is something I should never do. I did preface it like that. Yeah, you're right because they had Breida, that's who's the running back right there. Matt Breida too. They had Pierre Garcon, Pierre Garcon, and then Matt Breida, and then they still had in Kyle's first year they still had Carlos Hyde.
Oh really?
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like those guys would have crossed over.
No, probably not.
But yeah. Anyway,
I would just say that I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon because Trent likes his money, and even though the market told him you're not going to get that from the Chiefs or the Texans, he's probably going to be like, well, you guys need me. You're not going to have any left tackle. And this goes on, then they miss out on other free agents. They miss out on Taylor Decker or guys they could draft. So the hope is they sure this up by the draft, but you never know with the 49ers.
Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop. Dan Dunn is back at our KNBR headquarters in Daly City. We are going to take a quick break here as we are live from Jack's Restaurant in Newark at New Park Mall. We're here till 6 o'clock. A couple more hours. Come by, hang out. We got March Madness on. We're drinking beers. We're taking shots. Oh, Danny says we're good till 4:10. Well, that just made me look really bad, Danny. Anyway, so more on Trent Williams. No, that's good. No, we're good. We're good. You said we were on track, so I figured like that was breaking. I figured we were late.
No, we're good now.
I thought we were like 7 minutes late.
No. We took enough breaks with
I'm just making sure.
dancing.
I'm just trying to do my job, dude.
No,
you know?
I hear you.
That's all I'm trying to do.
I hear you.
Anyway, Adam Copeland, Depop with you live from Jack's in Newark at New Park Mall. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and text.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think 49er fans should be concerned about this. I initially was when the report came out from Adam Schefter saying they're declining his option, which I'm like, well, what does that mean? It means that we're not giving the $10 million and we'll figure things out later. We'll trade you or release you. But I think that everybody should feel good about this. It's fine. He doesn't get his money today, but he'll get it, and they'll figure out the contract. And right now, yes, they incur a significant dead cap hit, but it's not enough for them to not go out and sign a Joey Bosa or whatnot. So, yeah, not a big deal. But, we'll see what happens with Trent Williams in the coming weeks.
Yeah. How many more years do you think he's got?
He's going to be 38 this year. I would say 2 more. And I guess, that's just a guess. Whenever my dad talks about Trent Williams, Trent can play until he's 45. But we don't know if he wants to do that.
Stop there. Maybe 50.
Yeah.
55 even.
And I don't think the 49ers want to sign him to a long-term deal. This is the clear thing this offseason. They need to find the next Trent Williams. It's not going to be to the same level as Trent Williams.
They just need to find their plan for life beyond it. That's what I was saying to you entering the offseason about life after Christian McCaffrey. I have big concerns about McCaffrey in 2026 because, again, every year – I don't know if you know this, he's older than he was last year.
Oh.
He's a running back.
Yeah, I guess that is right.
And he's a guy who 2 years ago barely played because of bilateral Achilles tendonitis, led the league in touches this year. It feels to me, just based on the way football players age and regress, that he's due for some sort of step back, either physically or I would be a little bit surprised if he played an entire season again at 17 games. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying he's guaranteed injury or anything like that. The older these running backs get, the older players get, and the more touches they take, the less productive they get. And he is an anomaly. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a different class of running back and a different type of player. And a lot of those touches came in the passing game, but a lot of those passes came early in the middle parts of the year. Late in the year, almost all the touches came out of the backfield. But he's the thing he's the straw that stirs the drink, right? He was out for a year, and you couldn't do anything. They were terrible in the red zone, a bottom 3 team. He was there this year. They were bottom 3 in the league in yards per attempt on the ground, and they're still an elite offense because of Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy. So if it's just Brock, and they haven't found the replacement, I don't feel real confident in this. That's the thing about the Niners being the oldest team in the league. Is you're relying on a lot of guys to have similar years that you've seen from them in the last couple of years while they're the oldest team in the league, and you're looking for multiple guys to do that. They're hoping to hit on Mike Evans in that way. Mm-hmm. You're hoping to hit on McCaffrey in that way. You're hoping that Ricky Pearsall can put it together for a full year health-wise because you think he has the skill set. But you're also banking on potentially a 38-year-old Trent Williams. You really do need a lot of guys. It's funny to say at the oldest they've ever been, but at stages of their career where they are not necessarily all in the primes of their career. You need all of them to have a prime-like season for this to go right. And so it's a lot of eggs in baskets of veterans where I'm like, where is life beyond Christian McCaffrey and beyond Trent Williams?
And that's where the draft needs to come into play here. And I hear you. I don't know if we can – I had the same skepticism going into last year where I was like, is Trent Williams going to be that – or sorry, is Christian McCaffrey going to be that same guy?
Huge if, because we just had the year off. That's the whole thing I'm talking about.
Exactly. And he proved me wrong as far as being, as I like to call him, a Swiss Army knife, a guy that gets a ton of yards from scrimmage. But as far as in between the tackles, as far as a pure running back, maybe he's not that guy anymore. And, yes, he can still do that. We saw him later in the season bust a 23-yard run. But it needs to be where they have a succession plan. I think that's where teams like the Rams plan ahead, teams like the Philadelphia Eagles plan ahead, where they know a guy's contract's coming up or they know a guy's older, so they plan ahead to draft that position years in advance. And maybe that player's not ready to play, and that's fine, but their day will come where they're pushed into the fire like that. And I think the 49ers have not done a good job with that. I think John Lynch drafts for the here and now, and that's fine. But you also got to look at Christian McCaffrey. I think their plan for that is Jordan James. But we didn't see him at all last year. That's usually the case with rookies in Kyle Shanahan's system.
What do you mean when you say you think John Lynch drafts for the here and now? Because I sort of feel like everybody drafts for the here and now because you're always looking to either replace a player or get depth at a position or fill a need, right? Like, that's the lifeblood of the league is the draft. When you say John Lynch drafts for the here and now, like, how do you mean that's different than anybody else?
Well, like I just said, like Les Snead or Howie Roseman, they plan for the future while they draft guys that are not necessarily going to play right now, but they'll play for positions you're going to lose eventually.
Give me an example. Like, which guys
like
are you talking
Jahad Campbell for Howie Roseman and the Eagles.
Right.
They drafted him a year ago, and he stood out. He was good enough to play right away, but the idea there was Nakobe Dean is going to leave in free agency.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay, so I get it. You're saying they were drafted and then brought in like a year early almost.
Yeah, like this year.
Spot. Right, okay. But
like the rumor is like maybe the Rams are going to draft Ty Simpson. He's not going to play this year. Of course not. He's going to play once Matthew Stafford retires. You have to worry about that position later on.
Yeah, to that point, though, the Rams haven't had a lull.
1 year after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, 1 year after the Super Bowl, which is, the Super Bowl hangover. It's what happens.
Yeah.
They won the bowl, So,
but even then, they were still trying to be aggressive with F1 picks.
And their talent level was still at a really high point. They just were coming off a Super Bowl is kind of how I felt about it.
Right.
Like, part of that is I think they draft for the here and now also.
Every team does, but also
GMs
have the foresight to be like, I'm going to lose this guy in 2 years.
I think they hit. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing is we can say all that, but they still lost Aaron Donald. And they just hit on so many other guys that it was like that like worked out. Like the Niners lose McCaffrey for a year. Like when that's over, or he's not the guy he is now, the Swiss Army knife, or the elite top 5 or top 3 running back that he still was in 2025. At some point in the fairly near future, that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
Just because that's the nature of the game and the position. So I'm like, they've yet to, like, because they retain so much talent. Every other piece they drafted was just filling the holes around all that talent. Like, I think they tried to do that with Jair Brown, and then I think due to injury, Jair Brown got thrust into a starting role.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he was supposed to start that first year, and I think then we saw a bit of a regression from him, and then I think we saw it kind of come back where he made the jump again this year, and he was really, really good for them down the stretch. I think there's some guys who are just built to be starters from day one, and they have it, and they earn that role. And then I think there's guys that like we talked about even with Casey Schmidt or a Bryce Eldridge getting brought up or somebody coming up too early out of necessity versus out of breaking down the door.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different. There's something to earning the role. There's something to not just, well, I took it over because there was nobody else here to play it, and now it's that, human nature. That would change the way you go about things. It's hard to stay hungry when there's nobody pushing you from behind to take your job. So I hear what you're saying. I just think that more of it to me is less about them. Like, your success in the draft allows you to do other things in the draft or with your draft picks, right? Like, the Rams have been so successful that they can draft for the here and now or just say F them picks because they've hit on so many other things.
Exactly.
The Niners
they
every year now we're like, dude, they have to hold all these.
Yeah.
They need them all.
Yeah.
Because they haven't hit enough.
I think what's going to happen in this draft is now you have the opportunity to do whatever you want at 27 where, okay, you shored up your receiving core right now.
Yeah.
And the intention is that Trent Williams is going to come back on a 2-year deal. You don't want to make it where you're drafting a left tackle out of necessity because you're going to trade him or he's going to leave or whatever happens with him. So now, again, like just because they get Mike Evans and they get Christian Kirk, that's good for the here and now, but they need to draft wide receivers for the future as well. Now, you don't have to do that necessarily at 27 because it's not really a need this offseason. But what is their need? They need more pass rush. They definitely need more receiving help. They definitely need more help in, the secondary. And they probably need another running back, but you can kind of share that out amongst the draft. So
okay, so that's the difference for me between the Niners and the Rams, is how many years in a row have we talked about the Niners needing pass rush?
A lot.
When was Drake Jackson drafted? 3 years ago?
Yeah, 2023, I believe.
He was a second rounder, but he was their first pick in that draft because they had traded that one for Lance.
Maybe 2022, but yeah.
He was the first pick of that draft, but he was a second rounder. Had 3 sacks against Pittsburgh, and nobody ever heard from him again. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't hit really on Javon Kinlaw, but that was their trying to plan for the future after Buckner and Armstead. Like, I know people really wanted to keep Buckner. I did too. I would have preferred Buckner to Armstead. Armstead ended up being really good.
He did
on the inside, and it was time to let him go.
Between
when he
the
left.
two, you'd rather have Buckner.
Of course, but Armstead, once they moved him inside, they drafted him as an edge, and he wasn't an edge.
Right.
He was a better inside player. But they missed on Solomon Thomas. Is the guy they missed on. Reuben Foster, not in the league anymore. Right. There's all these guys that they missed on. So I'm like, Is there a time where the Rams, two off seasons in a row, are talking about the same problem?
Probably not, no.
They had one problem this year. It was secondary, and they just, they fixed it in spades.
And now they can draft based on
whatever they
luxury as opposed to need.
And they were able to make that trade because they traded away a first-rounder last year.
Yeah, and that's
in
all.
The draft
And that's all I'm saying with Trent Williams is you want to be able to draft this offseason by looking around and seeing who's the best possible replacement for Trent Williams. And you don't want to draft that in the first round out of necessity because you trade him away. You want to find a good succession plan. So they have a lot of needs, but it can't be where you have to go get a left tackle because you trade away Trent Williams. And you need to find a player you can grow and build upon. And you don't want to go out there and get like a Taylor Decker who's 32 years old and still a solid option at left tackle, but not better than Trent Williams. That's a huge drop-off.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you're not. This is my concern: is Trent's either here for this year or this and next. Like they have to draft a tackle here. Right?
They do.
And they have 6 picks remaining.
Yes.
A 1, a 2, and 4 fours. Is that
4
it?
fours, something like that. Yeah.
Interesting.
And they're hoping to get some other draft picks with Brandon Ayuk, but I think that's not going to happen.
I'm doubtful on that one as well.
That would be a bad move from Adam Peters' sake, where it's like, oh, okay, well I have to get him, so yeah, I'll trade for him. And then again,
especially if you think he's going to go there. If you think it's like the reason the 49ers drafted Brock with the last pick was they wanted him, and this is how they played at that point, right? You're like, okay, should we draft this guy late in the 7th round, or will he sign with us as an undrafted free agent, and we can just grab him? Imagine them not drafting Brock, and we never would have even known the story of Brock Purdy because would have never hit any of our news cycle because if he was an undrafted free agent, he would have just signed with a team, and that would have been it. He would have gone to play wherever he went, Arizona or I don't know, whatever NFL team's in Iowa. I don't know is that where he goes when he's doing the corn? When he's
I believe so, yeah.
Is that what he's doing? What's that thing called?
Well, he was doing remember doing commercials for Corn Seed.
Corn Seed, that's right. He's on the big I don't even know what that vehicle's called.
Tractor?
Is it a tractor? When he's like, remember in the bye week, he was like at his wife's family's ranch?
I think that's a tractor.
Maybe, I don't know.
Don't quote me on that one. But
I'm not big on my my Tonka.
Yeah.
Were you a Tonka truck kid?
I probably played with them, but I wasn't big on them.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I was a Thomas the Tank Engine guy for a while, though, as a kid.
Oh, yeah. Great show.
Yeah, Thomas was good.
And their faces would change with their emotions?
Dude, their faces would change. It's kind of creepy when you look at it now.
Did you know that Alec Baldwin was like the narrator of that show?
No.
It did all the voices, too.
Did all of them?
Oh,
or he was like a bunch of different voices?
It wasn't Steven or William Baldwin. No, it was all Alec. Or Billy Baldwin.
Dude, Alec Baldwin doing several voices on Thomas the Tank Engine.
Apparently so.
And he narrated. That's wild. I was more of I was like a Power Ranger Ninja Turtle kid.
Oh, yeah.
And I like I like Transformers, too, as a kid.
More than meets the eye.
Exactly. What about you? Toy-wise. If you weren't Tonka. Like, I wasn't a big Lego kid.
Well, I played with a lot of Power Rangers action figures, not
figurines.
Figurines.
Yeah, those are
because they
different.
move.
Yeah.
I told you a while back I was a big Goldar guy.
I forgot about Goldar.
Oh, yeah.
What's that from again?
Power Rangers.
Power Rangers. Yeah, he was a villain.
He was like a.
Was he tied to Rita Repulsa?
Yeah, they were like together.
Is Rita Repulsa or Rita Repulsive? I can't remember.
Repulsa.
Repulsa. Yeah.
Repulsa.
It's a little.
We're getting confirmation from Mr. KNBR.
It's a little play. Yeah, Mr. KNBR. Our
Repulsa.
Yeah, encyclopedic knowledge on the Power Rangers.
I know my Rangers. Okay. You guys know about Ivan Ooze?
We're not talking Texas either. Yeah. We're not talking Juan Gonzalez and Rafael
Alfonso
Palmeiro.
Soriano. Yeah,
there you go. We are talking Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yes, we are.
How about that?
Nice
Chuck
transition.
Norris.
R.I.P. Man.
R.I.P. Chuck Norris. We talked because like mine and your relationship to Chuck Norris is not Walker, Texas Ranger. I mean, you know about his martial arts.
I know about that. I do know Walker, Texas Ranger. I mean, I remember the show being on like, I don't know.
I mean, TNT was running that thing on a loop.
Or like USA Network.
USA, I don't know, one of those, yeah.
On the weekends during the day. But I really know him from Conan O'Brien having the out-of-context clips during the show.
Yeah, because they would play the clip. Yeah.
Yes.
David Letterman used to do that, too. Words of wisdom from Dr. Phil.
Yes.
And it would just be an out-of-context clip.
Well, because it was
You're fat, stupid, and a pig. And it would just jump back out.
It was a whole thing where Universal and NBC merged. They had the rights to that. And then after a while, the actors of Walker, Texas Ranger were like, hey, you're using our clips. We don't like that. We're going to sue you. And Conan was like, oh, by all means. Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna get Afro Man if you do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Try to sue Conan. Like I didn't have a relationship with that show either. Premise of the show, was he a cop or a Texas Ranger?
Well, he was
obviously he was a Texas Ranger.
Yeah, he was Texas Ranger, Copes.
But but did he use his martial arts prowess?
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, why else hire him?
I think he just went around, kind of roamed the countryside, helping people. And that's what I believe the show to be.
Roam the countryside, helping people.
Yeah.
Was that it?
I think so.
Yeah, Mr. KNBR.
He was. Yeah. He was kind of like MacGyver.
Yeah, he was like Ice-T in Law and Order Special Victims.
Well, he knew what he was doing. Ice-T was always confused about the situation.
Ice-T, Odafin Tutuola has been solving New York's most delicate sex crimes for nearly 30 years now. We'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop. I forgot we were here. We're at Jack's Restaurant in Newark at New Park Mall. When we come on back, let's talk about the all-time badass rankings. Where does Chuck Norris rank among the all-time badasses in badass history? We'll get into that next, and also a little update on what's going on with March Madness. We're live at Jack's in Newark. Dirty Work rolls on a Friday. It's the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Dirty Work now continues from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work with you live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Danny Dunn back at the KNBR studios rocking the Ska Friday.
Oh, yeah, I forgot it was Ska Friday.
He's been playing it all day. Ska always sounds better when the sun's out.
Yeah.
And when the clocks have changed, so it's not like – it's always weird when we're playing Ska in, like, December.
Yes.
It's like December 12th. It's like a Thursday night. It's 4:30 and it's dark and raining.
I know. You really can't vibe with Ska in that regard.
Yeah. Save Ferris doesn't really do me
No.
justice then. No.
Mustard plug, no.
We are
not when it's dark out.
We're hanging out at Jack's in Newark. Next Wednesday, though, our Giants roundtable ahead of opening day. Wednesday at 58 Social at the ballpark, open to the public before the game from 2 to 4. Me and Derek, Murph and Marcus, and then JD and Greg Silver getting you ready for the 2026 Giants season. This news came out a couple days ago about Chuck Norris.
Yes.
That he was in the hospital in Hawaii.
Yeah, then this morning we got the unfortunate news that he passed away.
He passed away at 86 years old.
Yeah.
And you named him one of the all-time great badasses.
I would say so, just because, again, I'm not going to know a lot of his work. I know Walker, Texas Ranger. I know his appearance in Dodgeball. But as far as, like, movies, I know he was doing a couple of Bruce Lee movies, but the way that I know
They
Chuck
say that
Norris,
in his eulogy. They're like, he was in Walker, Texas Ranger.
He was in a couple of Bruce Lee
movies.
movies.
He had that appearance in Dodgeball. He'll be remembered fondly.
Yes, he will. But I remember him for his jokes and how much of a badass he was. As we said earlier in the show, he was, the type of jokes where, like...
It was very much like the Hunter Pence signs.
Yeah.
When people were doing the Hunter Pence jokes at Giants games. And this was before that. And so when those got big, it was like kind of a reprisal of that. But it was things like, Chuck Norris doesn't wear a watch. He decides what time it is.
Exactly.
Right? Chuck Norris kind of do infinity twice.
Yes.
Chuck Norris can slam a revolving door.
Yes.
It's all things like that.
Right. So, like, that's how it's always like, yes, we're, like, kind of making fun of him, but also there's, like, a respect there. And he's always been known as a badass. So, like, when you think of him...
For example, Chuck Norris does not own a stove, oven, or microwave because revenge is a dish best served cold. You don't get things said about you like that unless you're a badass.
Exactly. But, like, when you think of, like, all-time movie badasses, like, I automatically go to, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger or, Sylvester Stallone... Or even Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Anybody in the Expendables, basically?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Anybody in those movies?
Any
Jason
80s
Statham.
action. Yeah, I mean, so Statham is later for me. Like, so if you're going to rank them, I mean, like, Bruce Lee's got to be near the top, right? Or if we're going to do this again like we did yesterday.
Well, he got his ass kicked by Brad Pitt, so I don't know if he's a badass.
What's the index of, like, because we did this yesterday with the Disney princesses when we were, like, in princess lore, how would you rank them? Like, was Cinderella actually number one? And I said... we got to do it based on, like, we've got to build a scale for this. So I said it's probably about, like, adversity that they had to overcome.
Yeah.
In their lives.
Their spells.
These Disney princesses. The spell or the curse index in which, like, was it a witch and you turned to a frog?
Right.
Were you like Snow White and you were just taking weird food from strange old ladies?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You kind of got what you deserved.
She was kind of tricked there.
Don't
but I
take candy from strangers. You know
yeah,
what
I know, but she was young and innocent.
Have
Who
this
knows?
candied apple, Snow White. Anyway, and then there's and then we said, like, who was doing the dirty work of the princesses?
The DWI, Dirty Work
Yeah.
Index.
If we're gonna do something like that for like a badass index, what would be the categories?
Well,
we're not
do
going
your own stunts.
Are we going categories? Okay, so stunts.
Do your own stunts.
So then Tom Cruise is on the badass list.
He is, but he's often made fun of.
I know. That's why I'm like, it's interesting that he's on.
He makes the list, but I don't know if he's high on the list because people mock him
I think
for.
he's higher on the list now. The dude's like 60-something, and you see what he's doing?
He gets a ton of respect, but at the same time,
jumping off motorcycles.
But people do respect him, though. I mean, but they also mock him in the way that he's kind of short. He also
look, dude, we're a short king show.
I know, but
the net height of our show.
I'm not
is
knocking
good.
him for that, but that's something that people knock him for.
I'm not even going to acknowledge that was brought up. I won't knock him for that.
I'll
knock him for the couch.
Oh, yeah.
I'll knock him for jumping on the couch.
With who was the actress that he was in love with?
Oh, Katie Holmes.
Katie Holmes, yeah.
Yeah, he's married to Nicole Kidman before.
Well, that whole thing, the Scientology thing, was a little weird.
Yeah.
Not to mention, I mean, like, yes, he runs in every movie.
People make weird. Yeah.
People make fun of him for that. I don't know. Like, yes,
people make fun of him. I'm okay with making fun of Tom Cruise for how he threw that baseball in War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
That
That
was
too.
playing catch with this kid. I'm like, have you ever seen a baseball game?
Okay, but do you knock Ryan Gosling because people gave him crap
for what?
A couple of weeks ago, he was doing promotion for Project Hail Mary.
Yeah.
There was a video of him throwing a football, and people were like, "That's not how you throw a football."
I wasn't remember the Titans. He was a DB though. Don't remember.
Yeah,
don't forget,
exactly.
You know? White DB. They're extinct.
Yeah, I know.
You don't find those.
Him
anymore.
and Jason Sehorn.
Cooper DeJean, the last one.
Yeah, that's
actually
true.
they have two of them. Blankenship too, right?
He just went to the Texans.
Yeah, but there's two that exist. I mean.
Yes.
It's like the.
There's more safeties, more white safeties that exist than white corners.
That's Shane Gillis joke. He's like, the white corner is extinct. He's like, there's two of them left at the San Diego Zoo. Trying to mate them.
See him now.
Yeah, get him now. Okay, so like if we're so you're going by stunts. I would say stunts have to be part of it, but also could it be like the characters you play?
Yeah, like you got to have sequel,
I don't
charisma.
know. I don't know if Willis was doing all his own stunts, but he's pretty badass.
Yeah, because that's the way he carried himself, like, off the camera as well.
So Schwarzenegger is up there.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say top 3. I put him ahead of Stallone. Stallone was pretty badass. But then again, like, I mean, like, are we basing this off of acting either?
Well, I don't know. This is your category. So I'm saying, like, what about like Eastwood? That's a totally different category. But like, Eastwood's one of the all-time legendary gold standard badass.
Yeah, but he's not doing his own stunts.
That's what I mean. But that doesn't.
He's not taking all those shots.
It doesn't matter to me.
Gran Turismo.
He's like, get off.
Oh no, sorry. What the hell am I talking about? No, not Gran Turismo. What was it? What was the name of the movie? Get off my lawn.
Gran Torino?
Gran Torino.
Gran Turismo's the video game.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Gran Torino, get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn.
He drops some slurs in that movie.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Eastwood will get after
Some
it.
ones I never heard before.
You'll learn slurs from Eastwood.
You will learn a lot from Clint Eastwood.
You'll be like, damn, that's something they say?
Yeah.
Never heard that
Never
one.
heard that term before.
Yeah, so Schwarzenegger's there. I think Eastwood's probably in the top 3.
Yeah, okay. Just as far as like being like epitomizing a badass, yeah, I can see that.
Because
okay.
like the modern day badass is like, who you going with? Like Cena? Like who's like the modern day?
Yeah, Cena's a badass, but also like he makes fun of himself.
Like I wouldn't say like what's
The
his
Rock?
name? Yeah, maybe like Hemsworth though is like Thor. Like I wouldn't call him a badass though. He's just like an action movie guy.
He doesn't. You don't
I
think?
don't know if he's like badass. Like you.
I would say he's more badass than Cena.
I don't know. Cena's not. He's doing stunts. He's out here winning more titles than anybody in the history of the WWE,
Yeah,
right?
I guess that's true. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, today, as far as like action heroes,
He did tap out like a bee to end his career, though, right, Mike?
well, yeah, that's true.
Tap out. Anyway, like I don't think any like boxers fit this list. Like George St. Pierre's the guy who tried to get into acting. Is Keanu Reeves badass?
Yes. In his later years, he was kind of mocked for not being a good actor, but now because he takes it seriously with John Wick, yes, I put him in the category.
He takes it seriously.
He does, man.
What about The Matrix, dude?
Whoa.
I'll take this pill.
Yeah, no. No,
Bend the spoon with my mind.
No, but like he's actually like he trained for John Wick. He's going out and doing a bunch of like learning how to like handle different.
Is he doing martial arts? He's
or
doing the
learning-
Aaron Donald training in the offseason?
Basically.
Aaron Donald was like training against guys with Like practicing how to block knives.
I think Keanu Reeves doing the same thing. And I've seen him do, like, go to the shooting range and do that.
Keep him away from the Rams, dude. Last thing I need is Reeves out there chasing down Brock. Just swim moving dudes to Brock.
No, exactly. But yeah, I put Keanu Reeves in the list. But like, yeah, as far as today's standards, not a lot of badasses in film, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get. I mean, Jackie Chan's a guy who's done martial arts forever. He's got to be near the top.
Jackie Chan's definitely badass. Jet Li.
I mean, what about your boy Machio?
No.
He's out here with Cobra Kai again, dude.
Ralph Macchio? Come on now. Joe Pesci and Michael Zavini's more badass than Ralph Macchio.
Well, yeah, he is, dude. Of course. Takes down the dude at the pool hall who won't pay up on the bet.
Exactly.
That he lost to Mona Lisa Vito, yeah. Don't forget.
How'd you get injured? I fell. Oh,
he's trying to do the.
And your house is somebody else's. Somebody else's. Oh,
workers' comp attorney. When he walks into that pool hall, don't forget the sign on the outside just says pool and chicken.
Yeah.
Two things they offer.
Yeah, exactly.
Pool and chicken is what they have there. So, I confess I'm not super familiar with Norris enough to be like I was a fan of his. To me, he was always more about he was viewed as the standard for badassery.
Yes.
And so those jokes were all really funny because it was a reflection of how he was the best badass. Like Seagal's on the list. You remember Will Sasso used to play Seagal on Mad TV?
God, yeah.
And he would just snap everybody's. The whole sketch was him just killing
with me?
Was killing people.
Yeah. Now Steven Seagal, he became a joke later on. Yes, early in his career when it was like Under Siege.
Oh, dude, he's still out there. He's doing the Rodman thing.
What do you mean?
Oh, he's out there hanging with like Kim Jong Un.
Oh, is he?
Oh, dude, Seagal.
Good for him.
Oh yeah, Seagal's out of his mind.
Sounds like it.
I'm not going to tell him that.
No, and that's why I think like today you don't view him as a badass. But like back in the day in the 90s,
He's not like an action hero anymore.
No, exactly.
When Chuck Norris cooks, he makes the onion cry.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, he's a badass alone for again. There's a whole filmography we're not familiar with when it comes to Chuck Norris. That's in the 70s and the 80s, not well-known films. But the man's a badass, and people do love Walker Texas Ranger, even though it was mocked on Conan.
Ghosts tell Chuck Norris stories around the campfire. Adam Copeland, Depop with you live from Jack's Restaurant in Newark at New Park Mall with you until 6 o'clock tonight. We will take a quick break. We moved Marcus Thompson to Monday. We were having some technical difficulties and thought it'd be better just to get him clean when we're back in the studio.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I did not hear a word that Matt Vasgersian said.
Yeah, if we replay that for you, that'll be the first time I hear it, too.
Yeah.
I was like, I assume it was great because it's Vasgersian.
Oh, yeah, he's always great.
You guys got a lot more of that
I wanted to ask
did.
him about the XFL from back in the day, alas.
Well, coming up at 4:50, we'll do our Dirty Work Newlywed game. We were talking about this yesterday, and Danny has put together a Newlywed game for us. Plus, in our Sound Soiree later, we get back into Afro Man's court case that he won this week. I went deep on the Afro Man court case. It was all televised. There's some insane testimony that we got to get into.
Oh,
some hilarious questions that were asked.
I can't wait.
His attorney's out here looking like Hagrid, dude.
Oh, really?
Dude,
long hair and beard?
Dude, he had a big beard. The guy was kind of moppy.
Yeah.
Then again,
Afro Man.
Then again, Afro Man was over there on the American flag suit.
But he looked good.
Suit and sunglasses.
Oh, yeah. He was looking great.
When we come on back, did you see this report? There's a new study out there that suggests Dodger fans eat more food than any other fan base during games. We'll get into the fat ass. We'll get into the fat ass Dodger fans when we come on back. Dirty Work from Jack's Restaurant in Newark, only here on the Sports Leader.
Thank you, Chuck Norris.
Thank you, Peter.
Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark, this is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark. Come on through. Technical difficulties seem to be resolved. Right, Josh? All right. Early in the show, we talked to Matt Vasgersian of the MLB Network, and you can listen to him this Wednesday for the broadcast live on Netflix between the Yankees and the Giants. But you want to hear that broadcast on the Sports Leader KNBR. Listen to John Miller, Dwayne Kuiper, and gang. And then we also caught up with Will Smith of the San Jose Sharks. You listen to that podcast on The Sports Leader or The Sports Leader app. Or sorry, I should say thesportsleader.com or The Sports Leader app. And, we're just having some fun here at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Earlier in the show, we reacted to what was going on today with Trent Williams. We were kind of circling this date as maybe this was the time where the 49ers were finally going to get to a resolution with his contract situation. And turns out there's no resolution today as they declined his $10 million option today. But that shouldn't be a big issue going forward for the 49ers. It sounds like they're still going to figure things out. The hope is they're going to get a contract done before the draft, and we'll see where that goes with Trent Williams. And right now, they're going to have a $47 million cap hit. It won't stop them from signing anybody in particular. They can still go sign Joey Bosa. He'll probably be for a cheaper option this offseason, so shouldn't be much of a problem for the 49ers. But, yeah, everything should be trending in the right direction for a Trent Williams contract. We just don't know when that's going to happen.
When do you think it's going to happen?
I really
think
don't
by
know.
the end of this weekend, because you said yesterday you thought if they extended it, and that was both of our kind of hope for this.
Yeah,
was that they would extend it, that $10 million deadline. We know now it's just going to be declined, which means their negotiation. He'll probably still get that money as part of a new deal if in fact they reach a new deal. I feel still like this is positive.
Yeah, it is.
But you said yesterday you thought if they extended it, maybe they'd move it to like Sunday and they try to get it done this weekend.
If it was a true extension, this is not.
So I mean, that means this could drag out.
Yeah. And let's also remember that Kyle's busy coaching the Flag Football Fanatics tournament this weekend.
Oh yeah, he's probably knee deep in that right now.
Oh yeah, he's very consumed with that.
He doesn't even know he's on his team yet.
No, I saw.
Oh no, they did the draft.
I saw the other day. They got the photo of him like holding up the play sheet. It's Odell, Saquon, and Kyle Shanahan. If I had to guess, it'll be closer to the draft. But I never know with the 49ers. They take their sweet time, and they usually like to do things during training camp. They can't afford to do that this time around because they need to know that Trent Williams is going to be there this season. And if he's not going to be, they need to draft his replacement pretty soon or find a free agent replacement. So it has to be done pretty quickly here.
Okay, so they did do that draft for that flag football game that's going down tomorrow at 1.
Yeah.
It's not in Dubai anymore.
Or Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, excuse me. It's in Southern California.
Yeah.
Anyway, Brady's team founders FFC. Oh no, sorry. They've all got names. They're like two different team names. Anyway, it's Brady and
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts are team captains.
Yeah.
But then there are two quarterbacks on each team. Somebody has
Joe Burrow, and then there's
Joe Burrow and Jalen Hurts,
and then Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels and
might
Brady.
be with Tom Brady. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's maybe the breakdown of it. And then Kyle is coaching one side.
And then Sean Payton is coaching the other
side.
Sean Payton
coaching the other. Robert Saleh is the
all-time defensive coordinator.
Right. And so they did a draft the other night. I was trying to get the teams, but it's former players, current players, a couple of current coaches, and then some personalities.
Now, does Robert Saleh feel like – because he agreed to this a long time ago, but when he gets a coaching job, he's like, oh, really? I'm relegated to defensive coordinator again for you guys? I see how it is.
I don't know. I guess they just wanted to get two. It's flag football.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's all.
But what can Robert Saleh do as a defensive coordinator? Like, hey, go out there and grab some flags.
I guess it's. Yeah, I don't know. We're going zone here, boys.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I don't know exactly what you're looking at or how you scheme that up. The two teams are as follows: Tom Brady, Jalen Hurts, Ashton Jeanty, Alvin Kamara, Rob Gronkowski, Antoine Winfield Jr., What?
I said,
Devontae Smith, Stephon Diggs, Von Miller, DeMar Hamlin, Patrick Peterson, and Terrence Crawford. And then the other team, Team Wildcats. That first team, of course, is Team Founders. So Team Wildcats, Jaden Daniels, Joe Burrow, Saquon, Kyle Juszczyk, Odell, Devontae, DeAndre Hopkins, Derwin James, Luke Kuechly, Jalen Ramsey, Logan Paul, and Aisha Speed.
Oh, Logan Paul, of course.
So wait, which team was Kyle holding out? This is Kyle's team. Kyle has Logan Paul and Aisha Speed.
Oh, my God. Okay. Good luck to him. It must be a great payday for
Dude,
Kyle.
I was like, money talks, man. Everybody's got a price.
How about when he joined us earlier in the season, and he was like, "Oh yeah, don't tell my wife I'm going to Saudi Arabia."
Well, he's like, I forgot that was coming up. I got to bring that up to her. So,
yeah.
All right, let's get into it here. What are we doing? What are we going to do here? The Dodger fans.
Yeah.
So there was a report that came out. I saw the New York Post had this earlier today. But according to a new study by the Lines, I don't know what the Lines is.
Yeah, I didn't know that publication either, but
But they did a study.
Yeah.
They said Dodger fans consume an extra 1,140 calories per game day, one of the highest marks in Major League Baseball. Okay, now their stadium is massive.
Oh yeah,
and they I think are the top attendance in all of baseball.
That makes a ton of sense.
But on
and
average,
people say their food is good with Dodger dogs and all that.
It's
crap.
an average. I mean, they're consuming. I mean, food at baseball games is going insane. We'll get into that in just a minute.
Yeah.
Texas Ranger fans lead all MLB fan bases, snacking on an extra 1,265 calories per game.
Well, it's bigger in Texas. Yeah.
Enough to gain around 36 pounds over a season, they say. So what are they saying Dodger fans consume an extra if Rangers are the most? What do you mean?
As far as extra?
Well, you said here Dodger fans
just extra
consume
calories, just not like calories you're consuming at a baseball game essentially.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm saying, but if the study said that I thought the Dodgers were the highest in baseball, but
No, they're not. They're not.
So
They're
what do you? What does it mean that they're doing extra then? Extra what?
I'm not entirely sure on that one, but
I need the clarification on what this means.
As far as like the calories they're consuming, it's second to the Texas Rangers, but the LA Dodgers are pretty high up there.
The headline was that the Dodgers consume more. Or the headline was Dodger fans consume an extraordinary amount of calories.
Yeah, it's not the
on
most
game day.
in baseball. I think what they're really saying is extra calories. It's the extra calories they consume at a baseball game.
Wait, okay, I'm still not totally clear on that. The split between those two. What I'm getting at here is, though, they say it's one of the highest marks in all of baseball, equivalent of 2 Dodger dogs, a basket of garlic fries, and a couple of cold beers.
Right.
It's not that much.
No, it's not.
It's kind of like when they tell you, like, if you were going to blow your BAC to see if you were too drunk to drive, like to get to .08, the legal limit, it's like a beer and a half.
Right,
like
yeah.
2 beers over in a pretty short period of time. I wouldn't be drunk off of 2 beers.
No.
But you'd be like, that's more than you're supposed to have.
Yeah, I mean, like, it sounds bad what's the caloric intake for the Dodgers? Like around...
They said it was over 1,100?
Yeah, something like
1,200,
that.
1,140?
I mean, like compared to other baseball teams, that sounds like a lot. But then again, you have to take into account how many Dodger fans show up and the food items there. But it's just fun to, kind of poke fun at the Dodger fans being fat asses.
I'm just like, why would somebody do a study on this is what was funny to me. League-wide fans average an extra 753 calories per game.
Yeah.
I think that's like more – I think when they're saying extra, it's beyond where they normally – like when you go to a game, you eat that many more calories.
So what's the normal amount of calories taken at a baseball game?
I don't know. It's exactly the question I'm asking. Dodger fans have the second most. Ranger fans consume more. Padres fans not far behind, though. But the Friar faithful, they say, also watch more games on average a week than the Dodger fans that they polled. Now, did you see some of the food that came out for some of these teams across baseball?
Yeah, we were sharing that. I saw more for the Giants, but I didn't see across baseball.
So across baseball, there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff. The Dodgers have a bunch of new ones too. Giants have what looks like a cool new cooler drink. It looks like it's like a Gatorade jug, but it's a mini version of that. So it's a cup and it comes like a margarita. The Dodgers are doing one of those as well.
Sounds good.
So the Giants have some new food items. A Peruchin sandwich.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
Peruchin sandwich. A sandwich with jerk chicken, plantain, red cabbage slaw, named after Giants Hall of Fame first baseman Orlando Cepeda.
Yeah, sounds pretty tasty.
Named for him. Okay. A birria loaded grilled cheese sandwich. Delicious option. They combine.
Now that sounds really tasty.
Birria with a grilled cheese sandwich. It's pretty much pretty self-explanatory.
Yes.
Mike, you tried it?
Mike likes
Do you get after like new food items at ballparks?
Not really, but like the Giants have pretty good food options. I love that crab sandwich. So
the Giants are also now offering a box where you can get the 999 challenge.
Now this one's intriguing because
it's 9 hot dogs and 9 beers, right?
But they're as Benicio del Toro would say, a few small beers.
What do you like? They're not full-size beers?
No, they're like shots of beers.
Well, then it's not a 999 challenge. It's just something funny. I saw it comes in like a little box, like it looks like a ballpark and everything.
Yeah, Cole Kuiper tweeted it out. Yeah, it's normal size hot dogs and smallish beers. They don't want to give you like full 9 beers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 999 thing has kind of jumped the shark.
You think so?
I think it became sort of popular on social media a few years ago. We were talking a bunch about it. And then, like, that might have even been before they changed the time of game. But now it seems like everybody talks about it. Like, I'd heard about it as the Babe Ruth Challenge for years, but only, like, every once in a while. It wasn't something that, like, you heard people doing or talking about. And now it got really, really popular. I think everybody hears about it. There's all sorts of videos of people trying to do it. But, like,
J.J. Watt did a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's something that happens I mean, they did the Joey Chestnut thing with the Impossible Nuggets last year. See how many he could eat in however many innings. Like, I just sort of think it was sort of a funny idea. I don't really know that anybody was ever, like, supposed to actually try to do it. It's just sort of like a funny thing to call the Babe Ruth Challenge. Like, who would do that? And then, maybe there's one big frat dude who's going to do it sometime. But now it's like, this isn't something that people should be trying to do.
Didn't you say you tried it once?
No, never. I could never. No, I'd never. I'm not a food challenge guy. I told you. I can't eat a lot in one sitting. That's not how I could never do this.
Yeah,
I said I've done the Century Challenge, where you take the shot of beer every minute for 100 minutes, or Power Hour.
Right.
We did that in college, too. That was just like a drinking game. And that gets you way faster. You get way more bloated off of those shots of beer.
Yeah, I bet.
Pretty quick, like way quicker than you think you would. But, like, I don't know. The 999 Challenge, people are going to be buying this at the ballpark and sitting there and scarfing, or are you just going to do this to share with your buddies?
No, dude, people do love a challenge when it comes to food.
How much do you think this is going for?
God, it's Oracle Park, probably a lot of money.
Also, the other thing is, like, the 999 Challenge originally, the intrigue of it was that in baseball there's no clock.
Yeah.
Right? There is now. But in baseball there's no clock. So, like, you never know how long an inning is going to go. So it was supposed to be that you got one inning to finish the beer and the dog.
Yeah.
So you'd, like, have a guy get on base. You're like, dude, drag this out for me a little bit. Like, let this last a little longer. Quick inning kind of screws you, and you gotta go a little faster. Now, it's so quick. You have to eat and drink so fast if you were going to do one an inning. Unless you're saying, well, I'm just going to complete it over the 9.
Well,
but again, I don't think anybody should be doing this.
Why not?
It's
fun.
No, it's not. It's not fun.
It's not fun for you, but
it's
fun
not
for
fun to
people.
eat 9 hot dogs. I've seen people do it. I know 2 guys who did it. They did it watching Scotty Scheffler play golf. It was at the boardroom in North Beach. 2 buddies of mine, and they were doing light beers. And the bar let them bring in their own hot dogs. They like cooked them, and they had them in like foil and heat.
Yeah.
They were in like a bag. They were staying hot, and so they were putting in pretty hot ones each time, which was nice.
Okay, so you and I were debating this a while ago, where I would
These
say
guys were miserable. By the time they
I
had
know.
like 6, they were sick.
But did they finish it?
One of them did, and he
Well,
was
that's
and
impressive.
he was in pain. He was like, "This is horrible."
Well, that's part of the challenge, my
So I'm
friend.
saying is, there's no fun in that.
Yeah, but you're the victim.
He had no joy. He was like, "I wish I didn't do it."
No.
He's like, I don't feel good about having done this. The pride is just, look what I did.
I know.
People are like, oh, God.
I know. You're kind of sick for doing that.
Oh, Jesus.
But honestly, like, I hear you, but really a 999 challenge has to take place at a ballpark for me.
I'm with you. But I know you've said that before. And I'm like, I get you. But now it's like, again, you can't even get through a line twice in enough innings in a baseball game. Like,
Okay.
you go to get 2 beer. You get a beer in the 3rd inning, you're sitting back down. It's like the 7th.
I know. Okay, so judging by the box that will be sold at Oracle Park, the beers are not a problem. It's the hot dogs. I can't do 9 hot dogs like that. That's ridiculous. Could I do the beers? Probably. Like those small little shots of beers probably equal like 3 beers.
I love a hot dog, too. But 9's a lot. I don't know if I want 9 of anything.
Nah, dude. I would be willing to attempt this, but I also would fail miserably.
I wouldn't even be willing to attempt. I think by 3 hot dogs in, I'd be like, oh, I can't do anything. I just don't have a stomach like that.
You know, in the offseason, I remember Jack Loader of KNBR Digital coming to me and saying, like, hey, we want to do more fun things this upcoming baseball season, so we want you, Adam Copeland, and Marcus Boucher to do the 999 challenge at Oracle Park. And I was like, when's that happening?
I bet you do.
Oh, opening day? I'm like, yeah, I haven't heard about that once, and probably none of us are going to do that.
Nobody's doing that opening day.
No.
And I'm not agreeing to it. Mr. KNBR said first he's heard of it, too. No, I'm not eating 9 hot dogs.
I know. The head of digital's like, what?
I'll have a dog and, like, watch some ball.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly.
I'll get a beer. Adam Copeland, T-Pop with you live from Jack's Restaurant in Newark at New Park Mall. So yesterday we played a soundbite of Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics.
There's a lot of Jaylens in the NBA.
There's a lot. They were asking him too many. They were asking him how he gets to know his new teammates.
Yeah.
And he said he does it in a variety of ways, but a lot of it is learning how different guys communicate with each other, and that leads to better relationships and problem solving and leading to success for the team. But he also said that he did it by, like, looking at their zodiac signs, and not just their zodiac sign, but like their Chinese zodiac and how different people from the year of the goat or the year of the snake or the year of the rat, how they communicate, how they talk. Like, he says there's personality traits, and it was pretty in-depth, this answer, but it got Derek and I thinking, as teammates with each other, how well do we know each other?
Right.
And I asked Derek how he thought we would fare if we did like a newlyweds game. And so Danny, who's our producer back in the studio in Daly City at KNBR today, put together a newlywed game for us. The first ever Dirty Work newlywed game is coming your way next. Danny will give us the categories. We have no idea what's coming. We'll see how well we know each other
That's
next.
good radio.
Yeah. Adam Copeland, T-Pop. The newlywed game from Jack's Restaurant in Newark is next on the Sports Leader.
March Madness is off and running. Santa Clara lost a thriller in overtime to Kentucky today. And Virginia and Wright State was close down the stretch, but Virginia prevailed. Get all your tourney fix on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050, the sports leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work with you live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark at New Park Mall with you until 6 o'clock tonight. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Dan Dunn is back in our KNBR studios. Wednesday, opening day, the Giants and the Yankees. You can hear it all right here on The Sports Leader. And starting at 2, we'll have our 2026 KNBR Giants Roundtable. Myself, Derek, Murph Marcus, Greg Silver, and JD will all be on hand at 58 Social from 2 until 4, getting you ready for the start of the 2026 season. Okay, so yesterday I told you we played that sound from Jaylen Brown, talking about how he gets to know his teammates. And I asked you how well we thought we knew each other. And I said, personally, personality-wise, I think we know each other very well.
Yeah, we do.
But, if we were to quiz each other about each other or, what we would be most likely to do or who would be more likely to do X, Y, or Z,
yeah.
That's not something we've ever – that's not a
we haven't attempted this.
It's not a line our relationship has crossed.
No, I don't think I've done that with most of my friends, but here we are.
I don't think I've done it with any.
No, I've never played the Newlywed Game with any of my friends.
It's the KNBR Newly host game here on Dirty Work. The Newlywed Game with Derek and myself, and Dan Dunn is our host back to the KNBR studios. Danny, why don't you get us rolling here? What do you got for us today, bro?
All right, I got a list of 20 questions to see how well you two guys know each other. Let's see here.
20, Jesus Christ.
Hey, man.
Hey, we'll get through it quickly.
Segment. We got time to fill.
You guys got your pad and paper out?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to get I think I got a Sharpie for you, Derek, or maybe a little black marker.
That might help. I don't have many sheets of paper. Also, my handwriting is terrible, so
for those who don't
bear
know,
with me.
For those who don't know, Derek looks like he writes with his foot.
Yeah.
Derek has the worst handwriting, maybe, of any man I've ever met.
Well, I have the handwriting of a doctor, and that says a lot about me.
When Derek was the producer for the show, he still is, but when he used to, too, he dropped off he used to come and bring me notes, and I would never know what any of them said.
Yeah, that was incredibly hard for my father when I would do stats for him during Raider games. He'd be like, what is this? What are you saying?
All right, Danny, we're ready to go. We got our paper. We got our pens. We're playing Newlywed. What do you got?
All
right, this first one, this one's for Derek. What is Adam's go-to karaoke song?
Ooh. Okay. Gonna write this down. And it's a point of contention right now with Copes because he's got who? Was it Scott, the guy that's your rival at karaoke?
Yeah, I have karaoke beef as I attend karaoke weekly. I didn't know that it was so political at karaoke, but there's this guy Scott who I got beef with now, and I didn't start this, but I'm gonna finish it because he's made it a thing. He claimed I stole one of his songs. I was just singing a song. And then he sang it again after, and he's like, I'm stealing it back. And I was like, okay, now this is a thing. I didn't want to have to hurt a grown man's feelings on a Tuesday night, but he's back from vacation next week, and it's going to be a rude awakening for him, dude.
Can't wait for that.
I'm singing more of his
All
songs.
right,
okay, I have my answer.
Okay,
Time's up.
Fish writing.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think this is I'm kind of playing where I hope. Are we trying to get it right together, right?
Well, yeah. Well, no, you're just trying to answer honestly, and I'm trying to get it right.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Ready? I'm going to reveal my answer.
Okay, my answer is here we go.
Oh, Love Shack. No, I went with Mr. Brightside
yeah,
by
it's
the
pretty
Killers.
good. See, that's what I've done, but I thought that because I've talked about Love Shack in the past, you might know that I've done
Love Shack,
Love
baby.
Shack. Okay, so we're 0 for 1, Dan.
All right, 0 for 1.
Yeah,
This was going terribly. Okay, here we go.
All right, moving on to the next one. We got this one's for you, Copes.
All right, easy, Dream.
Who is Derek's favorite Raider of all time?
Ooh.
Okay, Derek's favorite Raider of all time.
All right, now there's a lot to choose from here. And also, I am a historian of Raider football.
Yeah, Derek, do you even know who your favorite
player is? Someone that I watched
player
in my playing days? Well, only I can answer that question, Dan.
Okay, okay. This is not favorite Raider broadcaster of all time because we know who Derek's favorite is of that.
No, it'd be Brett Musburger.
Yeah, it's linked, dude.
Yeah,
it's our guy
Link.
Link. All right,
Tom Flores.
I'm going Khalil Mack.
Yeah, that is incorrect, sir. It is Lester Hayes. Lester Hayes.
What?
Lester Hayes,
That's your favorite
the great.
Raider of all time?
He has the greatest nickname of all time. Lester the Molester.
Don't come on, you can't. Don't do that. You can't say that.
Mike. Come on, Derek, you can't say that.
Yeah, dude, nice gong, Dan. Well-timed gong.
That was his nickname.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
You're the historian.
All
All right, 0 for
All
2,
right,
Dan.
moving on to the
wanted to say
newlywed
that. I don't
game.
like that.
All right, Derek, who is Adam's favorite Giant of all time?
Okay, all right. Okay, I could go chalk here. I could go
Do
obscure.
I even know? Boy.
Yeah. All right.
What am I feeling right now?
Okay, I've heard you say this numerous times, and I don't know if you're going to go this chalky, but I got to believe he's your favorite Giant of all time. Okay, I've written mine down. I'll wait till you're done. All right, you ready?
Yeah, I think you got it.
Barry Bonds?
I'm going Barry Bonds.
Yeah,
dude.
that's easy.
He's the greatest. He's the greatest hitter I ever saw.
There we go.
Nobody changed the game like Barry. I thought about just so you didn't get one right, writing down Benito Santiago, but that would have been mean.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah, I mean, he's up there, dude. I love my guy Benny. Throwing dudes out from the knees, face like a catcher's
Again,
mitt.
this isn't for my benefit. It's just for you to answer on.
Okay, so wait, what have we gotten so far?
All right,
Dave?
you guys
We're
are on the board.
1 for 3?
You're 1 for 3. All right, this one's for both of you now. Which
a low
one?
average, yeah.
Which one of you is more likely to get lost on your way to a new destination?
Oh.
Yeah, I think we both answered this the correct way.
All right, ready? I'm going Derek.
I'm going Copes.
Whoa! What?
I got here before you, sir. This is a new destination.
I wasn't lost.
No,
I just got here after you. I've spent way more time in Newark at Nijo Castle than you've ever been.
That is
You
true.
know what I mean? It's out of business now. R.I.P. Nijo Castle. Danny, what do you think?
Don't answer.
Danny, who do you think's more likely?
I probably would have said Derek.
Derek's more likely to get lost.
Now, why would you say that, Dan?
I don't know,
Mike,
Derek.
you
You get
I'm more
lost.
likely to get lost?
Derek, you get lost in
So how can I
conversation
get
with
lost if I
Walt
don't
on the way to
drive,
your own
Mike?
house.
That's different. I'm a
Yeah.
good talker.
Yeah, that's good.
All
Mike
right.
says I'd get lost because I don't even drive. I'm like, then how would I get lost? I'd have it in the Uber.
It's easy to
you know?
get lost when you drive too. All right. I just went out of spite. It probably is me.
All right, Derek,
Go ahead, Danny.
what is Adam's go-to
Yes.
drink on a night out in North Beach?
Oh, that's easy. That is
So easy. It's not like you've ever bought me one, so.
It's not like you ever bought me one either.
Yeah, dude, come on, dude.
I came back to the bar the other night and I forgot that I paid for those drinks.
Yeah, you did. Derek tried to leave me with a bill the other night, dude. Last Friday, he did try to stick me with a bill, but he came
And
back.
I came back.
Came back like a gentleman.
Are you ready?
Yeah, ready?
3, 2, 1. Tito's and soda.
Tito's soda. You got it, dude. That a boy.
I got
My
it.
guy knows my drink.
There we go.
My guy knows what I'm ordering. Speaking of, barkeep.
All right.
I'll do
little
one.
parched.
I'll do one.
All right, you guys are now, 2 for
All right, Dan,
5.
what's next?
Which of the two of you is
for
the
5.
better
Not
driver?
bad. Oh, well, come on now.
Dude, for a man with a car, you don't drive much more than I do.
I drive more often than you.
So what, dude? I think, dude.
Drive. Have I ever driven you before?
No, I've never seen you drive.
There we go.
I do know that when it's time to change your car battery, you called AAA.
Yeah, but you wouldn't even know what to do in that situation.
No, I would change the car battery.
No, you wouldn't.
I have changed the car battery before.
Have you?
Yes, I have. On Barry Bonds' Hall of Fame career, on his Coopertown status. Who's a better driver? I'm going to say me.
I'm gonna say me, too.
No, dude, it's me. It's me. I'm better than you.
All right, Danny, you're the deciding factor here.
What do you think, Danny?
Yeah.
All right, well, I've never seen Copes drive, but I've heard of Derek driving, so I'll say Derek's the better driver.
All right, dude. Whatever, Danny.
Hey, you
Just
won
'cause
the
got
dips.
two
It's
cars.
fine.
Keep it moving.
He does.
All right,
Keep it moving.
moving on.
All right, Dan, what's next?
Who is the messier member of Dirty Work?
Who's the what?
Who is the messier, member of
Oh,
Dirty?
come on, that's easy.
I hope you
I
get
think
this one.
everybody we can all just say this. We can all just say this together as a team, right? 1, 2, 3. Derek. Yeah, it's Derek. Derek's the absolute messier
Yeah, that's
of,
fine.
of the two of us.
That's fine.
All right, 3 for 7. Moving on
That's
here.
fine. The man, Derek, Danny,
Oh,
the
go
man
ahead.
didn't own a dish rack until like a month ago.
Doesn't mean he's messy.
All right, Mike. Jesus, some of the most judgment here. Oh, my God. We pay you enough to buy a dish rack.
All right, moving on. What is the first trip the two of you have ever taken together?
The first trip we took together?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is very newlywed.
The first trip we ever took together.
Outside of California, you're saying?
Yeah.
Trip we ever took together? Okay, I'm going to put Hawaii.
Oh, no, Las Vegas.
Ooh.
Oh, my God,
Dang.
it was Vegas, dude.
You don't remember that? How could you, Copes? Now this turns into a newlywed game. You don't remember our time in Las Vegas?
Oh, my God, I did forget about Vegas, dude. You could not wait to get out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Derek could not wait. Dude, that was the time when we met fake Derek. When
That's
we
right.
met when we met the guy who looked exactly like Derek.
Yeah.
And I yelled to him from across the casino, "Hey, Derek!" And he turned and he looked at us.
How'd you know my name?
And he came over, and his name was Derek. And he looked like Derek got put into a shrink ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, got hit by a shrink ray.
If you could believe it, he was smaller than me.
Yeah. All right. That was bad, dude. That's my bad.
All right.
I'm sorry, honey.
Which,
go ahead, Dad. Go ahead, Dad.
Which of the two of you is a better cook?
Cook?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. A better cook. Okay. I mean, I can cook, but I don't know.
I'm running mine in green now, so I think maybe it'll show better on the camera.
All right. Yeah. Cope spends more time in the kitchen. I'm going to go with Copes.
Yeah, only one of us burned our guts off last year, though.
That is true.
In the kitchen.
So that doesn't mean you're a worse cook.
Nice. Okay, we got that one right, dude. We agree.
All right, what's the...
I've cooked a meal for you before. You've never cooked a meal before.
You never come to my
I
apartment.
slaved over a hot grill, dude. I made us barbecue.
I was making time before a flight.
All right. Right now, you guys are sitting at 4 for 9.
Okay, that's not bad.
Not too shabby there, AJ
That's
Cruz.
like a
Not
Barry
too
Bonds
shabby.
weekend, dude. That's like a weekend in Colorado, dude. 4 for 9, a couple of doubles, a bomb, and 3 walks. Sounds
All
good.
right. This question's for Adam. Adam, what is Derek's favorite segment on Dirty Work?
Favorite segment.
Derek's favorite segment on Dirty Work? I don't even know this.
I'm not even sure I know this.
Does Derek even like Dirty Work?
Grab that.
Derek's favorite segment on Dirty Work? I think I know what it is.
Not giving away any clues.
All right, ready?
Yep.
I'm going to go with Danny's Double Dips.
No, I'm going. Well, it's not a segment on Dirty Work.
It is. It's new.
It's a one-off. I mean,
Thanks, Derek.
No offense, Dan, but we're not. I'm
You're
just
1
saying.
and 3. How is it a one-off? You've participated in it 4 times. How is it a one-off?
On different shows.
What was your show? What would you say?
Note to self.
That's not. I mean, I guess it is a segment. It's the
Yeah.
farewell segment.
Note to self. Exactly.
You just like that because it's the end.
Yeah, pretty much.
I almost made that joke. Like Derek just likes whatever Kruger's first segment is at 6 o'clock is Derek's favorite. segment.
Finally, it's over.
Yeah, when Krug says, "And away we go," that's when Derek's happiest. What do you got? What else, Dan?
All right, Derek. This one's for you. What is Adam's favorite scene in the movie Dirty Work?
Oh, great question, Dan. Great question. Favorite scene.
So many good ones. I'm just laughing.
Yeah,
I'm just laughing thinking about him now.
I mean, I don't even know if Copes knows that. He's got to write one down.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
I got it.
I'm gonna go with. Okay. I'm gonna go. I'm writing it down still.
This is really good. Derek's writing it down.
Yeah,
Keep describing that.
Sorry.
It's like Steinbeck.
I mean, this is not really great with like radio doing the Newlywed Game and you're writing things down. I'm gonna go with Chevy Chase and the gambling issues.
Oh, good scene, dude. No, I didn't. I went Rickles.
That's a good one.
I'm also more affectionate about it now because it's in the open of the show.
Yeah, that's true.
You know the other scene I was gonna say, but you never would have guessed it either. Is the scene where he goes, "Hey, that's my shirt." And the guy's like,
God,
the
you
guy goes,
keep it.
"What?" And he goes, he takes the shirt off because Norm's girlfriend had thrown it all out the window.
He's all hairy.
Some stranger's wearing the shirt, and the guy goes, "Oh, here you go." And he just takes it off. He's covered in hair.
Oh, God, you keep it.
I was talking to somebody that was different than you. Yeah. Anyway, that's my other favorite.
All right.
All right, so Danny, we're like, what, 4 for 10 now?
4 for 11. Yeah, 4 for 11 now.
Okay.
All right, this one's for Adam. Adam, when was the last time that Derek changed his bed sheets?
Oh, I don't know if I want to reveal this information.
I don't think you have a choice now. In the spirit of our relationship, you have to.
All right, fine. For the sake of our relationship here.
In the last time, Derek, is this an approximation?
I have the exact date.
Why do you have the date?
Because it was recent.
Oh, okay, you gave it away. What does Derek think recent is also a question. You know what I mean?
I think this will be normal time.
Okay, I'm going to say
AJ Cruz says 3 weeks. No chance.
All right.
Not months.
Ready? I'm going to go 2 weeks.
Wrong. Last Sunday.
Ooh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
What about before that?
A week before.
Oh, you every week?
Every 2 weeks.
I'm about every 10 days or so. I'm changing sheets.
Every 10 days?
Probably within 10. Yeah.
Okay.
I like the feel of fresh sheets is nice.
Yeah, I'm usually on a routine where
I'm due for a set on Sunday.
I always go laundry on the weekends, and then every other week it's changing the bed sheets and everything, towels as well.
Yeah. I try to do laundry during the week so I can avoid Brendan.
Oh,
my
yeah,
neighbor. I don't want to
your
deal with
arch
him.
nemesis in your apartment complex.
I got too many nemesis is the problem.
Yeah, no, that's
They're
a
all
good
starting
thing,
this with me, dude. I didn't do this.
You think so?
Yeah, at some point, you have to look in the mirror. You know, at some point, it's about me. You know,
Yeah.
there's one common denominator.
Well, you are stealing. Is it Sean?
It's Scott.
Scott.
Don't
Sorry.
stop bringing him up. I don't want to talk about him. All right, let's get back into it, Dan.
All
What
right, moving on here. Derek, this one's for you. Who does Adam do the best impression of?
It's not Sean McVay.
You hate that Frank Caliendo liked my Sean McVay impression.
A little bit.
don't you? Yeah. Who does Derek think I do the best
All right,
impression
I got it.
of?
All right.
Who does Derek think I do the best?
You actually do a
impression
very good impression of this guy. You've done it since I met you, actually.
Oh man, I don't even know. I'm just gonna guess.
It's pretty good.
I'm gonna go Stephen A.
No,
Who'd you
man.
put?
Tony Gwynn Jr.
Oh yeah, dude, Tony Gwynn.
Yeah,
that
Tony
is
Gwynn
it.
Jr.
When you're talking about a great hitter, you're talking about guys like Barry Bonds. Guys, throw the hips, hands follow through, go the other way. Don't chew tobacco, kids.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that was a little dark riff at the end for my Tony Gwynn fans. All right, Derek
moving
got
on
that
here.
One. Oh, nobody got that one.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, this one's for you. What is the first thing that Derek would buy if he won the lottery?
I don't even know what I would buy.
You can't buy class, so.
Oh.
It was right there, dude. Come on.
Mike's reaction to everything.
Mike just yelled, dude.
Oh
yeah.
my God!
I
You
love-
can't say that.
I love our boss.
You said Lester the molester earlier, and then you said that. Good Lord.
Dude, our boss reacting to our show as if it's the first time he's heard it is wild. You know, everything we say is a shock to him.
This is what you guys do on this show. Good Lord.
Friday nights. This is what happens after 3 p.m.
Did you tell him about the princesses?
Yeah, no, he didn't hear about that, dude. No.
All right.
Wait, what was the question again?
What would I buy? What was the first thing I would buy with money I would win from the lottery?
What was the first thing Derek would buy if he won the lottery? Okay, hold on.
And remember, everybody, he said I wouldn't buy class. Or
I said you
I
can't
buy
class. Yeah.
No class from Derek Popper.
I just said you couldn't buy it. Ready? I'm gonna go Lake House.
Good guess. No, I do have class. I would buy my mom a house. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. By the way, when Derek said that he changed the sheets on Sunday, Tacky checked it on YouTube. He said, "Is anybody buying this us?"
Yeah, of course, Tacky would
Wasn't
say that.
happening.
Where are you two, huh? Playing golf? Yeah, whatever.
All right,
Tacky.
Lake House. We just talked about getting a Lake House.
Yeah, yesterday.
We should do that together because we both want
You and
that.
I together?
Yeah, we can do it together,
Sure,
man.
okay.
We can
All
play
right,
this game
you guys
forever.
are 4 for
What else you got,
14
Dan?
now here. You guys got to get one soon.
Dude,
All right.
we were four
That's
for
it?
9. We were 4 for 9 at the start.
Oh my
All
God.
right,
How many more we got, Dan?
We got about 5 more here. Maybe 6 more.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
All right. Who takes the longer showers of the two of you?
Well, considering Copes has so many Smurfs in his shower,
Yeah, I got a big shower.
I'm going with Copes.
I'd say me. I'd say the number of showers I take is probably pretty high, too.
How many showers in a week?
Oh,
More than 7?
yeah.
Really?
12 to 14.
Whoa.
I shower twice a day a lot.
Once in the morning and after softball?
Yeah, or just at night. Like, I like the clean sheets. I like going to bed clean.
No, I hear you.
But if I get up and I go
then
to
you
the
wake
gym,
up, yeah,
then I go to the, then
yeah,
I go
you
after
gotta.
the gym, too.
Yeah, you got to. Okay, I get that.
All right,
And
Derek.
how long's your duration in the shower? Oh. Danny did not want to know that information.
Well, I'm on a
I don't
bit of a
think the
delay. I
listeners
didn't
did
know.
Yeah, go ahead. No, Dan, go ahead. Go ahead. That was
Really,
great.
there's a delay today?
Go ahead. That was great.
Derek, what is Adam's favorite fast food
Yes.
spot?
Ooh. He does love a burger a day.
I haven't, dude. That was such an old.
All right, for me, it has to be. Did somebody say McDonald's?
Yeah, dude. I've talked about that before.
Yes.
There are no guilty pleasures, only pleasures.
All right, you guys are on a roll.
Yeah, dude. That was walking, dude. Yes, you old sailor. You.
All right. What's the record now, Dan? We're 5
right.
for
16.
Yeah,
6 for 16.
Oh, 6?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because the last one. Okay.
All right, Adam, this one's
All
for
right.
you. What is Derek's
It's pretty strong
favorite
here.
holiday?
Who's Derek's favorite holiday?
We did these rankings before, I think, during a Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Yeah, that would be some low-hanging Tim fruit.
Mike liked that one, too.
Yeah. I'm going to go Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving is correct.
Yeah, and he gets to see his mom.
Yep, get to see my mom. Of
He
course.
did admit he doesn't help her in the kitchen.
I don't help her out, but I do love football.
I bought her the house, but now she's got to fill it, cook for me.
She's got to fend for herself.
I won the lotto. I bought her the house. Now she can cook.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, nice. All right, keep it going, Dan.
All right, keeping it going here. Derek, this one's for you. What is Adam's biggest pet peeve?
Biggest pet peeve of Adam Copeland.
So many to choose from.
Yeah, I know. You got a lot.
Do I really?
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of like some for like certain people. This is tough. Biggest pet peeve that Adam Copeland has?
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna go a little creative here. I'm going to go with Adam Copeland's biggest pet peeve is Jack Loader not doing anything at work.
Dude, that was crazy. I almost wrote when people leave early from work, but I have to be true to myself. It's when baseball or some event that I want to do in the month of April gets rained out, and people say, well, April showers bring May flowers.
That's oddly specific. I'm not going to know
I've
that
hated
one.
that forever.
Yeah.
That's one of my – I hate – I'll choke you to death. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear it.
That's like on the same
I
level.
want to play ball today.
That's like on the same level as someone saying, like, well, it looks like someone's got a case of the Monday.
Dude, get away from me.
Yeah.
All right, what else, Dan?
All right, 2 more left. Adam, this one's for you. Who is Derek's celebrity crush?
Who's Derek's celebrity crush?
Ooh. Have I revealed this information on the show?
I don't know that he has.
It's hard to pick just one.
I don't know. I'm going to go Sydney Sweeney is my pick.
Oh, come on now.
I don't know, dude. You've never talked
more
about
creativity than that. I'm going with Eva Mendes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, all right, dude.
Yeah.
You got more class than I thought.
Oh, yeah, I'm a classy
You're
guy.
a classy man.
I'm buying my mom a house. I think about Eva Mendes.
I almost said any babe that George Clooney's kissing.
I wish I could be him.
Yeah, dude, you love your Clooney. All right, last one, Dan.
Last one. This one's for you, Derek. What is Adam's favorite candy to buy at the movie theater?
Oh. Okay, we never seen a movie together.
We saw Dirty Work together.
Yeah, that's true, but you didn't get any. Well, you had a hard time finding the theater then, so you're kind of late to that one.
I was not late. This is a crock. That didn't happen.
Okay, I think I asked you before. Do you like M&Ms and popcorn together? Probably not. I'm just gonna say.
I mean, what kind of partners would it be if you hadn't asked?
I'm just gonna say.
Why would I have even agreed to do this?
I'm just gonna say M&Ms.
Oh, you're close. I put Reese's Pieces.
Nah, damn.
Yeah.
All right, you guys finished 7 for 20. Not terrible.
Okay, dude, so we have room for improvement.
We do.
The goal is to get better at this
and
over
hey,
time.
We'll work on it.
We'll work on it, dude, yeah. Thursdays from 8 to 9. That is your first ever Dirty Work newlywed game. I enjoyed that.
No,
nice
perfect.
work, Dan. Well
a
done.
perfect segment for a Friday at 5:16.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. When we come on back from Jack's
yourself.
Restaurant in Newark at New Park Mall, your sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, and we've been covering the Afro Man lawsuit saga all week. I dove into some of the tape. We got some audio you're going to want to hear. More to come in the sound soiree next from Jack's Restaurant on the Sports Leader.
Release the tape.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark, this is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop with you from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark. By the way, I just saw outside, I was looking at the T sign they have, because happy hour every day from 3 to 6 here. They start happy hour again at 8 p.m. until they close.
Oh, nice.
So they do the late night happy hour, which is nice.
Very
You love a nighttime happy hour at a place. That's an old elephant bar move.
Oh, yeah?
Jack's far superior. Anyway, we're live from Jack's in Newark. Come on by. We'll be here until 6 o'clock tonight, and then we'll hang out, and we're going to watch a little bit of hoops, I think, have a couple more drinks.
Damn right we are.
Before we cruise on home on a Friday night. Okay, we got a lot of sound to get to, so I do want to get to this because we have the Sound Soiree, plus we have more Afro Man fallout to get to after the end of his trial, it's just hilarious the way this thing went down. So why don't we open it up, Dan? Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Friday, March 20th, 2026, and it starts with former 49er Navarro Bowman.
Oh, yeah.
Where was he?
He was on the Gritco podcast with Dante Whitner, Patrick Willis, and our good friend Rod Brooks, and talking about the pick of the stick.
There we go. Navarro Bowman talking about one of the most famous plays in the history of 49er football, the pick at the stick, the final game for the Niners at Candlestick.
That pick in the stick. Break that play down for us and for the fans.
All season, I was on the onside kick team. This one opportunity comes up for me to get the onside kick to me. And the Falcons kicked it to me. And I missed the onside kick. So the Falcons get the ball back. We just got off the field. They're kicking the onside kick. The ball goes fast underneath my legs. They get it. I think it's on like the 40 or something like that. Pat's like, Bo, don't worry about it. We're going to be good. I'm like, I got to make a play. I got to do my job. Something got to happen. So I'm thinking, all right, boom, on the goal line, he called a blitz. I'm like, all right.
Max zero train.
If he do catch the slant, I'm going to hit him and make sure he don't get in. I blitz, bounce out, get into the quarterback window. T. Brock breaks the pass up. I'm always practicing one hand to catch it, so I wasn't even tripping when the ball popped out. I knew I was going to catch that. My hands already... You know what I'm saying? Grabbed the ball, man, and that was probably like a 19-play drive, including the drive before the onside kick. So you can only imagine how exhausted we was, and then me having to run that ball back. Man, we didn't run that fast or that far in practice all the time.
Had to dig deep.
Having both of y'all running beside me.
Oh, you had more protection than the president.
Dante at the end.
Great line from Dante.
Walk us through that play. You got more protection than the president. That was an electric play. That was a cool breakdown from him, too.
No, that's a good way to close down the stick.
How he'd been on the onside team before that. That was an incredible play where he jumps that route and takes it all the way.
Yeah, that was in 2013, and obviously the Niners didn't have a playoff game in that postseason. And I think it was the rematch of the 2012 NFC Championship game. So they were
down 21-7 in that game, right?
Yeah, and then they were driving, Matt Ryan, and then he threw a bad interception to Navarro Bowman, and boom. Mike Tirico with a great call with the pick of the stick.
All right, next one here in the Sound Soiree, Barry Sanders, legendary running back, Hall of Fame running back of the Detroit Lions. He was on the Throwbacks podcast. You know it well.
Matt Leinart and our guy Turtle.
Did not know that was what I didn't know they had a podcast together until 2 days ago when we
Yeah, we
played
were talking
sound.
about Matt Leinart not wanting to unretire his jersey.
I found out this podcast existed 2 days ago, and we're playing more sound from it.
They're best friends.
Here's Barry Sanders talking about, he's asked by Matt Leinart, if you could play in any current NFL offense, Barry, which offense would you choose to play in?
If you could play in any offense in today's NFL, which offense would you choose or coach?
If I had to pick one, I'm going to go with the Niners.
Ah.
In this past happy NFL, Shanahan, he's figured out how to run the football. The Niners are one of those few teams that they always been able to run the ball. I mean, Christian McCaffrey, obviously, he's taken it to a new level. But think back to, Matt Breida, right, or Raheem Mostert.
Frank Gore, yeah.
George Kittle, he's going to catch his passes. And there just seem to be enough balls to go around for all their skill players. If I had to choose one, then that would be it.
Dude, Frank Gore, was not.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't under Kyle.
That's fine.
But Leinart threw that out. He was on the Niners when Leinart was at SC.
Yeah, exactly.
Matt
Barry
Breida.
Sanders watches ball, dude. Breida.
Matt Breida.
Dude, the fact that he's dropping Breida and Mostert.
Oh, yeah.
And talking about Kyle. He's talking about what he got out of those guys and how fast they were, because Matt Breida was really, really fast, one of the fastest in the NFL. That's not a surprise to me, but I do wonder what team could Barry Sanders have said where Matt Leinart wouldn't have gone. Is there any one team?
No, have you said Sean McVay? Ooh.
Yeah, he would have had the same
Oh,
reaction.
Green Bay
for any team.
Packers. Oh,
Okay,
that's
yeah.
controversial. You were a Detroit Lion back in the day, but okay.
Vikings and O'Connell. I just think anybody he said
Oh.
it would have gone. If he said
Yeah.
Browns, you'd have been like, oh, okay, well, why?
Yeah.
How come?
Yeah, he still would have had that weird reaction, but yeah. Browns,
Dude,
eh?
keep that around, Danny. I like that. I like that reaction, dude. See Devers hit one over the left center field wall for a 3-run tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's our new Duval.
All right. Moving on here. How about Conan? He was on the New Heights podcast. Conan was on with the Kelsey brothers, and he's detailing the Walker Texas Rangers lever.
So today, unfortunately, Chuck Norris passes away at the age of 86, and one of my favorite Conan bits back in the day was the Walker Texas Ranger lever, where he would just pull that. During the show, people go crazy for it. It's out of context clips. People loved it.
They would just play a clip, it was a 2-second clip from Walker Texas Ranger out of context, and it would just, he'd pull the lever, they'd play the clip.
Yep.
And that was it. And then it ended up being the people at Walker Texas Ranger.
Well,
got
yeah,
upset.
Conan goes into it. It was a whole lawsuit, and Conan fought for it.
He talks about it here.
Well, the Walker Texas Ranger lever was one of my favorite things ever. I was ever, and it's one of the things I'm most happy about. And then they made us stop doing it because they said that we're playing all these clips and there's actors in those clips. And they said to me, the actors are starting to notice you're playing these clips and you're not paying them and they're going to come after you. Boo. And so we got to cut it down. And I went into a depression because it was my favorite thing. And then I said to my producer, and to my lawyer, I want to take this to trial. And they're like, what are you talking about? And I said, I want to show these people, these actors are going to go crazy. And I said, no, I want to go to trial and show the clips and then say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that is not acting. And they said, you are not going to do that. That is not happening. Shut up. So that had to go away. But
That's pretty good, dude. I mean, this is akin to Afro Man to me.
Exactly.
You don't want to start stuff with guys who control you and have time and are funnier than you are.
Yeah. To the same level, though, with Matt Leinart, like with Barry Sanders' response.
They're howling at that.
Yeah, literally, Travis Kelsey and Jason Kelsey just laugh at every single thing a guest says on their podcast.
Yeah. Also, I like Kelsey. I think it's probably Travis going boo.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, dude, you're in the players' union. You ain't doing anything or letting your name or likeness or image or anything going anywhere without you getting a cut.
Seriously.
What are you talking about over here booing? You're the exact same way.
Yeah.
Everybody is. Everybody's got their own brand. Everybody's got their own thing.
I totally understand it. At the same time, that was a fantastic bit on Conan.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Okay, so here's the last thing that we wanted to get into.
Okay.
So we talked about this the other day. So Afro Man, artist. He's been around for a long time. He's an artist and a comedian, rapper.
Basically, yeah.
But he's famous for the song "Because I Got High."
Yep.
You might not remember it.
Because you got
high, yeah.
La-da-da-da-da-da.
Anyway, he's famous for a song, funny storyteller. So 3 years ago, he's sitting at home in his house in Ohio with his kids and his family, and the police, the sheriff's department, breaks in his gate, and they kick down his door on a warrant, or not a warrant, a search warrant, in suspicion of kidnapping and drug trafficking charges. They search the place, they find nothing, and he's never charged. But they did take money from him that was there, cash that was there, and they claimed that was evidence. He never got it back. And then while they're searching the place, there's his own CCTV in-house security video has one of the officers is holding a gun, and there's a big thing of lemon pound cake on the counter, and the officer 2 different times kind of goes back to look at the pound cake as though he's almost going to take a slice of it. So after all this happens, he doesn't get charged. Afro Man, the artist, gets very upset. He decides then he's going to use the video that he has from his security footage to make videos that are kind of trolling the police department and mocking them. And some of them were very specific. I think Danny has our first one here. He put out a song a few years ago talking to the sheriff's department, simply asking if they were going to help repair his gate.
Will you help me repair my gate? Will you help me repair my door?
So it is the gate and the door. He gets upset. Yeah. He was selling a merchandise around this as well, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's good on that one, Danny. So then there's another guy. So there's another officer named Randy Waters who was involved in this as well, who apparently treated him really badly, and there's video footage. And mind you, his kids are there. They have their hands on triggers of assault weapons.
No, it's terrible.
It's a pretty big thing. There's a lot of footage of this. So the reason we're talking about this is after he put out these music videos, the sheriff's department decided to sue him for defamation of character, because he put out this other one where he uses video of this guy, Randy Waters, who's one of the sheriff's members of the sheriff's office, and he put out this song here. See if you can figure out what the title is.
Randy Walters is the son of a... That's why his wife and got filthy rich.
Slept with his wife and got filthy rich, he says.
Yeah,
in this song,
with her.
right?
Yeah, slept with his
dude,
wife.
You picked a fight with a guy who makes rap videos and tells stories, and so he's mocking them, right? So the police department decides 5 members of the department or 4 decide they're going to put together a lawsuit and they're going to sue him for defamation. Now here's the problem: when you do this for defamation, you then have to prove everything that he said
was true
is not true.
Oh, not true, yeah.
Right? You're suing him and saying he defamed me. I'm not these things, right? So. Dude, they get this guy, Randy Waters. I went through and I watched it. For some reason, this was all televised, the entire court case.
On local TV,
It was 3 days long or whatever. The entire thing was televised on local TV. It's on their YouTube channel. It's a couple of days of it.
It's not on C-SPAN.
No, dude, it's pretty riveting stuff because it's pretty ridiculous what they're arguing over, right? So Randy Waters then has to be asked on the stand about how he was defamed because Afro Man talked about sleeping with his wife. And here's what Randy Waters had to say under oath about how he was defamed.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
dude, the guy claims he doesn't know if
Come
Afro-Man's sleeping with his wife, dude. By the way, at one point...
Have you had a conversation with your wife about it?
At one point after that, dude, he says, we've been together since 6th grade. He's I don't know. He's all stressing about it. Dude, at one point, dude, Afro-Man's defense attorney, who looks like Hagrid, walks up to him and he says to him,
"You're a rapper, Afro-Man."
Well, dude, do we have to, do you think saying you're a son of a bee is an opinion or a fact? And he's like, well, I think it's an opinion. He goes, well, are you a son of a bee? And he goes, no, it gets weird because you have to prove that you didn't do it. So the other thing that comes up here is the lemon pound cake.
Yeah.
The other officer who he made a lemon pound cake song about, the officer who kept looking at the pound cake, here's the song he made about this guy, about lemon pound cake, and the sheriff maybe wanted to put down his gun and grab a slice.
Okay.
lemon can.
It's kind of a good tune.
Oh, dude, he makes great
It's
songs.
kind of catchy. Pretty good, right? So the sheriff then he starts calling him Lemon. He starts calling him Officer Pound Cake, right?
All right.
Like he's tweeting about it. He's
It's a nice
calling him
little nickname.
right? Apparently this was defaming this officer. He was
come
very
on.
upset, so he's got to testify. So they talked to this officer about how he was humiliated and defamed by the Lemon Pound Cake song. Here he is under oath.
Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times. Received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
And
600 pound
the
cakes
context of that name
the
comes
station.
from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that question.
Dude, so then after that happens, then they made them watch the video in the courtroom.
Of him.
The music video.
Oh, the music video.
They played it after that so that the jury could have it, dude.
Yeah.
By the way, kind of a different juxtaposition. This guy's like, dude, he's saying he slept with my wife. This guy's like, dude, they send me.
He's calling me lemon pound
They send
cake.
me a bunch of pound cake.
Well, that's food.
Yeah.
That's lunch,
I mean,
dessert.
dude, this whole trial was
Received
insane.
hundreds
It went
of
down like
pound
this, and
cakes
then
at work.
he gets.
What's so bad about
He said
that?
people were humiliating him because they were sending pound cakes to his office. So then after this, you see, everybody's talking about Afro Man's speech at the end.
Yeah.
Where he said, I'm allowed to kick my can in my backyard, and I'm allowed to make a song about it and exercise my First Amendment right to free speech, and I think I'm a sport for doing so.
Yes.
Right? That it's an incredible line.
Honestly, though, he's a sport for dealing with all of Sorry, just saying saying that he's a sport for all this. Yes, he's a sport for having the cops come in and raid his home, putting guns in his face in front of his children, and then being a sport about it, having the sense of humor to make fun of it at the same time.
Well, dude, then he made another song after that too. I mean, he won the case yesterday. He was found not liable for defamation. By the way, at one point at the end in the closing arguments, his lawyer says to them, "You can't believe any of these songs are fact." And then he points back to him, and he's wearing that American flag suit, and he goes, "I mean, look at this man right here. You can't believe that this man is serious about everything." I was like, basically his argument for his client was, I mean, look at this guy. Can you believe
And
this
Afro
guy?
Man just like, damn right.
Yeah, dude, it's incredible. So that's how that goes down. By the way, people are like, after that First Amendment freedom of speech comment, people are like, Afro Man for president because he's wearing the American flag.
He's got my
suit.
vote.
Yeah, except that already happened because Afro Man entered the presidential election back in 2024.
Did he really?
And none of you guys voted for him.
Well, that was a big
We
mistake.
could have had President Afro Man right now.
All right, in 2 more years, I'm down.
Wouldn't be like way better, but it would be
slightly better.
That'd be more fun.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop
More
from
songs?
Jack's Restaurant in Newark. We'll take a quick break. We'll figure out the rest when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work now continues from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark. Closing things up today. Had a fun show today, despite the technical difficulties. So thank you guys for getting through it. Early in the show, we had Matt Vasgersian join us talking about the Giants and Yankees open up the season next Wednesday. You can hear that game live on the Sports Leader. And we'll have our Giants roundtable from 2 to 4. So really no dirty work that day, but me and Copes will be doing the dirty work dealing with Brian Murphy that day. As Murph, Marcus, JD, and Greg Silver will join us from 2 to 4. We'll get you ready for a little Diamond Notes, our first edition of the season, as we get ready for Giants and Yankees. We also had Will Smith on earlier in the show. Sharks going through it right now. Oh, they lost in a row now, Mike. 4 in a row? 4 out of 6. Yeah, not great right now, and then we're still hopeful they can make the postseason. But Will Smith came on today talking about his second season with the Sharks. You can find that interview on thesportsleader.com or the Sports Leader app. But we got March Madness going on right now, and I want to play more sound here. This is actually going circulating on the internet right now on Twitter, and everybody's reacting to what Villanova head coach Kevin Willard said during one of those, in-game interviews. I think it's Tracy Wolfson asking him. Or sorry, it's Lauren Shahadi right here. And I'm trying to get the score of Villanova. Who were they playing earlier? Anyway, Villanova and Utah State. They actually lost. Villanova lost to Utah State, so they go on the 9th seed there. But this is Kevin Willard. He's doing an in-game interview and kind of throws his coaching staff under the bus here.
Coach, 16 paid points for Utah State. How do you keep them out?
I'm going to fire my staff because we've...
Not now.
Yeah, I am, because we've given up 8 points on underneath out of bounds defense. So the only thing I'm going to do is fire them and get a new staff.
All right, go do that now. Bye, Coach.
Okay, he's clearly joking there, but, that's lame. I'm sorry. You got to take some accountability there. That's lame as hell, honestly. I understand that you're upset and, you're going to blame your coaching staff because it's not just you as the head coach there, but you are the head coach. You have to take accountability for what's going on with your team. And just to say, I'm going to fire my staff, that's lame as hell. So, I don't know. I really don't like that. I really don't like that he did that during the TV timeout there. Can I hear that one more time, Danny, just to get some more context of that?
Coach, 16 paid points for Utah State. How do you keep them out?
I'm going to fire my staff because we've...
Not now.
Yeah, I am, because we've given up 8 points on underneath out of bounds defense. So the only thing I'm going to do is fire them and get a new staff.
All right, go do that now.
No, that's lame. I'm sorry. I know he's joking there. He's clearly joking, but you can't just say I'm going to fire my staff on national TV.
Do you think he's half joking?
He's going to he's pissed, and they end up losing the game, and now he's going to look at his coaching staff and say, guys, I was just joking there, or maybe he does fire his staff, or maybe he gets fired. Who knows?
I don't know. What happens a lot, too, with these tournaments is we don't know these coaches that well. We don't see these interviews. They're not on national TV all the time. We don't know the personalities like we do in the NFL. So when they say things, we just take it for what it is on the surface level. For all we know, this is his attitude with the coaches year-round, and this is how he talks to them behind the scenes. Not that that's right. I'm just saying I don't know how unique this is to his relationship with his coaching staff. And maybe this is something he does to fire them up. I don't know. I think it's kind of a funny piece of sound.
It's funny, but I don't know. For that moment, and now that they lost,
yeah. Now,
kind of a bad look.
Well, now they lost. Maybe he was being truthful.
Yeah. And also, Greg Popovich, if he did that, maybe we just laugh at it because we know Popovich's personality. Good point, Copes. We don't know him as well, but I don't know. Whenever you say you're going to coach, you're going to fire your staff, maybe you should be more self-deprecating and say I'm going to fire myself.
Okay, so by the way, have you checked where you are in the KNBR spread pool to this point?
I have not. I've not got an update.
Okay, well, you had two teams. I think Mike's got it for us, right? Mike, didn't Derek lose another team today? Derek lost another team today. Tough deal, bro.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I think I got one more tonight. I got Iowa. Dude, Santa Clara, Kentucky. Almost pulled that one out. I had Santa Clara +3. And they did not get away with that one. So I lost Santa Clara. Kentucky marches on. But we went head-to-head yesterday, and I knocked you out on that one. How are you going to spend the weekend watching college hoops? You getting after it?
I'm not getting after it. I'll probably just go to my local watering hole and watch some games.
What's your local watering hole now? They closed your spot.
They did.
Oh,
Close.
you don't want to announce what it is?
No, I don't want people blowing up my spot now.
Derek is so afraid if he says where he goes to get a beer that people will show up waiting for him.
Well, yeah, Tacky Will and AJ Cruz and Rockin' New Era.
They might do that anyway.
I can't have those degenerates following me everywhere.
It's our last weekend, basically till October, without baseball.
Yes.
Which is pretty awesome in terms of games that matter, right?
Yeah.
Because the season opens on Wednesday. Monday and Tuesday, the Giants play at 6:45 against Sultanas de Monterrey at the ballpark. We are
a classic.
It's still like a preseason pregame, so we won't have
Diamond Notes?
award-winning Diamond
No, we
Notes
won't.
and all that. But that'll start on Wednesday after our Giants roundtable at 58 Social. But then the season starts Wednesday. Logan Webb takes the ball. We know Bryce Eldridge not going to be on the opening day roster. Did we talk about the Logan Webb comments? I know we had some technical problems earlier.
Yeah.
But Logan Webb on the WBC, he caught up with Justice De Los Santos, who was on with us the other day, covers the Giants for the San Jose Mercury News. And there was that whole I told you I wasn't really biting on this at all. I brought up that people were talking on Twitter about how it felt like Team USA was more boring or wasn't as exciting in terms of their flamboyance on the field relative to their opponents in the WBC. And it's like the culture of the game is just different in different places. I think that's what Vasgersian was saying to us earlier. I couldn't totally hear it. But the culture of baseball in Japan, so much. I mean, they do the songs for every player. We know Jung Hoo Lee's got his own song in Korea, right? Like when they come up, they sing the song. When they announce them in the lineup, they do chants. It's like going to a different ballpark, but it's culturally different for the entirety of the sport. The same thing is in the Dominican Republic and in the Mexican League. All of them have a different culture for how they play the game and celebrate the game. So I never really cared. I mean, it's fun when your team is that way. But I never really cared that they were more businesslike. I didn't really ever like the narrative that they didn't care as much or they weren't trying as hard. I just sort of try to put it in the perspective or the scope that as fans, winning is the only thing that was acceptable for them.
Yeah.
And so losing it was going to be like, how did you lose it? But winning it would have been like, okay, cool, you did your job.
Exactly.
It was par for the course if they'd won it. But as I never got the impression the players didn't want it or didn't care. And I feel like that's become a narrative. So Logan Webb talked to Justice De Los Santos, and he said, quote, I feel like there's a narrative that we didn't care. That's complete bull S.
Mm-hmm.
I think we cared the most of every team. We do things in different ways more than some other teams, but we care a lot.
Yeah.
I never doubted that Logan. I mean, I think that I don't think you're doing this as an extra tournament for the amount of money that you're getting paid extra. It's not like they're getting tons to do this. I don't think you do this unless you're a competitor and you really want to do this for some honor and you love playing baseball and you want to do it for your country. Like, that's the only reason anybody's doing it from Major League Baseball. Like, in other countries, again, it means something different. You get 17-year-olds on other teams and guys who are making a name or their only chance to represent their country. But if you're Team USA, like, Aaron Judge don't need this.
No.
Aaron Judge doesn't have to do this. And we talked about it. It doesn't mean that much for the legacy, but he wants that. He wants to be the guy that does it and that leads them to a championship. So I'm with Logan Webb on that. Like, you don't have to be taking time away and flying across the country to Miami and getting ready for the season where you know you got this grind and more time away from your family when you know you got the next 6 months away. Like, these guys don't have to do this. So I don't think anybody is a part of this unless they really care. I don't think anybody does this kind of like, all right, I'll do it.
No.
Okay.
No, I remember talking to Logan Webb.
I'll play third.
Me and Greg Silver cut up with him when we were doing Fan Fest at San Ramon a couple of months ago, and we asked him about WBC, and he was giddy. You know, that Logan Webb smile where he was like, yeah, man, I'm looking forward to this. And I can't wait to do this, to pitch for my country. And to say, like, none of these guys cared, that's ridiculous. They didn't care as much as, you know, Team Venezuela or Team DR. Like, no, that's not the case. Those guys maybe showed more passion, but it's just different. I agree with what he said here. And, yes, that's why these guys do this. That's why, like, they can easily just say, I'll pass, I'll wait for the season to start. I'm making millions of dollars to play for the New York Yankees or the Philadelphia Phillies, so I'm not going to participate in this. And, yes, was it where maybe they were more businesslike and maybe they didn't have the same joy as the other guys? That's hard to say, but, yeah, maybe you can make that assumption. But at the same time, look at their faces when they lost.
I think team cultures are cultures, yeah.
Exactly. And also, I would say you can harness this kind of energy, like the same thing with Matt Celebrini losing for Team Canada in the Olympics. I hope Logan Webb's pissed off for greatness next week for the Giants.
Yeah, I hope he's pissed off for greatness for the next 6 months, but he's not really the dude I'm worried about.
Right.
It's like the other four.
Yeah,
you know.
I hear you.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark. We are going to hand it over to our guy Ted Ramey is coming up at the top of the hour. He's going to give you an hour of Sports Phone KNBR, and then you're going to get a little Dubs OT with our guy John Dickinson right here on The Sports Leader. When we come on back, we will put the show and the week to bed. Dirty work from Jackson Newark, only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Everybody, I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
Dirty work on a Friday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, with you from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark at New Park Mall. We've almost hit every Jack's. I think we have 2 left to hit.
San Mateo, San Bruno?
San Bruno. Those are the only other 2
All right.
we've not been to.
There's still time.
We should do it like a – you ever been to Epcot?
Oh, yeah.
Where you drink around the world and you wear that shirt with the box and you check off the countries on your shirt.
You drink around the world?
Well, because Epcot is it's all different countries.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You go and you can get their number one. You get a shirt from Epcot that has every country on it,
yeah.
a map, and there's a little box and you get a pen that you wear around your neck, and then you drink at every country around it. You check the box on the shirt.
Good to know.
Yeah.
I need to go to Epcot as an adult.
Yeah, it's not that fun though to get the. You get an Irish coffee after the margarita. You're I don't want this.
No.
I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
You got to plan. You got to map your drinking around Epcot.
Yeah, back to back like that.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Anyway, I'll get wings and euros and dirty work burritos at all locations at Jack's.
Sounds good to me.
Anyway, fun being back at Jack's this time out in Newark.
Absolutely.
Really glad that the people in the East Bay came out to hang out. Really cool that you guys came out to see us.
Yeah,
here
thank you guys.
at Jack's Restaurant here in Newark.
And honestly, thank you to Josh Shepard and thank you to Danny Dunn. I know a lot of technical difficulties today, but thank you guys for juggling through all the hoops today.
Oh, I was going to get to that, man.
Sorry.
I wrote it down. Look.
Was that your note to self?
No, dude.
Okay.
I always thank everybody when we do a remote.
All right. You still got time.
Well, not anymore. All right, let's go back to Danny. We're handing it over to Ted Ramey. He's going to give you an hour of Sports Phone KNBR. And then,
Sorry, I have class today, Coach.
And then, you can't buy that. And then you're going to get a little bit of Dubs OT with JD. Danny's back at the KNBR studios. Danny, note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self, I should have given you guys a few more softball questions in the newlywed game.
Yeah. What did you think was a softball one?
I don't know.
Lost him.
The cooking one was a softball
that long
one.
delay for that?
Yeah, the cooking one.
The messy one.
Yeah, the messy one was too.
Apparently, Dan had 7 more to go, so we could save those for another time. Note to self.
Note to self.
I'll be a little serious here. I know everybody asked me about my father. We got a great update yesterday. My dad is doing great. He was discharged from the hospital. He's feeling very fine, so... Yeah, I want to let you guys know that he's out of the hospital and doing well.
Awesome news, dude.
Yep.
I'm healing like Wolverine.
More like Adrian Peterson.
Like Adrian Peterson when he came back from the ACL.
And he had the 80-yard run against the Raiders.
They may be lining up me opposite Bosa.
Note to self.
Dude. Note to self, dude, I went to Vegas with Derek. But I always think it's just fake Derek.
Yeah.
I forgot.
He was more memorable that week than me.
That was maybe the funniest moment of that newlywed game, that I forgot our first trip together.
Yeah, that you planned.
Dude, I don't remember any of that. Anyway, that's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Friday. Seriously, though, thanks to Danny Dunn and our guy Josh Shepard.
Thank you,
some
guys.
Technical difficulties. Danny back in the studio. Josh here got us back up and running. Really appreciate the help. Thanks to Mike, who did whatever he did, hanging out today, getting us the brackets and whatnot. Michael Connell and Mr. KNBR getting us set up with our digital stream. John and Augusta and everybody here at Jack's that has been so good to us at all of our stops around the Bay Area Jack's locations. We'll be back with you on Monday from 2 until 6, and then Wednesday opening day and the Giants Roundtable at 58 Social. We will hand it over to Ted Ramey here after I tell you that it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. It's Ted Ramey. Sports Phone KNBR starts right now. Have a good weekend, everybody.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
What's up, everyone? Ted Ramey with you here on a Friday evening. Just a totally normal 90-degree day around the Bay Area on March 20th. Things are heating up around here because we got baseball season on the horizon. We've got all sorts of stuff going on with Trent Williams and the 49ers. That's a little bit of a wrinkle that I am not that surprised by right now, just because I figured this is what was going to go on. The 49ers not exercising that $10 million option bonus on Trent Williams. And that's where I'm just going to start here for a minute, because if you do that, then you're automatically committed to him. But now, because they have declined that, his cap number is going to grow to close to $47 million. I don't know what the 49ers are going to do from here. I always wish that I had some sort of crystallized vision of what the 49ers were going to do next, but it always turns into some protracted long play in the way that I don't expect it to go down. I do think that right now for the 49ers, because they're obviously not trying to do what I think they should do, which is just kind of take a step back for a season, kind of compile some picks, season or two, and try and get things going again, because I think as long as they have Brock Purdy, that is the window that they have to be building around, not the more aging careers of a George Kittle, of a Nick Bosa who's dealing with multiple knee injuries at this point, CMC who's not getting any younger, and specifically Trent Williams, because Trent Williams, he's one of the best football players of all time. You can make an argument that he's the best left tackle of all time, or definitely of his era. And I think that now that he is in the later stages of his career, you have to figure out what you're going to do next. And until you have that automatic replacement for him, you got to keep him around. And that's what I think the 49ers are eventually going to do. And there's a number of ways that this can go now, right? I mean, they can come up with some new overall ideas of what they want to do next, about how they're going to restructure that contract, or what they're going to ask him to do. And, maybe Trent wants to do that. Maybe he doesn't. I think he likes being with the 49ers. I think he likes being out here in the Bay Area. I think he likes playing for the system. And I think that no matter what, even if I don't think it's necessarily in their best interest that the 49ers are going to be able to get into a playoff spot next year, I just saw the overwhelming evidence that we saw at the end of the last season was they didn't have the physicality to match what the Seahawks were bringing. They didn't have the talent to match up with the Rams, and the Rams are going to be trying to max out from here until the end of their contending window centered around their quarterback. So the 49ers are kind of in a little bit of an in-between era right now, but if the best move for them is to keep Trent Williams around, I'm not against it. I just don't know what they are going to do to make all the other pieces around it that much more contending, that much more interesting, that much more of a compelling team. And I hope that they are able to, bring in, some more weapons by way of the draft. Obviously, they're bringing in Kirk. That's a good weapon that they got in this most recent round of contract signings and free agency. So that's a good move for the 49ers, but I just don't know if it's enough. When we go back to the 49ers in their contending window of 2023, you had two of the best players in the NFL with the ball in their hands in Deebo Samuel as well as Christian McCaffrey, who were all capable of doing absolutely anything at any given moment. That is not their narrative right now. That's not what team they are at this point. Yes, they still have CMC, but Brandon Ayuk is no longer a part of this franchise. Juwan Jennings, that's a story that's coming to an end. And so these are where the 49ers are right now. That's not the same team. They don't have the same level of talent. And even though I do think Kyle Shanahan can scheme them up to a contending level of play in the sense that they'll contend for a playoff spot, it is just it's not enough. But for the time being, you don't want to risk anything happening to Brock Purdy, who I think is a little bit of an injury-prone individual. And so you got to make sure that he's protected. And that's why you have a great player, like a Trent Williams, and you keep him around. You just have to negotiate. You have to figure things out. You got to figure out everything that he gives you in terms of that offensive protection. So, it's the 49ers being able to play at a high enough level to be a compelling team throughout the regular season. I just don't know if it's going to be enough for them to, really do anything of note to make that deep run to the Super Bowl, be in the NFC Championship game, be in a Super Bowl. I could be wrong. My go-to line is that as a sports broadcaster, I am often very, very wrong. So we will see what ends up happening there. But, this is just kind of one of the first moves that I was expecting. They're obviously going to try and work things out with that contract and get it reworked with Trent. And, if it works out, great. If it doesn't, they'll probably have to end up trading him. And I don't have a particular problem with that. I think they just have to make sure that they do their due diligence in figuring out a deal that works for everyone. And I have confidence in the 49ers that they will get it done. My go-to thing with the 49ers is just it's kind of annoying that they just don't have like a plan in place, and it ends up getting drawn out and dominates the talk of the offseason. Obviously, it's March 20th right now. It feels like the weather that would be leading us into camp today, but it's not quite where we are at. Yeah, I know. By the way, as a person who's nicknamed Sweaty Teddy over the year, I've had more than a few people call me that. I was not expecting 90-degree days in the middle to end of March. So I'm sitting here in my home studio, which may or may not be in a finished garage, but there's no specific AC. So I'm just kind of like, really? This is what I'm dealing with already at the end of March. All right. I was super bummed this morning for Santa Clara. I'm very good friends with their play-by-play announcer, Anthony Passarelli. He and I go way back. Just because he's been friends with my dad forever. They worked together back in the day at KCBS, and now he's been calling Santa Clara basketball forever. He was a co-worker of mine with the Earthquakes. He did the TV play-by-play back. I started with him in 2014. He moved from the radio side of things to the TV play-by-play. I took over the radio side of things, and I worked with Passarelli, for a franchise for a college that's back in the dance for the first time in 30 years. Man, they took it right to the end of regulation, a banked-in three. I mean, my God, what a gut punch. What an absolute gut punch. And I was so hopeful because, the Gales, they got beat, and then now Santa Clara goes down. It's like those are the two teams that were really beyond the bracketology of it all, really going to keep me engaged. So it's unfortunate, but it's hopefully going to land more talent at Santa Clara and bring more people to that school and keep it going. Because, listen, you need something on the local level to keep you engaged. And I thought that, in terms of an entertaining game this morning, that was about as much as you could ask for. But that game-tying three from Moe, that was a gut punch. I mean, I'm sure for their fans, it was an absolutely incredible moment, one they're going to remember forever. For fans of Santa Clara, they are going to be they're going to be wanting to forget that moment for a very, very long time. But that's the way it goes in sports. That's what you got to deal with, and that's just an unfortunate close to what was otherwise a positive season. But we are going to take a quick break. Got a great show coming up for you tonight as I get to give you a little sports phone before we get to our time with the Warriors and JD. We're going to talk to Alan Hoshida, the host of Sharks pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports California. We're going to do some Sharks talk because obviously, if you're watching on the stream, I've got my Sharks shirt on. I work for the franchise. And then we're also going to talk with Steve Berman. He's going to join us of The Athletic. We're going to talk a little bit about the Giants. We're going to talk about the looming issue with the CBA in Major League Baseball, and we're going to get into some other broader topics there. But yeah, we're going to take you up to when JD joins us. So yeah, you're on Sports Phone KNBR. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to talk some Sharks with Alan Hoshida on the other side.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
March Madness is off and running. Santa Clara lost a thriller in overtime to Kentucky today. And Virginia and Wright State was close down the stretch, but Virginia prevailed. Get all your tourney fix on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050, the sports leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Welcome back, everyone. You're on Sports Phone KNBR. Ted Ramey filling in on a Friday late afternoon. It feels like summer, but I can assure you it is only the 20th of March. They said it was 90 degrees in San Francisco today. It hadn't been that hot since something like October of 2024 in the city. So, yeah, we're going to heat things up here on the phone lines as we are now joined by the one and only Alan Hoshida, who is the host of Sharks pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports California, of which you can frequently find me being his analyst is the best way to call it, even though it might shock some of you to learn I never actually played in the NHL. But I go out there with my partner, Alan, and we have a pretty good time because the Sharks team is pretty entertaining. Alan, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
Hey, man. It is warm. It's very warm. I can attest to that. Also was down in San Jose, so it is hot everywhere. And hopefully the San Jose Sharks can match the temperature.
Yes, I would hope that they would start to heat up a little bit as well because they've been a little bit cool as of late. They've lost a few in a row. And this is kind of the great question that I'm struggling with now, Alan. And I've told you about this. My prediction for the Sharks was to start off and be kind of hot and eventually would start to fade out because their inexperience and their youth would kind of catch up with them. None of us saw them really hanging around until March 20th and being 1 point out of the playoffs, or at least that's what it was this morning. But do you think that this is just a temporary blip for them, or do you think they have the strength, or really do they have the player in Macklin Celebrini that can continue to drag them to the finish line and keep them in this playoff race?
I think that's the question, right, that everyone wants to know. Do they have enough in the tank here to finish this thing out? We know Macklin is going to come around. Wasn't on score sheet against Buffalo and was obviously frustrated. There's some shots of him on the bench, clearly not happy with how things went out. But they're going to need other guys, and I think you can only rely on Macklin Celebrini for so long before you need other guys to get really hot. And not just like pitch in from game to game a little bit, but have a 5-game stretch where maybe they score 8 points. Will Smith coming alive would be fantastic for Macklin Celebrini and for the Sharks, because at one point, Ryan Warsofsky recently was just like, I'm trying to find a wing that can play with Macklin Celebrini. So they're going to need more guys to come around to start pushing this thing forward. And they do have that in them. Kiefer Sherwood's been really good for them. Alex Wenberg produced when he's been in the lineup. He missed one game for an injury, but he's been back in there. But they're just going to need it a little bit more often and from the get-go. And I guess that's kind of, everyone's saying that. Everyone in the NHL is saying that. But this team really needs to get going from the start. That's one thing we've talked about a lot for probably every game, is that if they get the momentum, they're a really, really good hockey team. If they don't get the momentum, go ahead.
I was going to say, what was frustrating, though, was last night it felt like they did have the momentum. I was joking with you when they gave up the 3 goals in roughly 2 minutes in the second period that, the first one in particular was, as we would say in football or soccer, totally against the run of play. The Sharks had been the better team, and then suddenly Buffalo got 1 goal, and then the floodgates opened, and in a matter of 2 minutes they were up 3-0. And that was just what was so frustrating about that, because I felt the Sharks were playing what I would call a good game up to that point.
Yeah, they definitely played better than they did in Ottawa and in Edmonton through the first, period and a half. And even most of that game, if you took away those 2 minutes and a couple other bad shifts in the third, they played a pretty good hockey game, which we've heard before, where sometimes you play better than the outcome and sometimes you play worse than the outcome. But that is the frustrating thing, especially with the San Jose Sharks. And in hockey, if you have the momentum and you are peppering the goalie, you ring one off the post, and then the next one goes through Alex Lyon, you're hoping for a goal there. And you know that it almost feels like if they don't score in those moments when they have the momentum, it doesn't matter if it's just the San Jose Sharks, but especially the San Jose Sharks, inevitably the other team's going to come around. And the Buffalo Sabres are a very good hockey team. Contrary to what you believe about the Buffalo Sabres, they haven't been in the playoffs for 15 years. They are a very good hockey team, and they're quick strike. And that's the biggest thing, is that when they get going, we saw it at home yesterday, and we also saw it in Buffalo. When they get going, they're going to score in bunches. And the Sharks have been pretty good about that, not letting the momentum get out of hand, not letting those spurts get out of hand. But recently, they have let their opponents score multiple goals in a row, and it's kind of just killed any momentum they had. And then, of course, in the third period, it actually was on 4 straight shots. Sabres scored 4 goals. But in the third period, even they have a good opening shift, and they come back down, and the Sabres score. And it's just like every time they had the momentum and they pushed back, the Sabres had the answer. We saw that with Edmonton. Edmonton had the answer in the third period. Ottawa, that game was kind of ugly from the get-go. But the group knows that they have to get going early, and especially here tomorrow when they play the Philadelphia Flyers at home, the tank's been great. I mean, the tank's been great. And so if you could get that first goal and you get the energy in that building still going for as long as possible, I think it's good things happening, because we've heard in the past if opponents came into the tank when it's rocking, they were just trying to survive. So if the Sharks and Macklin Celebrini can get the other team to feel like they're just surviving, you're in a good spot.
The thing that's interesting about what you just said, though, is that, they couldn't get it done against Edmonton. That's a team that is, been in 13 out of 14 Stanley Cup final games the last 2 years, losing to Florida both times. Buffalo right now, they're at the top of the East. They're having a great season. They're back. It looks like they're headed back to the playoffs for the first time in a decade and a half. Is it fair for us to compare the Sharks to these top tier upper echelon contending teams, knowing that the Sharks have 32 wins right now? They had 39 wins combined in the previous 2 seasons. If I had told you back at the start of October that the Sharks were going to finish the year with 32 wins, we all would have said that's a huge step forward for them. But the narrative has shifted. Suddenly, the longer they stayed in this playoff contending window ahead of schedule this year, the more and more people wanted more from Macklin, more from Will, more from the San Jose Sharks. So is it fair to judge them against an Edmonton or a Buffalo, or does that have to be the standard, because those are teams that we expect to contend for a cup, and the sooner the Sharks know what the battle is truly like against those top-tier teams, the sooner they can figure out what they need to be as a team?
It's certainly not fair, but when you're a point out of the playoffs, that's what comes with the territory. And when you have 3 games in hand on the Edmonton Oilers, and the Edmonton Oilers' goaltending has been suspect, their defense has been suspect, their secondary scoring has been suspect all year, yeah, you are expected to play in those games and go toe-to-toe to them, because you know what's on the line. And you've seen throughout this year that the San Jose Sharks have risen to the occasion. Yes, they've also fallen to the occasion a couple times, but they've risen to it. So it's not, I don't think it's fair, but when you're this late in the year, 15 games to go, and you're chasing a playoff spot, you are expected to win games. And it doesn't matter that no one in the Pacific would be in the playoffs if they were in the Eastern Conference. That's just how convoluted and how less than good the Pacific Division is this year, but those are the cards you're dealt. And I also think you can't just say you're going to be in these playoff chances every year, because you would assume next year the Pacific Division isn't going to be this bad. Everyone lost basically last night, except for the Kings, who actually they did lose. They lost in a shootout or overtime. Every single team in the Pacific lost against other divisions. So you're expecting the division to be better next year. So you can't just say, oh, well, we're going to be in this next year. Take advantage of this. Take advantage of not every team running away with it, but the Knights, the Ducks, the Oilers, the Kraken, the Kings, everyone. Well, you don't even talk about the Canucks, because they're just very, very bad. But everyone else isn't that great. So take advantage of this. You have a generational talent. You have a 19-year-old Macklin Celebrini on pace for 115 points, 120 points. We don't know if that's going to happen again. Yeah, sure, you expect it to happen because he's 19 years old, and you say, well, he's only going to get better, Ted. But you don't know. We've seen crazier things in sports where it never duplicates again. I don't think that's the case for this kid, because he's just a maniac. But you have to take advantage of your opportunities. And I think that's something that Ryan Warsofsky and his staff is telling this team, is that, hey, maybe we shouldn't be here, but we are. So are we going to look at it and say, well, we shouldn't be here, so let's just feel good about this. Let's get to 35, 39 wins. No, go out and try to get into the playoffs and reward your fans who have stuck with you through the rebuild. Sure, you're going to get in, and maybe you're going to play the Colorado Avalanche, and maybe that goes very badly for you. But you get in, you bring back playoff hockey back to the tank. So I say it's not fair, but I also say you take advantage of the opportunity that's presented to you, just like everyone else in life.
Well, no matter what, even if they were to get run by whoever the opponent would be to start off that playoff series, they would still be getting extra gates. And that's the whole point. Is you get to the playoffs, you get extra gates, you make more money as a franchise. And it would be very interesting to see what happens if they do get in, because I think, and this is why, I'm the crazy one, Alan, is I think it's more challenging for San Jose to get into the postseason than it would be for them to have a relative level of success in the postseason. Because I think right now the Sharks are up against the entire narrative and the pressure of the entire year, because they start off 0-4-2, which is 6 straight losses. They've been up against it since that time of the year, and they've been trying to force the issue. They had to fight like hell to get themselves back into the playoff picture throughout the month of November and December. They were able to do so, and they've been hanging on January, February through the Olympic break, and now into the later stages of March. And we even heard Ryan Warsofsky talk about this the other night. Alex Nedeljkovic talked about how they've been in this chase for a long time. But if they were to get into the postseason, I think then they're playing with house money. Then the opposition becomes very tight going up against this upstart team with an incredible young talent in Macklin Celebrini, as well as Will Smith and William Eklund and potentially Igor Chernyshov and on and on. But that's kind of where I want to go to, is that, Macklin, we know he's been the star attraction for the San Jose Sharks. But if they do want to get into this postseason, then I think you need William Eklund. You're probably going to need Igor Chernyshov, who got hurt, unfortunately, 30 seconds into his return with the team. You're going to need Tyler Toffoli to wake back up. You're going to need Will Smith. You're going to need Colin Graff to continue his level of production. I know everyone's familiar with Macklin Celebrini, but there's a lot of other role players and young stars in the making who need to step up big time.
Yeah, 100%. And Tyler Toffoli's working his way back. Sounds like he's likely to miss tomorrow's game against the Flyers, lower body injury, so he's not going to be there. That gives an opportunity to Philip Kurashev, who took laps with the first line today at practice. So everyone, like you said, everyone needs to step up. Macklin Celebrini, I have a feeling, is going to go on a tear. And if you look at their state schedule going forward, no game is easy right now, because either you're in or you're fighting for a spot, or you want to end someone's hopes, like the Philadelphia Flyers, or whoever it may be. So every game is going to be tough. And you play the Nashville Predators 3 times, who you have not beat in 13 tries. 13 tries you have not beat the Nashville Predators. You haven't beat the Nashville Predators 8 times in Nashville, and you play them twice. So nothing is going to be easy here. But if you do get in and everyone raises their level of game, so now you know everyone can do it. The coaching staff knows who they can count on, because they played the last 15 games playoff hockey, and they fought for their lives, and they got in. And now they can start game planning specific for one team. So maybe you're right, is if they get in, and no one's going to want to face Macklin Celebrini. Like, no one's going to want to do that. The first time he goes into the playoffs, did you just see what he did in the Olympics? No one's going to say, all right, yeah, let's get the San Jose Sharks. And not only that, the San Jose Sharks are going to be everybody's second favorite team in the playoffs. Like, everybody's going to want to see them pull an upset, a we believe upset. They want the Sharks to go because it's Macklin Celebrini, and you hope, I think, and I've told you this, if they get in, we're going to see a resurgence from Yaroslav Askarov. I do not believe they get in the playoffs without Yaroslav Askarov playing near the level he played in November.
Yeah. No, he was remarkable in the month of November. For those that don't know, he had something like a 947, 948 save percentage. He's the reason why the Sharks traded their assets from the Tomas Hertl trade to Nashville to bring him into San Jose as the goalie of the future, because his ceiling is so high. It's just his first full year in the NHL. It's still a work in progress, but everyone, and I mean everyone in the NHL, saw what he's capable of. If he gets that back and the Sharks can ride that into the postseason and keep it rolling in the postseason, like you said, they're dangerous. They're everyone's second favorite team all around the NHL. You know, there's a lot of talk about Macklin Celebrini, Alan, and again, we're talking to Alan Hoshida of NBC Sports California, the host of Sharks Pre- and Post-Game Live here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kevin Weeks recently said that whether or not the Sharks get into the playoffs, the Macklin Celebrini should be the MVP. What did you think of that sentiment? Because the talking point had been only if the Sharks got into the playoffs should Macklin be the MVP. But, you know, you got Weeks out here who's got quite a lot of clout saying suddenly that the postseason is not the be-all, end-all for his narrative in that MVP race.
Well, I think 2 things here have to happen. He has to stay within the top 5 of the scoring in the league. He's at 95. He is going to, as long as he eclipses 100, he'll be fine. He'll be fine there. And he's got to be the MVP, right? If you're thinking about it in terms of most valuable player to your team, he's doubled up every single player on the San Jose Sharks or more in points. Doubled up. So just by the term, most valuable player, that is Macklin Celebrini. However, I know how this works. I know how voting works. they're not going to
Yeah.
vote for him, or he won't get enough votes if the San Jose Sharks don't get in. I still think he probably comes in second. I think he will come in second in the MVP voting, unless Connor McDavid, because there is no Leon Draisaitl right now, if the Oilers go on a crazy run here and close out on like a 10-2-1 run here, and they jump and win the Pacific, Connor McDavid's maybe winning the MVP or coming in second. But as it stands right now, I think it's Macklin Celebrini's to lose, in the sense that he can control this by if the Sharks can control this. And if the Sharks get in the playoffs, Macklin Celebrini is going to win the Hart Trophy in his year 2, 19-year-old season. And boy, that check is going to be blank, and it's going to cost the San Jose Sharks a whole lot of money. But you know what? That's a good problem to have, and that's a problem for another day, like around July 1st. But it's crazy, because what Macklin Celebrini has single-handedly done for this franchise is put them into the national conversation when it comes to the NHL. And this is something you pointed out early on. He has put the San Jose Sharks into the conversation in a very oversaturated sports market in the Bay Area. People want to see Macklin Celebrini, and they want to see the origin story, because this is the origin story. They want to see it from the beginning, just like you saw Steph Curry from the beginning. So then you could sit back in 10 years and be like, oh, man, remember when he had ankle issues and they didn't know if he was going to be great, and he signed that team-friendly deal. Now, Macklin's not going to sign a team-friendly deal, but you're going to see his origin story. And in 10 years from now, we all hope that we look back on this as the very beginning of a very special run for the San Jose Sharks, and they're going to have a top 5 player in the league for the next decade.
What's crazy about Macklin's star is the fact that he is at a level that we've never seen with the San Jose Sharks in terms of that stardom, in terms of people, the crowd showing up to see the bus get to the arenas, or, looking for him at the hotels and stuff. And obviously we don't want to encourage any negative behavior of people trying to, go out and find Macklin.
Yeah, probably keep your space. Keep space.
Yes, keep your space, obviously. But I mean, they showed those shots of the fans mobbing him at the Olympics, and just some of the pictures that I've seen on social media of fans trying to be there when the Sharks bus gets to the arena when they're on the road. This is unique and new. I mean, this is something that we've really only seen with a couple of stars in Bay Area sports history. And Macklin Celebrini, the fact that he is a 19-year-old kid, I know that he's not a kid, but when you're an old man like me who's 43, 19 is most definitely a kid. He's not a child, but man, I mean, it's incredible how quickly he is dealing with being one of the NHL's brightest stars, one of the Bay Area's biggest stars, one of the biggest stars in all of North American sports suddenly, and that got a global infusion by way of the Olympics.
And he's a rock star. And it's good and bad that he's in San Jose. On one hand, he can step away from it. You're in San Jose. You don't have the same spotlight on you that you do have in Canada. And then when you do the trips in Canada, like we just saw, man, he's asked for. You got obligations every single time you take the ice, every practice, you have that. But in San Jose, you don't have as many obligations, which is great. And I'm sure it's going to, it's going to become more and more and more as years go on if he continues on this trajectory. But he is someone who can handle it, and he looks like someone who kind of isn't afraid of it. He's not afraid of being great. And yes, I don't think no one loves kind of the extracurriculars that come with it, as far as fans always being there, all the social media posts, everything that goes with it. But that's what you sign up for at being a professional athlete. But I don't think he's afraid of being great. And I don't think he's going to necessarily be afraid of those moments where people are going to ask a lot for him, because he knows if everyone's asking for him, that means he's really good and that he's done something that needs to be talked about. And so he's done it quickly. It's happened quickly. I think you're right. All due respect to the Joe Thorntons and the Patrick Marleaus of the world for the San Jose Sharks, they have not had the potential of the ceiling of Macklin Celebrini. And part of that also is the social media era that we're in, and how everyone can clip a video and put it up to social media, and then everyone sees it, and then it gets viral, and someone else picks it up, and it keeps going and going and going, right? So that's another part of it, is that we're just in an age where if you're really good at something, you're going to get more clicks and more clicks and more clicks. So the Macklin Celebrini stuff is going to seem like it's immense, but also it is. He's 19 years old, and every conversation you have about him every single night is Wayne Gretzky and Sidney Crosby. That's it.
It's pretty cool. Alan, I appreciate your time, my friend. I will turn you on at 12:30 tomorrow to see the pregame coverage ahead of the Sharks showdown against the Flyers. Talk soon, all right, man?
All right, we'll talk to you soon, and we'll see you in a couple days.
Sounds good. Again, that is Alan Hoshida, the host of Sharks pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports California, joining us here on Sports Phone KNBR. We're going to take a break. On the other side, we're going to be joined by Steve Berman of The Athletic, Bay Area sports guy. That's coming up next here on KNBR.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045. Here's your host, Ted Ramey.
What's up, everyone? You're on Sports Phone KNBR. Ted Ramey filling in on a Friday late afternoon. And we are turning back the clock to 2014 to 2017, back in the old KNBR Ted 50 days, by bringing on one of my favorites, Steve Berman, now with The Athletic, back in the day, back when he was Bay Area sports guy. Mr. Berman, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
Great to talk to you again, Ted. Those were fun days back then. We had some fun, rollicking conversations.
Most definitely. And now that I'm back on the KNBR airwaves, I'm going out and getting all my my good buddies who I used to enjoy with. And I was like, I need to get the Berm Dog on. So I've got you here, man. Obviously, your work with The Athletic has been phenomenal. And I love watching your career arc because your talent has always been undeniable. So I'm going to test that talent right now by asking for your take on the San Francisco Giants, because whenever people talk to me about the Giants, they kind of have this overwhelming question of, what is this team? Who is this team? What are my expectations for this team? And I don't have a very good answer other than very intrigued, because I feel they're very much an unknown right now. And where does this team fall with you right now?
Yeah, I don't really blame you for feeling that way, because it seems like they're getting pulled in different directions in a lot of ways. For one, it looks like they're sort of pivoting toward playing for the future. They're trying to build up their farm system. They're pretty aggressive on the international market. So, yeah, they're thinking, all right, well, we can't compete with the Dodgers right now. The Dodgers are obviously the super team, and they've been that way for a while, and they keep spending money. They got Kyle Tucker on top of what they have already. So, yeah, okay, so we're looking years down the road. But Buster Posey only signed a 3-year contract to have the job that he's currently in. He's in ownership, so there's no thought that he's going to get fired, and he's probably going to stick around in some way, and maybe he continues as president of baseball operations beyond that 3-year period. But then you also have the idea of, hey, look, the lineup, the pillars of the lineup, you have Devers, you have Chapman, you have Adames, and you supplement them with some veterans like Arise and Harrison Bader, and that seems like sort of a win now kind of bunch. It's not like a young team on the rise, but in terms of the pitching staff, which all you heard about was, we got to get more pitching, and I'm not really sure if the additions that they made during the offseason, they're obviously not that sexy, and we'll see how, it's 2 starting pitchers who aren't really known for health, and last year everyone talked about how they had this amazing depth of starting pitchers and young guys who are ready to come up, and then halfway through the season, they're they're barely able to get through with a 5-man rotation. So it is sort of a weird deal. And then it seems like the major offseason acquisition was a college manager in Tony Vitello, and he's kind of the guy who's going to take this ball of clay and make it into something beautiful, where last year I guess they didn't think that Bob Melvin did enough with it.
By the way, you weren't trying to imply that by the Giants bringing in veterans and also stockpiling their farm system, that this is some sort of 2-timeline situation. You wouldn't dare be saying that, would you?
Well, you have to have 1 timeline to have 2 timelines. I don't really know if Giants fans are thinking that going 500 every year is a timeline of any kind. That's sort of like the anti-timeline. That's a time vortex. So they want to escape the vortex of 500. They think that Vitello and a new coaching staff, and maybe one thing that Buster has been very, very adamant about, maybe not adamant about, but you could tell that he wants guys who are, as he said, are dudes, like he called Rafael Devers a dude. And he also wants them to play with a little bit more confidence and swagger.
Yeah.
So I think you looked at those Vitello teams and the way that they are in the dugout and on the field, and sort of really a no apologies kind of team. Like, okay, we don't really care if you don't like us. That's the way we're going to be. We're going to be brash. We're not going to be friendly, that kind of thing. I think the Giants last year, especially when they spiraled in the middle of the season and they couldn't really pull themselves out of it, it seemed like it was like kind of a group of kind of boring, nice guys who, they were trying their best. I mean, it wasn't that they weren't working hard, but it seemed like they lost their confidence pretty easily. And I think Buster wants a more confident group. Confidence is definitely very important in any sport that you talk about, but you also have to have talent too. And we'll see if Vitello can do the most of this talent, because he doesn't have the best team in the NL West, that's for sure. And I don't really know if on paper he has the second best team or the third best team.
So I have a crazy theory about Buster Posey and Tony Vitello and what they're trying to do here, and I'll bounce this off of you because it sounds crazy when I first thought of it, and the more I think about it, the more I think it's a long-term play. Because when Buster Posey came in, I was thinking, that's interesting. I wonder if this is like a figurehead type deal, but he was actually much more involved right from the get-go than I expect him to be, and aggressive going out and getting Devers. But I think in bringing in a guy like Vitello, who played, he was in the South, obviously doing his thing with Tennessee, and Buster Posey is from the South as well. They are trying to make the idea of San Francisco be safe to a large contingency of American baseball players who have been bludgeoned over the head with how scary San Francisco is. And you can't bring your family to San Francisco to play for the Giants. And there have been these rumors that, teams don't, or guys don't want to come play for a team in San Francisco. And I feel like they are, by way of having Posey and Vitello, is kind of these, obviously figureheads, but by two of the faces, that they're kind of showing that San Francisco is not this scary place, that if these guys are with the franchise, they can kind of expand some of that comfort level to guys and free agents who may have been hesitant previously. Does that strike you as insane? Because I feel like that is part of what their job is as they build towards the future.
I don't think I don't think that's the number one reason why he brought Vitello on, but I think that you might be knocking on the door of something here with that, because if you look at the American baseball populace, just look at Team USA. They made Roman Anthony go and buy a gigantic speaker when they were getting ready to play in the WBC. And apparently on the bus on their way to a game, they played Toby Keith at a very loud volume. So this is not this. The other teams are playing probably Bad Bunny and salsa music and all kinds of other stuff where the language is not English. Shudder and oh my gosh, terrible. But I think the Americans are more of a good old boy group, and yeah, that's true. And actually, that kind of makes me think of something else about that clubhouse, because I was embedded in there when they were winning championships, and it was very interesting how. Like Tim Lincecum and Buster Posey, there were a lot of conversations about, these guys get along. And I think they got along fine. I'm not sure if Buster thought that Lincecum was always preparing as well as he possibly could, but they all got along fine. But the leaders of that clubhouse were Posey and Bumgarner and Kane, three Southern boys, and so that was sort of the flavor of the clubhouse at the time, at least in terms of leadership. You also had Zito, who's a California guy, and Lincecum was a West Coast guy too from Washington. But yeah, I do think that with all the talk that Buster had, those are some of the first questions he had to answer when he took over the job. Was is San Francisco something that is a hindrance to building a great team? And of course he poo-pooed that, but I do think that with what Farhan said when he was here, he actually did sort of say that it was kind of tough. Now, granted, Farhan at the time was clawing his way back up and trying to keep his job. So he was grasping at straws for any excuse that he could possibly get at that point. But I do think that there might be something to that. I think that's a pretty good theory, Ted.
It's interesting just because, you and I both know that San Francisco, like every major city, is not without problems, but it's a great place to be in the Bay Area, the, fun that the fans have. And I've been going back on this, is that San Francisco, for it to be what I envision San Francisco truly is they need the Giants to be rocking it in summer nights and making that whole Soma area rock again and bringing back how it was from, about 08 to 2016, because it was so much fun. And that was just, that was the last golden era for this franchise. But maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, because there is a bit of an issue looming on December 1st. What do you think happens with Major League Baseball when we get to the end of this year and that CBA turns over?
Well, there's going to be a lockout almost certainly, unless the players have some sort of complete change of mind and say, oh, you know what, a salary cap is going to be fine, because the owners are going to push for one. Rob Manfred has been talking about it for quite some time. They've been floating it for a while. They're trying to get public perception on their side, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. Mostly just because of the Dodgers. The Dodgers have actually, a lot of people have sort of posited that maybe the Dodgers are actually signed Kyle Tucker to that crazy $60 million per year for 4 years contract, not because they really needed Kyle Tucker, but just as a favor to the owners, so that everyone could point at the Dodgers and go, oh, this is ridiculous. And we need to have a change in the system, because there's no way that this team should be running roughshod financially over everyone else. So yeah, the players union is obviously the strongest union of all the major professional sports, and they are dead set on no salary cap. Every other league has one in the major professional sports. To I guess, to mixed results. And some would say, I would say that the NBA is so convoluted and complicated, and makes changing teams so difficult now that it's actually kind of hindered people trying to follow the sport and what goes on. People like transactions, and that's changed things. But I think with the
I
salary
tune in
cap,
for apron talk and the bird rule personally.
oh God, the aprons, all the aprons. It's too much. I mean, even people who are like salary cap experts are like, wait, actually, that trade can it go? Actually, no, I don't.
Can it go? Yeah.
Yeah, baseball doesn't have that. Actually, their trade deadline is one of the better ones in sports, but it seems like it's come to a head where some of the owners are going to dig their feet in, because not only is the salary cap, going to be something to help sort of spread the wealth, perhaps, but also it's something that would increase the values of a lot of the franchises. And if you look at sort of under the radar here, there are a couple teams that have been put on the market that didn't get sold. The Angels were on the market for a little bit. They didn't get sold. Artie Moreno is still the owner. The Pohlads in Minnesota, the Twins were for sale for a while. That team didn't get sold. You're looking at some of the other leagues, especially the NBA and the NFL, it's pretty easy to sell your team for multiple billions of dollars. And in baseball, the Twins, I think, were trying to sell between $1 and $2 billion. Couldn't really get any takers, so they pulled the team back. Increasing those franchise values, that's really all the owners are worried about beyond everything else. They're going to do whatever it takes. Players going to say no to a salary cap. So, gosh, the last lockout thankfully didn't actually cut into the regular season. They had a truncated spring training. They got everyone back in March. This one, I would be shocked if we didn't miss some games, because the players seem like they're sort of resigned to the fact that it will too.
With the salary cap talk, the comparison that I immediately make is to European football or soccer, and how if you look at a lot of those leagues, it is the same thing over and over and over in terms of the winners. Now, the EPL has had a little bit more parity and a mix of who's been at the top, but if you look at France, if you look at Germany, if you look at Italy, if you go down with all these leagues, it's the same team over and over. And that's what's been funny about baseball until the Dodgers most recently, is that even though we were having these teams like the Yankees spend huge money in the Red Sox, that wasn't a guarantee. It was a guarantee they'd be in the playoffs. It wasn't a guarantee that they'd win. Baseball's whole, their big point was that, yeah, people are spending big, but anyone can win. We have the most rotation at the top of any of the major North American leagues. And I think that's great until it becomes so problematic when you have the Dodgers spending the way that they are, which is just kind of like, I don't know if this is good for the game anymore.
Yeah, I think that baseball has been sort of using that to say, hey, look, we're actually doing great. Look at all the different world champions that we've had compared to the other sports. That is true, but that's more due to the randomness of the sport, not the parity within the 30 franchises. And the players have brought this up many times, and I agree with them. When you have a sport where like a dozen of the teams aren't really trying to win financially, that's pretty rough too. So yes, I mean, once you get to the dance, then you have a chance. You could be an 86-win team, go to the playoffs, you get hot for a little bit, and you can win a title. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, the Dodgers, honestly, like I thought they were going to lose to the Blue Jays in the World Series, and they've gotten knocked out by the Padres and the Diamondbacks.
If people knew how to take a lead, they would have lost, Steve. Don't get me started on the lost art of base running and how that impacted. I'll go on for 45 minutes. I couldn't believe that. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that was pretty brutal. I think anyone listening to this station is probably thinking about that too, because the Dodgers really shouldn't have won the World Series. Anyways,
my God.
But it's pretty tough when you look at the Pirates and the A's, and you go on and on and on with all these teams. I just mentioned the Twins. The Twins have knocked their payroll down by like $50 million from 3 years ago when they finally made the playoffs and won a series for the first time. It's one of those deals where, yeah, once you get to the dance, you can make it through. But there are a lot of teams where you have to be completely delusional to think at the beginning of the season that your team is going to have any shot of making the postseason, even though all you have to do is finish 8 games over 500 in order to get a spot a lot of years.
Mr. Berman, I appreciate your time. I would do this all night, but I know you've got stuff to get to. But thanks for coming on with me, man. We'll do it again soon, all right?
That'd be great. Thanks, Ted.
Again, that is Steve Berman of The Athletic joining us here on Sports Phone KNBR. And we are just about out of time. Coming up on the other side, Dubs OT with John Dickinson, JD. He'll bring you everything out of that Warriors game tonight and more. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I'm Ted Ramey. If you aren't following me on social, please do at Ted Ramey Media, at Ted Ramey. Just look for the smiling, bearded, bald man holding a microphone. It's pretty easy to find. For KNBR, I'm Ted Ramey, signing off.